or does that have to be? I'm not sure if it's appropriate.
Ready for it.
Okay. All right, good morning. Welcome to the March 21st, 2023 meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Lutweiler will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, closed session report out. I did report out on the March 7th meeting when we had our March 17th special meeting, but I'm going to repeat that. We only had 4 people on Zoom and just seems like it's better to give a little bit more clarity. So from March 7th, item 6.1, Government Code Section 54954.5F, conference with labor negotiators. Trinity County's designated representatives are Margaret Long and Elizabeth Hamilton. No reportable action was taken. Item 6.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 7. Sabai et al. Versus Trinity County et al. And I'm not going to read all of the case numbers. If you want that clarity, you can go back and look at the meeting. It'll expedite a bit since it is on the record. A direction given to staff. Bauer et al. Versus Trinity County et al. No reportable action was taken. Mines versus Trinity County et al. No reportable action was taken. Mines versus Trinity County and Kemp Hunter. No reportable action was taken. Trinity Alps Farms Incorporated et al. Versus Trinity County et al. No reportable action was taken. Carlson et al. Versus County of Trinity et al. Direction given to staff. American Cannabis Partners LLC versus Keith Groves et al. No reportable action was taken. Item 6.3, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, number of cases 8. Direction was given to staff. Item 6.4, Government Code Section 54954.5E, public employee evaluation, county council. There was a language correction from evaluation held to when the minutes are adopted to be included as the board met to discuss the county council evaluation process. No formal reportable action was taken. During our March 17th special meeting, there was also a closed session. That was item 2.1, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Council. The board met to further discuss the county council evaluation process. No reportable action was taken. Right, so presentations this morning. Item 1.1, receive a presentation from UC Cooperative Extension Community Economic Development Advisor Alec Domka. And it looks like we have Larry Ferro to present or introduce. Okay, great. You'll just need a microphone to do so.
The remote work. Does it look like we're, oh yeah. So if you want to move that to slideshow.
It's just taking a second. It's being slow today.
Look at this, it works. Amazing. So, well, good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Larry Ferrero. I'm the Livestock Farm Advisor and County Director for Shasta and Trinity County. So I have the administrative responsibility for university, for A&R programs in Trinity County. So I've got a couple of slides just by way of review in terms of who we are. So cooperative extension is a three-way partnership between University of California, USDA, and the counties, or in this case, the County of Trinity specifically. And the framers of cooperative extension 100 plus years ago, I thought were very wise to assure that the county was part of the financial support for these programs, in that it assures our programs are relevant locally. So in Trinity County was established in 1946. It was interesting, the original MOU, there's a copy of it on the right side of the slide panel. I updated it in 2000, and very, very little had changed except for the who will hold who harmless for what. But the general relationship is UC provides programmatic staff, county provides support. So we are a department, in the county, and receive general fund for programs we deliver locally. So support staff that is a Trinity County employee is Grace Hung, and we are very, very grateful to have her. I'll just take a second and really thank Trinity County personnel for the perseverance in continuing to try to push this out, to find someone that would hold this position during a time when recruitments were very difficult. And we were very, very fortunate to hire Grace. She supports 4-H program, Master Gardener program, as well as some others locally. And if you haven't met her, she's just a delightful person to be around. So program staff that serve Trinity County, with the exception of Alec, all from Reading, is Nate Caton, our 4-H Youth Development Advisor. Erin Paradis, she operates or is responsible for day-to-day management of the 4-H Youth Development Program in Trinity County. And I think it's kind of fun. She's done a really nice job, and we have seen continued growth in our enrollment in this county. I introduced myself, Janessa Hartman. I'm really pleased we were able to hire her, Community Nutrition and Health Advisor, again, headquartered in Reading, but she's been with us since November and has made several trips to Trinity County already, and is looking at maybe piloting Master Food Preserver program. So I'm pretty excited about that. Alec is our Community Economic Development Advisor, Humboldt, Del Norton, Trinity, and I misspelled Trinity. And as a native, maybe you'll let that you'll let my error slide. And then I was really sad. Our Forest Advisor, Rick Satomi, left about a year ago. He transferred to Yuba Sutter County. I did get permission to refill that position. It is in recruitment now, and that individual will serve Shasta Trinity as well. Just a quick overview of our CalFresh program. We provide nutrition education in the classrooms. Shanice Sellers and Chanel Vincelli run that program for Shasta Trinity and Tehama. We have not had a nutrition educator in Trinity County for close to a year, and we have recruited and had failed searches, I am really pleased to report in Trinity, for one of the positions, we are in an offer. We have actually, Shanice sent me a note last night. Candidate accepted the offer and will begin April 10th. So we will have someone in Trinity County in that role, and then we're recruiting for another position as well. So that being said, I'm going to give the slide advance to Alec. I'm really pleased. I was on the selection committee. It was an incredibly competitive search, and he emerged as our top candidate, and we were really pleased he accepted the position. So Alec.
Nice. Alec, thank you for being here today. And just by way of a little bit of further introduction before he begins, Supervisor Lutweiler and I jumped on a Zoom meeting with Alec a few weeks ago, realizing the position had been filled, and both of us kind of scratching our heads as to what does this offer Trinity County? We don't even know. And so we were so impressed, and the scope of services is so vast, and it's not open to just, governance. So we were pleased that he accepted our invitation to come in and share with everyone what's available. So Alec, thank you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, board, and thank you for that introduction, Larry. Skip slides. So what I have for you today is a brief introduction to myself, an introduction to the position, an introduction to the tools I use, a brief rundown of some of the projects I've done, how I can plug into Trinity County, and then if we have time, some quick questions and answers. So a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Raleigh, North Carolina. I got my undergrad degrees and my master's from North Carolina State in Raleigh. I took a brief hiatus in between school and work to be a farmhand on a couple dairy farms in Austria. So I love the practical side of agricultural economics too. I love getting out on the farm. This is my sixth month with the University of California Cooperative Extension and my 6 months in California. I moved right from North Carolina here. So excited to be here. My hobbies, pretty much anything outside, hiking, rock climbing, backcountry skiing. And I'm a search and rescue team member for Del Norte, which is where I'm stationed full-time is Crescent City. So my position, Community Economic Development Advisor. So we're guided by our needs assessment and all the work that we do. So I'm in the needs assessment phase right now. So that's mainly what I'm here to do, is try to figure out what you guys think the needs of the county are. So once we identify these needs, how do we address them? So we mostly do applied research and educational extension. So our research is guided by the community needs, and then our extension is to community members. So in this position, our prime directives are to aid in new models, not just to apply the standard traditional economic development models, but to try to come up with more rural-based economic development solutions. Secondly, we try to fill the capacity gap by providing technical assistance, things like economic impact analysis, technical writing. That's somewhere where we can really help in the small rural counties. And then we want to better link NGOs and local governments and tribal governments. So who's my clientele? Who do I do this for? Local governments like yourself, tribal governments, and then NGOs that work in the small business development or community or economic development space. My big question, what I'm mainly in this position to address, is what economically successful communities look like, and then how do we get there in our specific communities here. So community economic development, it's a little different than just traditional economic development. So there's our big working definition there. Really what it's about is community direction of its own economic development so that it can guide it in the direction it wants. And then it's also about leveraging the assets that are already in the community. So community economic development has to go beyond financial capital. We have to be able to look at the other capitals we have, like in Trinity. I mean, a ton of natural capital, natural beauty, a real way to spur economic development like that. Human capital, human skills. And this helps us better understand the economy and the health of the community, and also improve it, because you can get, you can get gains in financial capital just from, increasing training, things like increasing human capital that you wouldn't always think about as economics. Another important point about what we do in community economic development is it's not one project or a string of projects. It's about linking those projects together in a cohesive plan. You can spend a lot of time and money just going after every project that you think is good, but you can be a lot more conscientious, making sure there's a real plan. So some of the tools that we use to do this, the community capitals framework is a really interesting one, and I'll go over that in the next slide just very briefly. And we really want to fill in the traditional economic development shortfalls. So where that might be, really just focused on GDP or jobs created, we want to try to take a more holistic view to see community economic development health. So some of the tools I use, this is a main one. It kind of helps understand what I can help you guys do in Trinity County. So this is a great Venn diagram of the community capitals framework. This is how we assess what the assets that a community has, so we can try to leverage those to get more economic development. As you can see, the kind of more traditional economic development ones, financial, built capital, are a part of it, but they're just a part. All these other ones are key in having a successful community. And I also like not just how they all overlap to form a successful community in this diagram, but you can see they all interact with each other separately. So something that we found in a lot of our research is there tends to be spirals in all of these capitals in communities. So, a small increase in financial will spur a bigger increase in built, and then that balloons to, increase political capital with access to political representatives, increase human capital with training for maybe a school you built, things like that. So now we can see kind of how I apply these on a day-to-day. Numerically, most of what I do is connecting people to the resources and knowledge. The University of California is really that bridge between university know-how and the community. So a lot of times I'm doing things for groups like the Redwood Park Conservancy, just connecting them to, taking a call that they want to redesign their garden to all natives. And then I'm not a plant guy, so I just, connect them to our horticulture expert right down in Humboldt. A lot of it's about really just kind of making those connections. Numerically, that's mostly what I do, as I said. Finding art at home, that picture on the right, Crescent City was donated thousands of pieces of very strange and very cool art. So I was able to connect the two people in blue who are arts philanthropists in Crescent City to the city to find a place to house it, because the city just couldn't house it. There's so much. So work in the policy support space. This is something that I can do for you guys, or for the citizens of Trinity County. I was able to work with Larry and some of our other livestock experts to make an equation to kind of apportion some state drought relief to different dairymen based on their increases in food costs. So that's something I do, and I can absolutely help Trinity with. When the rural counties came to Del Norte, I was a good tour guide, a great cheerleader for the region. I really love the region. So research and educational extension, that's the bread and butter of what we do at Cooperative Extension. So some examples of what I've done in that: small town arts and economic development. Crescent City has been kind of pushing to do some placemaking, some kind of things to set it apart and really make it interesting for people to stay. So I've prepared some economic research on, arts and small towns and how success stories have really been able to make themselves successful, because they're not successful for no reason. They had a strategy. So, that's what I do. I go and dig in and figure out what their success strategy is and how we can apply it. All these pictures on the right are me presenting and participating in a panel for the Partnership for the Performing Arts. They are building a large theater at the high school for public use, events, student performances, all that. So they came to me with a community need. I addressed it with an economic impact analysis, and I was able to pull in some university partners, some people from UC Davis, and get them out into Crescent City, which is great. And then that linked up perfectly with the extension side. I went out and, as you can see, did this presentation to PPA members and supporters and local government officials. So how can I plug this into Trinity? So as I said, I'm still really focused on my needs assessment right now. So I am, starting to get going on projects, but I want to make sure I'm not just diving in blindly. I really want to hear from you guys where I'm most needed, and then really focus my efforts on that. But so far, what I've seen, these are two kind of similar things that I would be delivering. So with these two projects, I would kind of conduct some kind of ongoing economic analysis for them. I've heard that you guys are, looking at trying to get the Bowerman Barn up to some place for a little better tourist attraction. So something I could do would be an ongoing economic impact analysis. So figuring out how much money it's bringing into the community. Are those people just stopping there and leaving, or are they coming into Weaverville or some of the other communities and spending money? Reports like that are, a great way for me to help you guys. And then not just looking at how you're performing, but as I said, going out and finding communities that have had success in this kind of cultural tourism, or with the mountain biking, with recreational tourism, and then kind of reporting back to you on these have been the successes. This is how I think you can apply it. So if we have time for a quick Q&A, I would love to get any questions you guys have. And then my really main questions are, what are the biggest needs? What's in the way of getting them solved? And what do you want me to be doing?
Nice.
So, yeah.
Great.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, questions of supervisors?
I'll jump in. So I know I sent you a list of things of which these were on the list, and there were some others. And one of them in particular, we're going to be talking later today about the cannabis program division finances. And that's more internally focused. What do we spend to provide or support the program?
Mhm.
But I also mentioned, would an economic impact study of having a thriving cannabis program in the county be something in your wheelhouse?
Yeah, so I'm currently back and forth with our legal department as to what I can do because as Larry showed, we have the three funding sources and a lot of it is federal. So it's still a little murky as to what I can and can't do, but likely, especially because I'm not, a horticulture advisor, I'm not giving any kind of cultivation advice. I think they're going to say that I can, provide economic research on that topic, but I can't say for sure until I hear back from our legal experts.
Understand.
Mhm.
And then from the standpoint of, like, when you and I were interacting with each other, I share with you some examples that I had become aware of, but
Mhm.
I know I'm aware of a fraction of what's also out there in the
Mhm.
community. What have you found as the best ways for you to get that inclusive information to you about all the potential things that you might then find those connections between?
Yeah. So I think the best way is by being here and then meeting with as many local government and NGO leaders as possible. I'm from Crescent City, so it's about a 6-hour drive. So I'm here for the week to meet with as many people as I can this week. I'm going to the Trinity 2050 meeting on Thursday. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, just any ideas, always send them email to me. I'm happy to read through them. But for my own process, I think it's best figuring these things out here on the ground, hearing it from the people that are trying to solve it every day.
And is there a specific set of information you'd like? If somebody's going to mention, for instance, the Bowerman program, what about that would you like to hear about so that you understand it? Because what I'm trying to think of is, what could we put out there in the newspaper, on social media, somewhere? We don't really have an economic developments part of our
Mhm.
website countywide, but we could figure out a way that we could say, here's the kind of information we need. Here's how you can submit it. We'll get it to Alec. So if you don't even have to answer now, but if you can provide that to us, then
Mhm.
I can help try to facilitate getting that structure out there so that we can then encourage the participation, so that it's not just limited to who happens to see this meeting,
Mhm.
who we talk to, but a broad reach across the county.
Yeah, I can get kind of like a general like wish list of what I need to evaluate,
Perfect.
and think about a program. But in general, I mean, this stuff is interesting to me, even just the history of it. Completely separate of work. So information overload me. Send anything to me. I love to read and figure out the history of places like this. So.
Okay, great.
Sweet.
And then just one last question would be, so you're here for this week, you've got one meeting set. If there are folks listening to this who feel like that would be awesome to be able to take advantage of an opportunity to meet with you, is there a means by which they could still set appointments with you?
Yeah, absolutely. People can email me. I can give you my card if that's easier to get it on the record like that. Or call them. All my information's on my card if it's easy to just give it to you and you can put it on the record.
Okay, great. And you're here through Friday? Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll get that out.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Item 1.2, Clerk of the Board, receive an update from U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest in Trinity County. So this morning we have with us representing our Tara Jones, our district ranger, sorry, for the Shasta Trinity National Forest. We have Ben Sundahl. Thank you.
Okay, good. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. Morning, board. My name is Ben Sundahl. I work for the Shasta Trinity National Forest. My day job is the Forest Safety Program Manager, but I'll soon be detailing back into the Deputy District Ranger job for the Trinity River Management Unit and the South Fork Management Unit, much like I had last year in 2022. Roy Jones is no longer in the detail. So this morning I'm filling in for Tara. Tara's in another meeting in Hayfork, and she sent me some notes this morning. So I'm just going to kind of go through these notes, and then if you guys have any questions at the end of the notes, I'll do my best to answer them. But I believe she said she emailed you guys these notes to the board this morning as well. So here we go. So on the Trinity River and South Fork management units, we currently continue to burn piles in the local area. So far this fiscal year, we've burned approximately 150 acres of piles on the Trinity River management unit, and on the South Fork management unit, approximately 170 acres on the South Fork management unit this fiscal year. Some limiting factors on increasing that pace and scale has been the weather, of course. That weather has steered us into, not being able to drive in the safety of the workforce. So hopefully, maybe with the warmer storms, the snowpack and the ice conditions subside, and we can get out to those piles and take care of some more of those piles to burn. Again, prescribed burn efforts will continue this week. Today, they're actually going to be out back in the Lewiston area, Mary Smith area, burning some piles. So that's great news. We have quite a few folks coming from the South Fork Management Unit and the Shasta Lake Ranger District to come and support us. So it's a good forest-wide effort to get some of those piles knocked out and taken care of. I know that's a priority for Tara this year, is to get most of that fuels accomplished around the Lewiston area. Let's see, in February, we did a sort of North Zone fire hire event, an in-person event down in Reading at the Red Lion. It was a 2-day event, a very successful event. So applicants were able to come in person with resumes in hand, and we had HR staff on site, and we were able to, with resume in hand, walk them through the USA Jobs application process. And across the forest, I think we had a really good tentative offer selection amount of folks. And then on the west side, the Trinity River and South Fork Management Unit, we were able to tentatively offer 21 new positions to help with our staffing needs on the west side. So that was a mix of temporary positions and perm positions. And we currently are in phase 3 of permanent fire hire to fill some more of our vacant permanent positions on the force. So we continue to be in a continuous hiring phase as an agency. With the influx of new employees, right now this week we have a basic 32 class going on, and that's our basic firefighter training class. We have that going on in Reading. Today is actually their field day up at Shasta Lake in the Lakehead area. And we have approximately 25 brand new employees going through that class. So when they complete that class at the end of the week, they will be able to support the fire and fuels organization throughout the summer and winter months to increase pace and scale on that end as well. So it was great to see at least 25 new employees participating in this class this week. So that is, I think all 25 employees participating there are from the non-fire organization. So resourceologists, wildlife and such. So that'll be great. So if we have, a severe fire season and we're looking for more help, we'll have that trained staff to step in and help us out. So some priorities that the staff is working on, some service contracts for large fire reduction work in the August complex fire footprint and in the Lewiston area. We continue to work on contracts and plans for a major road project in the Monument fire footprint. Working on NEPA and resource support in Trinity County with our local power partners around some other agreements that are tied to some significant funding coming in. And we're also working on completing the Good Neighbor Master Agreement that should be submitted at the end of this month. And work has already begun identifying the supplemental project agreements or agreement within that Good Neighbor Authority with the county. So we'll see what that kind of looks like. But that Good Neighbor Master Agreement should be submitted by the end of the month. And then all the minor legwork we're currently working on as well. So that's great news. In the timber program area, weather has been a main factor on completing some of those projects. So currently the Pettyjohn project has been delayed And we're looking at getting back into the groove of things with the Petty John project, the third quarter of this fiscal year. So within the next month or two. And then within the river complex, the harvest operations have been suspended due to weather and road conditions. Engineering's been super busy. As you guys all know, the impacts of the major storms that we've had. So we have storm patrols and we've been going out and surveying our road conditions. So currently some of the roads that were mentioned, 16, 47, and 60 are being evaluated for repair and maintenance. And we continuously get new updates daily on Forest Service roads that have been impacted either through storm drains or landslides that we will need to address once we can gain further access up those road systems. So the engineering aspect is going to be super busy this year, just due to the impact from the storms that we've had. Some planning notes, the Barman Area Fuels Reduction Project, the scoping letter will be coming out soon. This will be a third-party NEPA project, and we are working closely with the Watershed Center to help them through the planning process. Shasta Lake Ranger District, the NRA, will be using their planning team to help staff the forest meet the workload of the Trinity County Priority Landscape. And then we'll be scheduling a meeting with the High Palm Fire Safe Council in early April to address and refine the project in the High Palm area. Roadside hazard tree NEPA is expected to be completed soon. And I believe that's a regional office NEPA that's coming out. So that roadside hazard tree NEPA should be out soon. Some financial stuff. Let's see, money from the Trinity County Priority Landscape, which is part of that wildland fire crisis funding, has started to trickle in and arrive. So between like the Shasta Trinity, the Six Rivers, the Klamath, we're kind of coming all together to develop a plan on how to tackle those priority landscapes that have been identified in the Trinity County area, and then how they interact across all three national forests in Northern California. The Shasta Trinity National Forest has also received Joint Chiefs money, which we will leverage to accomplish more critical fuels work on the ground. We're looking at about $3 million to be shared between the Six Rivers and Shasta Trinity National Forest to create that, to accomplish that critical fuels work. And the fuels staff here on the Trinity River Management Unit and the South Fork Management Unit have really looked at this. They helped develop it. And so we should have a pretty good idea on a path forward when we start using some of that money and some of the work on the ground. So recreation seems to continue to grow. So we should be close to filling Sally Cousins' old job in Weaverville. So, fingers crossed that goes through, but we're super close due to that being a key leadership role on the west side of the Shasta Trinity around recreation. And we are currently outreaching and expect to fill numerous recreational jobs. The jobs opened in USA Jobs yesterday. And to help applicants interested in applying for those jobs on this forest, the forest and specifically the South Fork and Trinity River Management Units, we will be holding a sort of like open house for applicants. So in Weaverville on Friday, the 24th, from 4 to 7, we'll have the Weaverville District Office open for applicants to come in, and we'll look over their resumes and help them out with the USA Jobs application, just to ensure that they have a good application in the system within that portal. And then from 9 to noon on Saturday, which I believe is the 25th, 9 to 12, the Hayfork office will be open for applicants to come in, share their resume, and we'll have staff on hand to help them through the USA Jobs application portal. We've brought additional staff on board between the Weaverville District Office and the Hayfork District Office. And with that additional staff, we can now sell wood permits 5 days a week out of Hayfork and Weaverville. So that's a huge plus. Collaboration with the Trinity County Collaborative Group continues. We've had very successful field trips over the past year or so. more are planned, and the discussions around critical fuels reduction work in Trinity County. Just be kind of flexible and be able to adjust on meeting our needs and your needs, specifically around the priority landscapes as we start to unroll those priority landscapes, what it'll look like, the locations we'll be tackling to accomplish some of that work. So a lot more discussions and interactions between the forest, the Trinity River and South Fork Management Unit staff with that collaborative group on those field trips. So expect more on that in the months ahead. And just to wrap up the shared stewardship one, we continue to have successful and productive meetings with local partners and stakeholders. These meetings are paving the way toward a shared vision that reduces the threat of wildfire to the communities here in Trinity County. So a lot of great work Tara has done on that end. So some staffing stuff. So the deputy district ranger job is still not filled permanently. Rory Jones has finished his detail. I will be stepping back in as a detailed deputy district ranger for the Trinity River and South Fork Management Units underneath Tara. My detail is scheduled to start sometime at the end of April and last throughout the summer and fall months, much like it did last year in 2022. We have a new harvest inspector that should be starting here soon on the west side of the Shasta Trinity National Forest. We're still looking to fill the fire ecologist position, which used to be the fuels planner for the South Fork Management Unit. Hoping to maybe detail that and then fly it permanently here in the next few months. We should have a new GIS person on board for this side of the forest. And then the support services staff out of Weaverville should be getting obtaining a new person as well. That hiring process has just started and we should hopefully have someone selected in the next month or two. So as you can see, lots of hiring, lots of new applicants, a lot of new faces between both management units, and that's a good thing. So increased staffing from where it was a few years ago is starting to be in our favor. So that's great to see. So conclusion for the notes, the Forest Service continues to have successful and productive meetings with local partners and stakeholders. These are key at identifying projects and treatments to reduce the risk to communities from wildland fire. During this time of intense weather, we have focused on building contracts, agreements, and collaboration so that when the weather changes, we can move quickly through the planning and implementation processes. And then, back onto that weather aspect, we are going out and doing those surveys to identify those critical infrastructures that have been impacted or damaged due to the storms. So that engineering aspect is going to be super busy over the next few months and more than likely into the summer, depending upon road conditions. So any questions from the report out on behalf of Tara Jones and the Trinity River and South Fork Management Units of the Shasta Trinity National Forest?
One question I have is just, is this kind of a very informative update made available online in some fashion? I just think it's such great information.
Yeah.
We're a very small audience. And I'm just wondering how that information gets distributed.
So that's a great question. So the forest is in the implementation process of redeveloping some of our websites.
Mhm.
And that would be great if we could share like the highlight notes from each management unit on the public facing webpage. So I'll bring that up to our public affairs officer.
Thanks.
Nice.
May I say something?
Yes.
When you guys email them a copy of the notes, if you send it to me as well, I can add it to the backup so the public can see those notes.
That would be great.
Okay.
I have a question. With your uptick in hiring, does it look like we'll be getting a full-time ranger in Hayfork, Platina, Weaverville, and Big Bar anytime soon? Or will we stay, it sounds like, with the part-time
So
this year again?
So the goal is to hire a full-time deputy district ranger at this point, knowing that we only have one planning team. So it's much easier to oversee one planning team with a primary line officer, which would be Tara as the district ranger. And then the deputy district ranger is still a line officer that has full authority such as the district ranger does. But to create consistency and have one voice and one message and kind of like one path to go down at this point in time, due to one planning team, I think the force is looking at staying with one ranger and then one deputy district ranger. But hopefully within the next month or two, that deputy district ranger will not be a temporary, it'll be a permanent. So you'll still have 2 line officers on the west side representing all 4 ranger districts within the management units.
The 4 that I just mentioned.
Yeah, so the Yellow Bowl Ranger District, Hayfork Ranger District, Weeville Ranger District, and the Big Bar Ranger District. Between the deputy and then the ranger, you'll have 2 line officers overseeing all 4 of those districts.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris, do you have anything?
I'm just, I'm looking forward to all of the fuels reduction work. I think that, golly, it's been a long time coming, you know, kind of reestablishing a culture of both timber harvest and getting out there and fuels reduction and getting those, getting fire on the ground has been a lot of work for many, many of years. And so I'm just really grateful. I'm really excited to start seeing some of these things really, really take root and get going. And I'm also excited for our community to have an opportunity for all these new jobs. And I just look forward to seeing that. I know in Salyer, when the hot shot crew shows up for the summer and our all year round crew, it's just so much fun when all of the folks show up in town and our store lights up. So I know that it's good for all of the little communities where all these employees are going to come into. So thank you for all of that.
Welcome.
So I have one question for you. These 25 new hires that are going through your basic 32 fire training right now, what does that mean? Is that South Fork Management Unit, Trinity River Management Unit, 6 Rivers? What do those 25 mean for what our scope and vision would see right here?
Yeah, so the 25 students are a good mix of all the management units on the Shasta Trinity National Forest. So there's a mix of South Fork, Trinity River Management employees, and there's a mix of Shasta Lake and Mount Shasta McLeod Management Unit employees. So out of those 25, let's just say 10 are from the Trinity River and South Fork Management Unit. So when they come back to this side and continue on with their normal duties, when we have fires or, critical landscape projects within the fields organization that we need to accomplish, with this training, they'll be able to step in and help assist us.
Sure. So, and clearly you've got a lot of work to do. You've got the almost 16 million that was from the adding us to the list of 11 that were identified as needing extra help, and then an extra 3 million that I read in here. Does this 25, is this sort of normal for however often this training happens, or does this really represent the outflow of what your recruitment efforts have produced?
I think we're doing a better job recruiting. And I think the in-person hiring events are a huge plus. USA Jobs can be a daunting task to struggle through if you're not familiar with it. So I think with the in-person hiring events with agency employees and HR staffs having that one-on-one time with the applicants, we're seeing a greater amount of applicants come back as qualified and being able to move through the hiring process. So that's been a huge plus. So yeah.
Nice. Thank you for that extra effort, and pass that along to Tara and Rachel and others.
Will do.
Yeah, it's great. Anything else? Good. All right. Thank you, Ben.
right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thank
Thank you.
you. All right, Health and Human Services, item 1.3, presentation of the public health emergency, unwinding and impact to public assistance. No fiscal impact.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Tabitha Albers. I am the Program Manager for Eligibility and Admin. I have worked for Health and Human Services going on 12 years now. I started out as an eligibility worker before we reclassified the position to eligibility specialists. I've held the title of a lead worker. I was an analyst for 5 years. and a supervisor, and recently got promoted to eligibility program manager in June of last year. There is a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Next slide, please. So the onset of the public health emergency, while challenging, it allowed for Trinity County to continue to engage with our customers and provide benefits with an expanded outreach model. Positive changes to our business model included the transition from in-person to telephonic interviewing. This change allowed for the office to maintain health protocols while remaining open to the public. Telephonic interviewing allowed for customer appointments to be scheduled faster and for staff members to successfully work remotely. The use of online portals expanded the traditional hours of service from 8 to 5 to 24 hours. Customers are now able to file applications for benefits at any time. This is especially helpful as a frontier community for customers to reach out to us. Online portals also provided the opportunity for confidentiality to be maintained in outreach campaigns through the use of QR codes, as well as enhanced data collection and record keeping. In addition to these changes, the electronic signatures helped maximize our staff's ability to work remotely. The majority of documents necessary to complete the application process can now be signed via text messaging or through our interactive voice system response. This again allows for expedited case processing and for quicker receipt of benefits, as it removed the time delays involved with mailing. Over the last 3 years, a series of administrative flexibilities from the state also improved business practice standards. For instance, program waivers for CalFresh allowed for interviews to be waived if it was considered a complete application. The county also entered into agreements with the state to access income records from customers benefiting for us to verify their income, which reduced the needs of verifications. Next slide, please. So administrative support. Although the public health continues to unwind, Health and Human Services has also experienced an increase in in-person office visits. During the last month, our admin team facilitated over 500 in-person requests and answered over 900 phone calls. In addition to managing this lobby and the phone calls, the admin team is our first point of contact for the agency and has the sole responsibility of supporting eligibility and pinning our applications for benefits, as well as posting and sorting the mail for the agency. Next slide. February 2023 caseload counts. As you can see, currently 38% of Trinity County residents are receiving program assistance benefits through Health and Human Services. This is based upon the general census in 2020. Our eligibility department serves the county with providing the community with access to food assistance, healthcare benefits, and cash assistance. As you can see from the caseload counts, all districts are highly representative, but the caseload counts are also personal. District 1 has 664 recipients receiving aid. District 2 has 1,574. District 3 has 1,755. District 4 has 734. And District 5 has 381 recipients receiving assistance. Next slide, please. CalWorks, CalFresh, and Medi-Cal are the core eligibility programs. CalWorks provides eligible families to a wide range of benefits, including cash assistance, housing, and entry to participate with our employment services program. CalFresh provides food assistance to individuals and families, while Medi-Cal provides medical services for children and adults. All 3 programs are means tested with income and resource eligibility requirements, and all 3 programs have had an average increase of over 40% during the public health emergency. Again, to personalize these numbers, the CalWorks benefits average is $934 per family. CalFresh benefits is $226 per caseload. And Medi-Cal has over 1,000 beneficiaries who are aged and disabled. In 2020, these cases were managed by 9 eligibility specialists. Currently, they are being managed by 5, as we have a vacancy rate of over 50%. The unwinding of the public health emergency will be impactful. Starting this month, the CalFresh additional monthly benefits are ending. Since 2020, a minimum of $95 in supplemental CalFresh benefits have been issued monthly to each caseload. The loss of these benefits will be heavily felt with our elderly and disabled population, who will see their monthly benefits decrease from $281 to potentially $23 a month. Currently, the waiver for CalFresh interviews is also set to expire. This will create longer scheduling times for appointments, as the average interview is an hour, with staff having availability of up to 3 appointments per day. Medi-Cal redeterminations were also paused during the onset of the public health emergency. The California Department of Healthcare Services have instructed counties that all Medi-Cal cases will have to have a full redetermination within 14 months. For our county, this means that 3,700 cases will need to be processed. Next slide, please. This is the known roadmap for the public health unwinding and eligibility processing. As you can see, starting in June, each month reflects the mandatory redeterminations for the CalFresh and Medi-Cal programs. This does not include the average of 100 applications received each month, the average receipt of 125 semi-annual reports, and also customers reporting changes to their case. Ensuring that these compliances are met will be challenging. The average training to acquire the skills for an eligibility specialist is a year. Of the 5 staff members in eligibility, 3 are within the first year of their training. In order to successfully achieve the Department of Healthcare Services mandate, we have a priority strategy going. We are focusing on awareness through the social media campaigns. We're doing coordinated outreach with Partnership Managed Care, and we're going to do a school backpack flyer campaign. We will also be using ad hoc data to process future dated Medi-Cal redeterminations at the same time we are processing CalFresh recertifications. We've also established a dedicated phone line for the public to contact us concerning the redetermination impact. Next slide. So in all, Trinity County, we have been preparing for the end of the public health emergency, and our staff truly remains committed to serving the community. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. That's a little daunting.
It is, but the morale is good. The needs of our agency to rally and make this happen is there. It is a lot of work, and it's going to take some efforts for all of us to make it happen.
Indeed, a lot of work and a lot of responsibility.
It is.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you may.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there anything that we as supervisors can do in terms of just letting our folks know in our districts about this redetermination process? How can we help you just by educating the community within our own districts?
Excellent question. Please do not ignore our mailings. Okay, so for 3 years, mailings have been sent out, but no action was needed. So at this point, we have our customers who might not know that this year actually means something. In addition, call our office. We have a dedicated phone line. We need to know of any address changes that have happened. Returned mail gets to our office, which means the customers would not know that they have a missing report.
Okay. Will you guys have flyers or something we can put on local
Yes.
bulletin boards or anything? like
Yes,
that?
we have a series of social media campaigns that we can share
Okay.
so that we can post within all communities with the QR code. So if you wanted to do it online, you can take a picture and we would get the information that same day.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did want to ask, first of all, great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
And for what you do. The 50% understaffed, is that just can't fill the positions? They're funded, you just can't fill them? Or is it a
Correct.
combination?
Yeah, we have had the allocations available. We've actually been continuous recruitment for about 2 years. So the funding is available. The funding is secure.
Good. Well, at least we have that piece.
Yes.
What is the limiting factor on why you haven't received or you haven't been able to fill those positions?
Competitive salary based upon local market conditions.
And that again is not determined by anything that the county has immediate control over, as I understand it. That is really about compensation studies based on parameters dealt with unions, everything else. It's not like we can wave a magic wand and suddenly make those go up.
I wish there was a magic wand. No, it is part of the negotiation process.
Yeah, okay. And the funding from
Is
these
secure.
programs
Mhm.
is secure and it
Mhm.
comes, it's not general fund money. It's comes from the various sources that you guys have in that organization.
Correct. We are reimbursed via federal and state funding for these positions.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Could you make sure that you leave some flyers with Ashley or myself for the Douglas City store? We'd be more than happy to help.
I can, I don't have them with me, but I can email them to Ashley so they could be presented.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You good? You had something?
Nope. I was just wondering if you would be entertaining a short recess before we.
I
go to
would,
public
be
comment.
more than happy to. Let's take a, do you need 5 or 10?
5's good.
5-minute break. Thank you. Back at 10 o'clock. It might be 4 because it might be 45 seconds after. 55.
could be a potential future agenda item. This has just happened down in Mendocino County where their cannabis program was having a really, really difficult time getting in gear and getting licenses out. They were having a real, similar staff problems as us, similar financial problems as us. Their local trade association wrote a letter to Nicole Elliott, the director of Department of Cannabis Control, asking for some intervention to help their program get off the ground. They literally have 1% of their applicants in annual licenses. Miss Elliott said yes, sent a letter back to their supervisors. They just had an agenda item on this just recently, and the supervisors accepted that offer of assistance. I would suggest that if our financial issues continue being as troublesome as they are now, that we avail ourselves of that also. I would happily collaborate. We have a great relationship through our trade association with DCC. If the county would like some help straightening up the finances, I would happily make that request to Ms. Elliott and ask her to respond back to you. So I don't want to go off half-cocked or do anything unnecessary. So if that were to be something you might consider, just let me know. The board action would come, I suppose, to accept the offer of help. So if there is anything in the financials that you think the state could help us out with, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Adrian, I'm sorry, just what county was that?
It was Mendocino County.
Adrian, do you know how many licenses they have now in Mendocino?
Well, I know they got one more out so far this year.
5?
I think they have a total of 12 out of 800 and something applications.
That makes sense.
So with my apologies, whoever said, you're good. If you're finished, we're good. Sorry. I missed a step, so let me circle back. This time is for information for the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. So, with that, do we have anyone else caring to make public comment?
Morning, Chair, members of the board, Jake Grossman, Chris Hayfork. I wanted to comment today on the idea of appointing the Planning Commission to handle or to be the Building Department Appeals Board. Under Building Code, on the Trinity County Building Code, section 15.04.200, I'll just quote it. The Building Department Appeals Board is created to hear and decide appeals of orders, decisions, or determinations made by the county building officials relative to the application, interpretation of interpretation of the county code. I requested this an appeal to this board about a year ago with Jim Santiago regarding an interpretation of Trinity County Building Code. I was told in writing via email, sorry, we don't have that board, period. I've requested that again recently. Cody said that he'd look into it. I know Ed's in this email thread. I know Tom Blanco has spoken about this in the Planning Commission. You know, we adopted the state building code in Trinity County. I forget the year. I'm sure Tom knows it off the top of his head, and all of its appendices. And when we have interpretations that are directly are in conflict with state building code, we have the same building code. I believe that's something that would go to the board. I know that it's hard for us to assemble a random board. Maybe the Planning Commission is the fastest route for that, or maybe it's a route for an interim board to hear some of these appeals. But it is greatly needed. And I do believe that probably anybody who's dealt with the building department in this community feels like, wow, I had no idea that was there. And it's probably a reason that that's in the building code. I'd love to see this be a matter that's urgently addressed. Because if we're all going to be held to the building code, I think that we all should be held to the building code. But if we can pick and choose what sections we want, I'm also totally open to that. But either way, if this is something we could address, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. Just following up a little on what Jake was talking about, I'd love to take credit for discovering this in Trinity County Code. I didn't, but I did verify it is in there. It's 15.04.200, the Building Department Appeals Board, which makes sense. It makes sense as it's in there. I think, obviously we probably don't need it very often. I can peer over the horizon and see when we finally do get our alternative building code invoked, we just might have some differences of opinion on certain matters. I think a board like that will be valuable. However, I do think that probably the quickest way between here and there is to maybe a resolution could do this, designate when necessary the Planning Commission as the building department review appeals board. I think if you look in the code, there's certain qualifications that the board should have. I think the Planning Commission, certainly our commission that we have now, mirrors those. So I think that would get us without having to create this board and have a meeting schedule and all that. The same way this board sits from time to time as the election board or the various hats you wear. I think this is a fine hat for the Planning Commission. And I do think it is a valuable thing, and it's in the code. So somebody before us probably thought it was a worthwhile thing too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands and no new jobs.
All right.
Chair, I know you said that not get into discussion, but we can direct staff. I'm at least interested in having staff come back to us with information about this so we better understand it.
I have already been texting with Margaret just on that. So yes, and thank you for bringing that out. All right, with that, public comment is closed. We will move on to reports.
You didn't have any on Zoom? Okay, I missed that somehow.
Reports and announcements, item 2.1, reports from department heads. Any department heads in the room wishing to give a report? You seeing none? Any on Zoom?
Drew Pablani.
Okay, good morning, Drew.
Good morning. Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. I'd like to just give a quick licensing stats update for you all. We're still sitting at just over 400 Appendix C documents received, and we are currently at 146 approved environmental documents that have been noticed in the paper, and 93 of those have been picked up. And so where we started the beginning of this year, trending around a 50% noticed to picked up and active, we're now up to 64%. And my hope is that we will see that number continue to trend upwards and finish the fiscal year at around a 70% rate is what I'm using. And that ties into some of the projections that I'll present later on. So that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right. Item 2, report from County Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm going to put on a department head hat very quickly and just say that I'm very proud of Tabitha's presentation and bringing that information to the board to understand the impact of the public health unwinding plan our department is going to be working through for the next 14 months. The heavy lift, as you guys all saw, and just proud of the work that the collective team does under her leadership. Also, with our Veteran Services Officer, Jennifer Dobbs is hosting a town hall today at 1 o'clock at our Veterans Hall. Our officer, along with representatives from the VA clinic in Reading. We'll be there and it's open to all to discuss healthcare issues, questions about individual benefits for anyone interested, and then presenting on changes. So wanted you to make you aware of that. And then in the administration office, we have several items that we have been working on that are on the agenda today. So I'll wait for those in order. We did complete in the HR office loss prevention specialist interviews, and an offer has been made. And I'm hoping that we, in short order, have really good news on the other side of that. So slowly and surely moving along.
Nice.
End of report.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. The reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start with Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Thank you. 1 second, let me get that book out. I just since last meeting, I did spend some time in Brett Ranch visiting with their small community water district. They're have received some funding and they're going to be needing, hopefully we can facilitate it, but some support from the county, potentially being the lead agency on their CEQA needs for their water district. They've been working for many years to get their water system upgraded, and it's taken quite a long time, and they now have the grants to do that, but they need the county to be able to help them with as being the lead agency on the CEQA documents. I'm hoping to look into that and see if we can, how we might be able to support them. And then I did meet with Assemblyman Woods staffer and gave her a brief, very quick tour of some of the damages that were done around the Sire Heights and Lower Sire community, and spoke with her about the water district needs for the Sire Loop community. And they're in the process of trying to get the funding through the state, and just ask her if she would be able to help put some voice into that. But other than that, that is pretty much what I did.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Gogan.
On the 8th of this month, I was at a Trinity County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Commission meeting. We do have some openings there. A couple members of Trinity River Restoration Program have left due to conflict of interest, and Ashley is our secretary there, and we are looking for some interested parties. They don't have to be fishing guides, or just stakeholders from the community would be great to fill those positions. So they can get hold of me, Ashley, Charlie Holdhouse, who's our current president, would be a good person to get hold of. On the 13th of this month, I was at an LPC meeting, which is a meeting for oral health for children under 8 years old. Few things that I found surprising that I didn't know about was 50% of kindergartners have tooth decay by the time they get into kindergarten. So we're going to try to do something to get some help there, a box and a brush thing. And we're also going to have kindergarten teachers start to implement somewhat of a brushing program for younger students to get them into better habits than they have presently. So that should be a good thing, and hopefully throughout their life that will make their teeth and dental visits a lot easier going. We also had a watershed council. I think Heidi was in on that on the 14th. They do great work. We're happy to work with them. I can't say enough about that group. They're just very active and a really good group to work with. On the 16th, and I think that Rick had mentioned this last meeting, Fairgrounds Board meeting was held here. Again, I can't say enough about the Fairgrounds Board meeting from Hay Fork. They're just phenomenal. They are present, fully staffed all the time, and do just an absolute job. And honestly, what goes on with that group and how they get the fair and everything associated with the fair going is unbelievable to me, but they do a fantastic job. And honestly, I can't give those guys enough credit for what they do and gals for what they do. It's amazing. So my hat's off as usual to them. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Lewiler.
Okay, let's see. So no out-of-county travel. From the airport standpoint, working with residents regarding residential through the fence agreement. These are basically when properties encroach on the airport property and special agreements need to be made. And there's been a holdup with that. So I'm working with our director of transportation and those folks trying to work through that. PSA 2 attended my first meeting with Chair Cox, is the chair of that committee. So I'll let her speak more into that. The Fire Chiefs Association, CAL FIRE was providing updates regarding their new hazard safety maps. A point they were trying to make is while they keep hearing that people are saying insurance rates went up after those maps were released, that their understanding is that the insurance companies have their own mapping systems that may use a lot of the same criteria, but it is their maps and their ratings that are risk ratings versus safety hazard ratings that are really driving the insurance rates. But they did say that you can ask to see exactly what the insurance companies are using to make those adjustments, and then you can evaluate that. They also talked about the AB 38 requirements for people who are selling their properties to have those properties inspected for home hardening and defensible space, and mentioned that they have recently filled a new position that's a full-time position dedicated to doing those inspections. And they provided an online link where you can request that inspection. It has to be done within a year of selling a property. So people hopefully are finding out about that and taking that action. CSAC, we have a legislative conference and board meeting coming up in mid-April. Cannabis Finance Ad Hoc, my role with that ends today. We'll be presenting the information, and so that ad hoc can be dissolved, or my assignment to that staff committee ad hoc. Workforce development workshop, Trinity together, and I can't remember which other organization we're hosting, but pulled together a great workshop where they brought people together from various organizations that help with workforce development. And it was a very well planned and run meeting. And I think people came away realizing there were a lot of things happening and resources available to them they weren't aware of, and they made connections that I think will lead to outcomes. And that, I believe, is going to be a quarterly meeting. And it was really good to see that kind of happening, and that people are recognizing all the different ways they can work together. Completing some training that's appeals related. So for certain types of appeals, we have to have special training. So I'm going through that. Snow maintenance for the volunteer fire departments, a potential solution has been pulled together. And the next step is to share that with the volunteer fire departments so that we can get their feedback prior before that being brought to the board at the next agenda. I just wanted to recognize some community action. Someone brought this to my attention. There's a lot of problems with Verizon being out, which I didn't even know about for a while because we don't have any cell service at our place. But I understand it was a real problem. And Brian Poe, an individual in the community, spent hours and hours and hours getting through to tier 5 within Verizon, showing them pictures of the tower before they would finally acknowledge that something was really wrong, because everybody else was being told, oh, there's nothing wrong. Our map shows you're fine. And so that kind of community action made a difference, and I thought deserves some recognition. And then I also wanted to give some kudos to our Office of Emergency Services, the state of emergency declaration that we met with about last Friday. Their efforts to get online a tool that allows people to report property damage from the storms, I think is not only a great tool for the individuals to get that information to OES for their own purposes, but it helps OES because they use that information to help make the case to support our declaration so that we get the funding that we need. So I think it's a great resource. It's on their website. They post it on social media. I've shared it. Thank you for doing it. And hopefully you'll get a lot of good information.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frazier.
On the 16th, I went to Eureka for the North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District Board meeting. I was once again, I guess you could say, elected, more likely appointed as the vice chair of that group.
And the main portion of that meeting was spent, we had a presentation and discussion mostly about OPEB liabilities and how North Coast Unified is working through that going forward. And if anybody on the board would like any of that information, I did pull some of that out of my agenda packet, kept it, so I can share that with you if you need it, I believe. Other than that, I had nothing.
Jill.
Sure.
I forgot a couple things.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I had a nice meeting with the Department of Transportation as we continue to try to work through some of our challenges with Garrett Road and the Lower South Fork Road, and just keeping updated on the stuff on the Canyon Creek Road. And I appreciate the staff's time and Liz's time at that meeting. And then also I attended the collaborative meeting as the secondary for you on, what day was that, Friday? This week was a whirlwind, is partially why I'm Thursday. And then I also attended a VOAD meeting via Zoom. So this week was busy.
Was. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks
Sorry,
for
I
your work.
forgot
No,
this.
you're good.
I missed my notes.
Oh, the only other thing I was going to ask, and I don't know the appropriate way, Chair, but I have been hearing and seeing lots of comments with people in the community concerned that water is being released from the dam that is because the dam is being repaired. And so they're worried that all this moisture that we're getting is just being let go because poor timing on doing dam maintenance. All my efforts have found that that's not the case, but the rumors persist. And I'm just wondering if we can actually request that somebody come forward that's in an official position to give a formal presentation and put facts out in place of rumors.
You bet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is a grand idea.
So I guess just to back up what you're saying, that the water is not being released for mechanical restoration of the dam right now. It's part of a winnable flow variability action that the TRP has in place right now. So it does not, I think Paul Hauser spoke to that, maybe in the paper. I read it somewhere, but
He did.
it's not, they're not releasing water to keep it over the spillway or to fix the rotary gates there. It's a restoration variable flow action that's in place right now. I'm not exactly sure why they're doing it, but it is what it is. And I did have a couple other things now that Heidi jumped in with her other couple things. Douglas City Fire Department did just get a brand new, or new to us, a fire truck from Reading. Took us quite a while to get it. We worked hard, but we got one of their older trucks and a few pallets of accessories to go with it. A big giant help to Trinity, or to Douglas City Volunteer Fire Department. We also received a brand new to us truck. I think it's a 2019 truck for our fire chief, volunteer fire chief, which is another huge improvement. And I will give props to those guys who are really working hard. We got a great volunteer fire department there. It's growing every day. It's getting younger in age. Really doing a good job there. So I thank them a ton. And if there's any questions about, and I received the same amount of questions probably you do, Rick, on the water releases and the fixing of the dam and all that, feel free to steer them towards myself, perhaps Heidi too, as we may know more than the average person about what's going on there, since we're on the TMC and interacting with the Trinity River Restoration Program on a regular basis. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So on the 8th of March, I attended the RCRC meeting in Sacramento. On February 17th, this was the bill introduction deadline for the first year of the 23-24 legislative session. And if we haven't had enough mind-blowing statistics for the morning, I'll add one more. There were 2,632 bills that were introduced timely, the highest number in more than a decade. 40% of those were spot bills or intent bills that are placeholder measures that don't have substance yet, but that still leaves 1,579. So measures that RCRC is sponsoring that would be of interest to us. RCRC has proposed expansion of Cal Recycle's illegal dumping program to cover illegally dumped hazardous waste. That bill was introduced by Assemblymember Hoover. And then AB 1548 was drafted to respond to an experience coming right out of Trinity County. As a part of Senate Bill 54 discussions a few years ago, RCRC tried to figure out what some of the barriers are to local recycling. Based on those discussions, they tried to find sources of Cal Recycle grant funding to get locals the sorting, baling, and aggregating infrastructure to get recyclable materials into the marketplace. I know, I feel the excitement coming right over here. Unfortunately, the scenario wasn't covered by any of the state's grant programs. So when funding was finally available at the federal level, the minimum grant award was set far too high to be of assistance. They have also worked into the bill clarifications as to what types of projects can be funded to help locals meet Cal Recycle edible food recovery requirements, and included a component that seeks to provide seed money for locals to develop reuse programs that divert solid waste from the landfill. So we are in, Diane Rader and I are in conversation with John Kennedy, who is RCRC's political lead on this. He has drafted a suggested letter. Diane is putting some refinements to that where she sees fit, and we should have that on a board agenda to lend our support for that bill for your consideration at our next meeting. RCRC delegates participated in 3 days of meetings in Washington, D.C., and key areas of discussion among many included funding opportunities available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, and reauthorization of the Secure Rural Schools and Payments in Lieu of Taxes program, and also cannabis banking. And then bills that could impact the pace and scale of California's forest management. There are several of interest. I won't go into them here, but I will make those available for Supervisor Leutwiler to present to the fire chiefs and also to the Fire Safe Council.
Thank you.
And then let's see, the Disaster Council meeting last week, just so impressed with our OES Director, Philip Simi, and HHS Deputy Director, Mike Katani. They just did such a thorough job of covering needs, collecting operational concerns to make adjustments. We're going that would improve our services going forward. And just those meetings are always, I've been to a whole 2. And they are so important, so critical to how we respond in the future. And I just really appreciate that intentional means of collecting data and having those conversations that in moments you can't have, and later it's important to circle back. So thank you for that. PSA 2, I am continuing. This is my second year as chair of that committee. They just do such important work for seniors. The direct service partnership with Dignity Health Connected Living that coordinates with the Weaverville Church of the Nazarene was started as a pilot program probably 6 months ago. I lose track of time. I should have grabbed that date. It started with 20 participants, and now it has increased to 50. All home delivered meals. They deliver 1 hot meal and 1 frozen meal on Tuesdays, 1 hot meal and 2 frozen meals on Thursdays. And so now with congregate dining opening up under the guidance and rules, the church has expressed an interest in facilitating the indoor dining for participants for 2 days of hot meals. There is a transition right now to finding a new program manager, but the pastor and a trained volunteer are willing to carry out this important position until a new coordinator can be established and onboarded. That is the end of my report. So moving on now to the ad hoc reports, the Good Neighbor Authority. Meetings are moving forward. I met with Tara and David Colbeck and Kelly, why does her last name escape me? No. I apologize to her. I'll think of it. Just working through some more details of this. And I do just want to take a brief moment to manage expectations a tad. Because I have been leading the charge in great hopes and excitement, and not that there aren't, but there are components of this that may take a bit to implement. One piece of that would be administrative costs that are written into the agreement as a default that will take a little time to prove otherwise, that then can be changed. So while it is an amazing opportunity for us, I just want us to proceed with our eyes wide open that this is a document that will last us 10 years, and it may not, it's not going to show us all of its potential straight out of the gate. So it is being wrapped up. There is a supplemental project agreement that's included in it. So the master agreement is kind of like the umbrella. And then the supplemental project agreement, that's the one that identifies a project and has the money tied into that. So as Ben Sundal reported out earlier, that should be submitted to grants and agreements by the end of the month so that we can hopefully have it through that process before that system becomes a bit bottlenecked with so many that will go into there. And that is the end of my Good Neighbor Authority report. So on to the strategic plan. Supervisor Leweiler.
Yes, so work continues in that area, a little bit haltered by the fact that I was supposed to be facilitating a meeting on Friday morning, and we were still in our board session. So they met without me and worked on the template and the guidelines that had been laid out, but we are continuing to meet. We're meeting every other week and trying to get things ready for when Trent is here so that we can hand him off something that is, if not absolutely complete, very well close to that so that he can put the final touches on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Trinity County Water, anything from that ad hoc today?
No, nothing yet. We are, I've been in contact with Tom Stokely just about a few things. But we're still in the infancy stages of that. I think we are kind of waiting for Trent to come on board where we can kind of get this thing going and talk to Humboldt County and their delegates about how we'd like to move forward. Maybe with us working with them in a way to get a good resolution to this 50,000 acre feet.
Okay, great. Thank you. And cannabis ordinance, you shared a bit.
First,
Go ahead.
so we had our Supervisor Fraser and I had our first meeting with staff and consultants last week, but that was not the start of the work that group had been doing. So the work was well underway. I believe that a first draft of updates, proposed updates to the cannabis ordinances are expected this week or next. Also confirmed there are 2 public workshops that are planned, and those would be to take place before the matter became before the board. So this will be, rather than public and private and all that ad hoc meetings, the ad hoc is really working with staff and consultants to put something together. The public workshops are designed to have very interactive, in a more engaging way than we can do here in the boardroom to get public feedback about what those proposed changes are. And we're also talking about potentially trying to solicit some of that feedback while we're working on what we're going to propose. So that we're going to try to keep that as transparent and engaging as possible. Also looking at developing some kind of clarifying statements and frequently asked questions so that we can just try to be as clear as possible. And as we've seen in a lot of times when cannabis ordinances are on the agenda, it becomes a very controversial, scary thing to a lot of people, whichever quote side you're on. And so we're just trying to anticipate as much of that and move through it efficiently.
All right,
I think that's-
additional to report?
The only other thing I would add to that is that we do have another meeting scheduled for this Friday where we'll actually meet in person with, that'll just be county staff and Supervisor Leweiler and I to move forward on that some more and try to get the ball rolling. We're still kind of feeling our way into it right now. We haven't really got established.
Okay, all right. Very good. Thank you. All right. Economic development. I'll let Supervisor Lowbauer take the lead.
Well, I think one of the things just to understand, we've talked before about that we've been reaching out and trying to identify resources that are available to us. And the presentation that you saw today from the Cooperative Extension is a good example of that. That was an organization that has always been available to us. And yet when we reached out to them, their representation of Trinity County was, well, you've been disinvested. And what that meant when you asked for clarification was, well, you've never asked us for anything. And so, and I'm sure never is not the right term. So it's great that we are finding these resources. We're raising our hand. And as if you were watching earlier, you heard part of what we're really trying to do in this ad hoc committee is engage with people and try to get as many people in the community that are truly interested and willing to invest time and resources and everything in economic development looped in with all these resources so that isn't single threaded. There are so many organizations and so many individuals that are trying to do great things in the community, and we're just trying to bring the resources together and provide some structure and focus. And then work continues with both private citizens, state, regional resources. I'm still excited about more of the detail that we heard from Alec today, but also the economic development director that we spoke to with RCRC. I think the work that he's offered to do on our behalf will really help us bring something together that's cohesive and clear enough that it can start to probably make a lot more sense to people than just the dialogue that we have right now.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. The report back from Bob Burris, the RCRC Economic Development staff member, is also what I'm waiting for to decide what next steps are going to look like.
Great.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the staff committee report. You shared a bit. Do you have more?
On the cannabis finance part, well, Drew, I believe, will be leading us through a presentation. I think just to set the stage, I want to explain there was a lot of work that went into this because it's not only trying to find a way to clearly communicate the realities of the financials, because there's a lot of opinions about the financials, and I think we wanted to get it as clear and as factual as possible. And not only where we've been and where we are, but also where we think we're going. And that is a little bit of guesswork, but it's educated guesswork. And so that's what you're going to be hearing. And more than anything, I want to set the stage when the reason that we're having this is because the board is being asked later today to make a decision about funding. And that funding request is not because additional expenses are coming out of the department. It is because the revenues are not flowing into the department. And that is because of the program implementation required by the settlement agreement that says you must go through all of these stages before you can operate. Well, that meant that everybody had to halt, do all that work before they start taking up their license and producing, which means all the revenue stopped. That's why we're having this discussion in the first place. And I just wanted to be clear because sometimes it comes about, oh, well, they're just spending too much money, stop spending. It's not, they're spending exactly what they said they would spend, and they're doing what they said they would do, but the revenues aren't flowing outside of their control for the most part.
Okay. All right, so we do have, and my apologies, because it's twice now I've introduced this upside down. A staff committee report needs to be directed to the staff member who's in charge of that, not the supervisor who's assigned to be of service to them. So we do have Division Director Plabani ready to give his report out.
Thank you, Chair. I think Supervisor Lutweiler did a great job sort of introducing the item and summarizing what our primary objectives have been. So I don't know that I have too much more to add other than I look forward to presenting item 5.1 to you all for your consideration later on today.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? See none in the room.
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right. So we will close public comment on that. I will be pulling items 3.5 and 3.14. Any other board members have items to pull? 3.5 and 3.14.
I don't have an item to pull, but I would point out that item 3.6, there is a typo that should say July 5th, not July 7th, but it is correct in the background information.
Okay, thank you for that catch. Council, do we need to handle that? Or is it can just be considered as a typo and we're good?
It can be considered as a typographical error.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. All right, so we should probably read this differently, 3.5 and 3.14. It always seems weird that 1.14 comes after, and I think of decimals and they're not, they're actual numbers. So would anyone care to make a motion on the balance of the consent calendar?
I move to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
I will second.
Yeah, all right, motion by.
Chair, just for clarification, did you pull 3.7?
Did not. Do I need to do so? Do we need to do so because we have, and that's going to be tricky. So yeah, okay, let's pull it. We'll talk about it. Thank you. 3.7. Yes. All right, so Supervisor Lutweiler, would your motion then to be approved, the balance minus 3.7 as well?
Yes.
And Supervisor Gogan, your second agrees?
Yes.
All right. So with that,
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
aye. All right. So item 3.5. So this is a request, adopt a resolution giving, okay. Excuse me one moment while I gather myself. All right, I just had them out of order. Okay, thank you. Adopt a resolution giving signature authority on all federal contracts and other necessary documents for financial transactions, and adopt a resolution giving signature authority on all state contracts and other necessary documents for final transactions. And I'm going to refer to council on this, if you would, please. Yes.
Apologize, it was on 3.7. So the request was made, or the document that is within the file does not have a retroactive component to it. It's typically done prior or right as the new chair and vice chair are sworn in. It appears to have been put on late, and I just wanted to confirm it's the intent of the board to cover the entire term of the board members, and if so, we would just want to put a line in there saying retroactive to the date that you were appointed to that position.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from board members? All right, with that, could I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve item 3.5 as amended.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Lutweiler to approve as amended.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, and now for the one that's going to be tricky. Find item 3.7, find no objection to the issuance of a daily alcoholic beverage license to the Rotary Club of Weaverville to serve alcoholic beverages at their Dreammakers Gala and auction to be held at the Veterans Memorial Hall in Weaverville, California on April 15th, 2023. We have 3 board members who are members of the Weaverville Rotary.
Thank you. I know this matter was pulled because 3 potentially have a conflict here. Just to give you some information on the process when this occurs, because it does occur at times. If 3 board members declare a conflict and the requirement is that you have a majority of the board approve an item, such as this case, the Brown Act actually has a provision that allows for one of the members who's recused to participate in it and not have a potential for a conflict. The process you go by, which is typically you, the 3 members who or more who recuse themselves will draw straws. Whoever receives a straw that is, the longest or the shortest is allowed to stay and vote on it. And then it's presumed from a legal perspective that they do not have a conflict. Now, I do not have straws, although I usually do carry them, but I do have pieces of paper, one of which has an X on it. And the clerk of the board can have you randomly select, and then whoever has the X is allowed to stay. Again, if you declare a conflict.
Okay.
And is that the the only way that that selection can be made?
It must be done by a random process.
It must be done random. Oh, okay.
It
I was
must be
gonna
done
say,
by a random process. Yeah.
okay, I was gonna say two of us are on the board of Rotary and one is not. So I thought the one that's not, but if it's random is what we're supposed to do, then.
Correct. If all three declare a conflict, it's an equal conflict regardless of your status. Now, if in this case, it's a personal decision whether you believe you have a conflict. If only 2 board members feel they have a conflict and they step out, then we're fine. But if all 3 declare conflict, then we'll proceed with the process, and I have them ready for the clerk.
Thank you.
I would say I don't feel like I have a conflict, but I don't want the perception of a conflict, so I will recuse.
Right. I as well.
I as well.
Get your straws.
One thing quickly, Chair, and we forgot this on the last item. You do need to open this to public comment.
My apologies. Thank you for the catch. Is there any, I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment on this
Let's do
item?
the recusal first, so those that are recused step out
yeah.
of the room.
Okay, fair.
Thank you.
Next question for council. Now who's the chairman of the board?
Well, we'll see how this turns out. And
Yeah, exactly.
we have to go to the
One of the
floor.
extras could be for them, so.
Well, I got the X, so we're good.
You're saying?
So that means I stay.
There's
All
one
right.
with the next.
So that answers the
That
chair
answers
question.
that. Okay, with that, I will now open this item for public comment. Is there any in the room? Okay, any on Zoom?
I have Keith Groves online.
Okay. Keith, are you able to speak?
Sorry about that. I too caught the previous that you didn't go to public, and I asked for a point of order but was muted. So I think you guys need to come up with some sort of plan if there's a point of order. And I know that's not this item, but I'm still behind. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. My apologies for that. Can I circle back at some point and reopen public comment on that item? And I will do so after we finish this item. Okay. Any others with raised hands on Zoom?
I have no other raised hands, no new job.
All right.
I will make a motion to approve item 3.7.
We open it for comment,
See, we had public comment.
I'll second for discussion.
discussion, excuse me.
Now you
discussion.
may. Mhm.
It seems odd that this is the best way to resolve something by, I know it may be the only way, is to add someone who has a conflict of opinion back into the voting on something that they have a conflict of opinion with. This may be the only legal grounds to do this, but is there no other way we're inviting someone who has a conflict of interest into voting on something they have a conflict of interest on?
Absolutely. So I'll just tell you the background on it is that in county governments, you have to have a majority for something to be approved. And it's the majority of the Board of Supervisors, not a majority of those who are present. So when we drop below a majority, and that happens when more than three or more members recuse themselves, there's no way to move the item forward. So when the legislation was creating the Brown Act, they contemplated that potentially happening. And so what they did was put it in to make it a random person who can return, as opposed to having it specified or having it selected. And that way, the concept is that it creates some level of neutrality on that. This can't be done if there's what we call a 1090 violation or a violation of monetary. That means that item just can't move forward. But on conflicts of interest, which are just additional relationships with an organization, this is the only way that the Brown Act and the law contemplates to allow it to move forward. And the other option would be that we just couldn't hear the items.
Understood, but not understood. I'll go with it.
All right.
That's the way we can do it.
All right. So any further discussion?
I just wanted to clarify who made the second on that. Was that you? Okay. Yep. I'm good.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
All right, if someone would
Bring
ask
them
our
back up
supervisors
here.
back, great. Thank you. All right, while they are returning, I'm going to circle back.
I
to-
think I'm gonna jump in here, but because I think we ask council, should we actually make a motion to reconsider item 3.5?
Correct, yes.
I would, at this point, if it's the right time, I will make a motion to reconsider item 3.5.
Thank you. I'll second.
3.7 approved.
Circling back. Item of reconsideration on 3.5 because I forgot to. Okay. So now I have to open public comment on the motion of reconsideration. Is there any public comment on the motion of reconsideration in the room or online?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. If you would please pull the board.
Motion to reconsider. Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye. All right, with that reopening of this item, I would like to open public comment, which I failed to do. My apologies. Any public comment on item 3.5 in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, that will close public comment and move on to item 3.
We'll have to vote on that again.
Really? So sorry. Wow, I think it's punishment enough. I will not forget to open public comment again. All right.
I move that we approve.
And I will second.
We're moving to approve as amended, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right. Item 3.14, adopt a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for local law enforcement sheriff realignment, Department 8561, increasing revenue by $70,210 and transfer out by $148,923. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for Sheriff Department 2281, increasing revenue by $93,000, transfers in by $148,923, services and supplies by $139,923, interfund expenditures by $36,000, and fixed assets by $66,000. Increase in sheriff's general fund appropriations in the amount of $241,923. Current cash balance is the local law enforcement sheriff fund 561, $424,055.19, and current cash balance in the sheriff's general fund 110 is $336,412.41. The reason I pulled the item is simply that I was unavailable to reach staff yesterday. I was able to reach them this morning and just clear my confusion in that this appeared to me to be a general fund ask, which it is not. But I was guessing that if I had that question, perhaps somebody else would have that question. And so I've asked Mary Treese from the sheriff's office to just simply give a simple explanation of the item, just so that we have clarity for the public. So Mary, thank you for entertaining my request.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Mary Treese, the business manager of the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. Happy to answer your questions on this item today. These are 3 different revenue sources that we're asking to spend funds against in this fiscal year. The first is the COPS growth funding that passes through Department 8561 for a total of $148,823. Some of that revenue was received in fiscal year 22-23 and some in prior fiscal years. So those funds have already been received. $65,000 of it is through VSCC Prop 64 grant funds for the purchase of a vehicle for our school deputy that is helping in our local education systems. And those funds have already been approved by the BSCC grant committee as well. An additional $28,000 from state aid to fund an employee wellness program. That's brand new to us. And we'll be trying to complete that project also this fiscal year. So just to clarify what Supervisor Cox was asking this morning, this is not contingency fund request. This is just a request to spend these specific funding sources.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any questions of board members? Any public comment in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right. Thank you. With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, entertain a motion.
Move to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right. Thank you. We need a break. We good? All right, moving on to public hearings. Building and Development Services, item 4.1. Conduct a public hearing to consider taking the following actions concerning the county buildings and construction ordinance Title 15. Number one, find the adoption and implementation of this ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, common sense exemption, which applies to projects where the activity will not result in a significant effect on the environment. Number two, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing Trinity County Code Section 15.26 regarding electric vehicle charging station permit streamlining, no fiscal impact. And I would refer this item to our Associate Planner, Skylar Fisher. She's on the line.
Hello, yes. Okay, there I am. Hi, this is Skylar Fisher, Associate Planner with the Trinity County Planning Department, and I'm going to spend the next few minutes discussing item 4.1, the electric vehicle charging station permit streamlining ordinance, as just described by Chairman Cox. So this item has been before our County Board of Supervisors a few times now, but I think it always benefits from a brief recap. So where this draft ordinance came from was a combination of Assembly Bill 1236 and AB 970 from the state, which requests that local jurisdictions streamline the permitting processes for electric vehicle charging stations to limit the review of these types of permits to like health and safety requirements to create that expedited timeframe. Part of that, as referenced in AB 1236, is that there be a checklist with certain criteria that jurisdictions must meet to be considered streamlined and compliant. Part of that also is a checklist, or it's like mostly like an application with all of the required questions for those who would like to submit an electric vehicle charging station permit over at the building department. So in order to meet this requirement, county staff worked with representatives from Rural County Representatives of California and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, or GOBIZ, to draft the ordinance based on the template ordinance that was developed by the state and to update that aforementioned checklist application to be consistent with the checklist, but also like add, the Trinity County heading, make sure that it was something that could be navigated by and looked okay for our potential applicants to use. So as I mentioned before, this item originally went to the board back in December, so December 6th. It was then continued to the December 20th and then the 29th board hearings. After this, after the 29th meeting, the board moved to have the Planning Commission review the project to see which zoning districts would be most compatible with electric vehicle charging stations. During this time, there was an amendment to the second to last preamble for sake of clarity for language, because I remember when we were going through it, it was kind of like very clunky. Sorry, I got a little too excited and muted myself. So there was some clarity added there so that it was easier to read, and a few other admin changes, which were track changed when presented to the Planning Commission. And so this item went to the January 26, 2023 Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission voted to find all zoning districts eligible to consider ways to encourage electric vehicle charging stations in the counties, such as not increasing taxes on parcels with electric vehicle charging stations improvements, and to adopt the current checklist and ordinance as was at the time of that meeting. Since then, the item returned to the Board of Supervisors on February 22nd, where the board voted to amend the draft ordinance to add an additional line to section 15.xx.40, which is permit application processing, which states that commercial EVCS applications will be streamlined in commercial zoning districts C1, C2, C3, HCI. All others must obtain a planning commission issued use permit, which later that language was clarified to instead be obtain a conditional use permit. After this meeting for the second reading of the ordinance on March 7th, 2023, that's when the language was clarified in that aforementioned section that was added to be a conditional use permit. In addition, there was an amendment to section 15.xx.20, which is definitions, to add bullet C, which is a commercial charging station, means a standalone charging station intended for profit. So since that March 7th meeting, the most recent draft of the ordinance did go to a representative from GoBiz, which, as mentioned, is the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, in which they reviewed the ordinance for consistency with Assembly Bill 1236. And there was some concern from the representative regarding the intent of the aforementioned Assembly Bill, which was to eliminate barriers and expedite the processing for all electric vehicle charging station permit types. The intent is to have a future discussion with them, but that hasn't happened yet. And this item was agendized for this meeting, but I figured I should add it in. So the full record of what's been going on as far as as much as I know, I want to, of course, share. And the two aforementioned amendments are included within the packet and are highlighted to pop out for emphasis.
Thank you.
So all of that being considered, staff's recommendation based on the proposed amendments from the board is to find the adoption and implementation of the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA for the common sense exemption, and to introduce and waive the reading of the ordinance establishing Trinity County Code Section 15.26 regarding electric vehicle charging station permit streamlining. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Skylar. Any questions of board members? All right, with that, we will open the item for public comment. Any public comment in the room? And seeing none, any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, we will close public comment, bring the item back to the board. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I move that we approve as submitted.
I will second.
Right, we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler and a second by Supervisor Gogan. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, picking up on what Skylar was sharing, it was interesting to see. It didn't take long at all for us to get a response back to the changes that we were making. The state representative didn't feel were appropriate. And my view, open to others, is that we go ahead with approving what we've done, and then we can have our conversation that's already scheduled. And if we need to bring this back and make another change, we do, but we don't hold this up yet again. We go with what we put together. That's my thought.
I agree.
So great.
All right.
For the record, another thing that came up, and then I have to attribute this to Adrian Keys. After our last meeting, when I said I wanted to put it on the record that we believe that it would pose a public health and safety risk to put these in zonings that they don't belong in. Adrian emailed me and said, what about public restrooms? And that would be another thing I think needs to be on the record. It's like, if we're going to allow these in a residential area without a public restroom being required, that does pose a public health and safety risk. So I think that we do have some legal standing on why we made these changes, whether the state agrees with them or not. There is a health and safety element involved here.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. With that, Ashley, you want to pull the board, please?
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
I'm sure, may I say something before we leave this? I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Skylar, if she's still on, for her great work on behalf of the county all this time. I understand that she'll be leaving us soon, which I am very sad about. But I just didn't want this to be our last board meeting with you and not have the opportunity to say thank you. We know that you have done a tremendous job and a very difficult job because of being not supported as you should be in terms of being fully funded department and having people around you. And then there's been some very difficult issues, and the way that you've handled everything has been exemplary in my view. And I just thank you very much.
And I'm so happy that you paused us for this moment, because in my board report out, and it's far more fitting here than it would have been had I remembered. But Skylar's hard work on behalf of broadband expansion in Trinity County. Skylar, do you want to share that yourself, or I don't want to steal your thunder because it's pretty exciting.
Well, I'm pretty excited about it too. We got a notification from CPUC yesterday stating that Trinity County had been awarded the grant for pre-construction planning broadband expansion within the communities of Hyam Palm, Forest Glen, and Post Mountain. So that's very exciting.
Yay.
It's an enormous amount of work watching this process move through, and what this required of Skylar throughout. I'm just so proud of you and thankful to you. So congratulations and thank you. And yes, you will be dearly, dearly missed. So.
I just want to say you're sharp as a tack, honey. You got a bright future in front of you. You have just such clarity in your speaking, and your ability to pull information up with every question is admirable. And I predict you will have a grand future.
Thank you.
And again, Skylar, thank you very much for everything. You've been great. You've worked hard for the county. You have a big future ahead of you. We're going to have a hard time filling your shoes. Again, thanks for everything you've done. We really, really, really appreciate your work that you've done for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
It's
right.
been a pleasure.
Nice. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we move on from this item, and yes, to echo all the compliments that Skylar has received, I've enjoyed the last few months and just recognizing her work as well. I'd just like to confirm that should the board engage the state on continued conversations on this matter, that we include County Counsel's office, as these are legal issues.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I didn't realize that. I didn't even realize, honestly, when it was the representative from RCRC pulling this in. So thank you for that. And we don't even have a confirmation of that meeting yet, but I will certainly send you the information on the proposed date and time. And if that doesn't work for you, we will move it. Yes, thank you. I need one moment, please. Okay. All right. Solid waste, item 4.2, conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution which establishes a schedule of fees for waste disposal and provides for appropriate exemptions and credits for the 2023-2024 annual solid waste parcel fee billing. No impact to the general fund. Estimated revenue of $900,000 to the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. And we have our Solid Waste Director, Diane Rader.
Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
Rader, Deputy Director of Solid Waste. This is your public hearing that's first in a series of 3 to adopt the annual solid waste parcel fee billings. It is the billing that we send out to property owners and businesses for helping defray the cost of the solid waste disposal system. There are basically no changes from any prior years in it, except for the elderly low income limit for the household is increased to $29,160 this year. So there is a credit available for people that their whole household is below or at that level. The billings are going to be sent out in-house this year so that we can probably, hopefully, reduce some of the confusion we had last year with the billings that we had sent out. So we're going to do it in-house and try and keep it more under control so it's not so confusing.
Okay.
The bills will be sent out mid-April and will be due June 30. And after that, they will be delinquent. There will be a hearing in June for any protests of items that we cannot resolve in questions when we send the bills out. And then there will be a delinquent hearing in July. And I think that about covers it, unless you have questions.
All right. Questions of board members?
I just noted you indicated there's no increases this year over last year, just the increase in the qualifying income for one category. Have these rates been consistent for years?
Yes, the parcel fee, the last time it was changed was in 1994 when it became $100 per unit. And it's a benefit assessment. So it's not like a regular fee that you can just change the fees on. And it's a benefit assessment that just is the people that are paying it, they receive the benefit of the system that's operating, the landfill closure and post-closure maintenance. And it spreads it out to the property owners and businesses that operate within the county for that.
And so clearly the cost of doing what you do has gone up a lot since 1994. And I'm sure there are things that we would like to be able to do that we don't currently. Recycling was mentioned earlier, always gets me excited. But do you recover all of those kinds of increased costs in the fee structure that has to do with specific like pickup and drop off and all that rather than here? Is that what's going on? I just want to make sure I understand.
It's a 2-tier system where we have the parcel fee that collects the infrastructure support, and then to actually operate the day-to-day part of the transfer stations, which there are 9 throughout the county, then those are done with the tipping fees, which is the other that's included in the ordinance that is passed with the other county fees.
Okay.
And then the routes themselves are self-supporting, and we charge that just with, it's based with a tipping fee, but then there's services and equipment that go on top of that to have that be supportive of itself.
Okay. I still just have trouble wrapping my head around how we can have almost 20 years with no increase. Trust me, I don't want to pay more, but I want you to have the money you need to run the business for us.
It's one that if that one was, the last time it was changed was before Prop 218 and 26, I believe it was, went into effect. And a lot of people were considering fees like that taxes. And it has to go through a 218 challenge to be able to change that number. And it's more feasible and more efficient to just use the tipping fees on it so that you can just leave that as the supportive base of it.
If that gets you what you need to do what you do for us, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, other questions? All right, with that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room wishing to comment? Anyone on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, we will close the public comment, bring this back to the board.
Move that we approve as submitted.
I will second.
Right, we have a motion by Supervisor Leweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right. Does anybody need a break before we move into county matters? Ashley, would you like a break? Are you good? Okay. All right, moving on to county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Are there any requests to change the order? All right, hearing none, we will move to item 5.1. Cannabis. Discuss the current status of the cannabis department's budget, give direction to staff regarding providing a general fund contribution or advance, and authorize the CAO and auditor to sign any budget adjustments necessary based on the direction given. $971,772 from the general fund in the form of a contribution or advance based on board direction. And we have our division director, Plabani.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. So I'd like to start today with a little bit of background. It was certainly a collaborative effort to it was definitely a collaborative effort amongst, all of the members of the staff committee. Specific thanks to Supervisor Lutwiler for supporting the process. And so in hindsight, I would have liked to potentially see this PowerPoint presentation organized in a different fashion, but I will do my best to weave through the documentation and hopefully give you enough background so that you all can make an informed decision on this agenda item today. Excuse me. So just a little bit of sort of historical background before we jump into it. The program started in fiscal year 16-17, and the first license was issued in October 2016. It wasn't until fiscal year 17-18, I believe, that the account 8239 was set up. And so in the backup today, you will see that there is a PowerPoint presentation, an Excel spreadsheet that's broken into 4 pages, and the revisions to the budget workbook for cannabis, and also I forget what the 4th document is called, but something that was prepared by Susie Hawkins as required for this transfer ultimately. So sort of looking at the broad historical trends of the cannabis program, fee revenues have ranged from $1.5 million to roughly $2.5 million per year since the inception of the program. I think Supervisor Lutwiler did a nice job sort of giving us some background in his report to the staff committee earlier. One of the things I want to point out is that in 2019, the TAA lawsuit happened. And so the county settled and then failed to comply with the settlement. And the culmination of that was the court-ordered program shutdown, which happened in September of 21. And so one of the things that's not seen in the spreadsheet is essentially, we can see the historical trends for those 2 fiscal years leading up to this one. But I just kind of wanted to give a little more background as to how it's happened that we've had such a significant reduction in revenues. And so I believe, in 2020 or so, it was acknowledged that, CEQA wasn't being complied with. And at that time, leading into 21, the standard had been that for a license renewal, program participants were required to pay the full license fee. And so sometime, I believe in early 21, staff made the decision to accept half down in lieu of a full payment. And so that is sort of what started the trend downward in terms of, where we've been teetering in the $1.5 to $2.5 million range in fee revenues from the beginning of the program. That was sort of that half down created roughly a 50% reduction in revenues at that point. And then in March, and then again in June of last year, the board authorized staff to develop and utilize the credit refund worksheet, which then essentially for people that had paid for a license fee and the license was cut short by that September 5th or September 7th, 2021 program shutdown date, that they would be credited the value for the number of days that they lost on their annual license. So that's sort of the background, and that gets us into, I guess we can go to the spreadsheet, I guess. So
There's mud, right?
So here you can see, this is the spreadsheet that we created, and there's quite a lot of information. So I expect that you all may have a number of questions for me. I'd like to clarify if your preference is that I try and work through the entirety of the presentation before questions, or if you'd like to be able to jump in with questions throughout the presentation at your pleasure.
I would prefer that you work through it. We'll save questions for when you're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if can all of you supervisors see this up on your screen? So if Ashley scrolls around or, okay. So if you look at the leftmost column, essentially what we have here are the account numbers. And these account numbers parallel with the way the budget workbook is presented. And so you'll see that in some of the accounts, like small cultivation licenses, medium cultivation licenses, license transfer, and now storefront retails, those essentially would all have historically been shown as revenue to account 6448. And so, you can kind of see, if we're looking at these two historical columns, fiscal year 20 and 21, that in 21, 22, the revenues for cultivation licenses were $841,518. You guys feel free to tell me to stop, and I'm going to jump into it. I'm just going to give this introduction so that we don't have to jump back and forth the whole time.
I'm not seeing the 81,000 you're talking about.
841,000.
Oh, 841. I'm with you. Thank you.
Okay. So that kind of, shows this trend that I'm referring to in terms of what happened due to the program shutdown and where we finished the last fiscal year. We can, I guess, jump into the PowerPoint now. And I apologize because it's sort of tough to, jump back and forth to reference such a big spreadsheet and the PowerPoint, but I'll do my best.
That's okay. We'll
Yep.
get there.
So we are going to save key findings to the end. We'll jump to the next slide. So these are just some of the items essentially that, have been identified and have been highlighted. So as a result of the TAA lawsuit and settlement, general funds were contributed to the department in order to pay for that, as I understand it. Additionally, historically, $84,000 roughly in shared attorney's fees have been refunded associated with settlements of code enforcement citations. So that's something that cannabis pays for. But as I understand it, when a settlement happens, some of those funds are returned to the cannabis division. Our ask for today is the $971,772 in general funds. And primarily this is a result of budget preparation and not taking into account the half down and then also the credit refund worksheet, which has essentially created a 75% plus loss in expected revenues, where when the budget was approved, we just sort of threw a 50% reduction from 2.4 to 1.2. And as we go through the spreadsheet, you will see that we're expecting to receive less than 500,000 in revenue as a combination of, all of these things. So as it relates to some of the other broad topics, over the course of the last several years, there's been $3.1 million in code enforcement fines generated. And from the beginning of the program, there's been $304,000 that has been generated in tax, cannabis cultivation tax, that has gone into discretionary general fund dollars. And as part of this task, we've projected what we think the tax revenues will be, and that is pushing 1.5 million. And that would be, for this spreadsheet, we've projected that the program will be fully functioning pretty much by fiscal year 25-26. So if the program becomes fully functioning before then these tax revenues would come to fruition earlier than we've projected in the spreadsheet.
And Drew, just clarification, when you say fully functioning now, you mean fully all the permits filled out and all that?
Sure.
Kind of stuff?
Yeah, functioning at the cap of the program.
Thank you.
Yep. So here are some of the highlights. I just sort of mentioned cannabis tax. There hasn't been much collected during this fiscal year. I believe the year to date has maybe gone up slightly since this number was given, but it's still pretty insignificant. And okay. And, the result of that, my understanding is that essentially as part of Measure G, the way that it is constructed, program participants needed to have both a local license and a state license in order to be required to pay the tax. And so with the program shut down, most people did not have a local license. And I believe County Council gave guidance on that some months ago in terms of the fact that if they didn't have a local and a state, then they were not required by Measure G to need to pay those taxes. Cannabis fines, essentially looking at the projection that we've created, the 531,000 that you see carried from 23-24 into 25-26 is a combination of the outstanding roughly $3.7 million projected to be collected over the next several years. And then the next row is general plan update fees. And we have collected just over 1.6 million to date And the way these numbers are calculated is roughly showing the progression of small cultivation licenses that we expect and that $1,000 general plan update fee for each of them. Next slide, please. So there's many pages of key assumptions, so I may breeze through some of them, but I'll try and highlight the most important ones, and I think that many of them may answer some of the questions in terms of how we've arrived at these numbers. For the tax revenue projections, I tried to really dive into exactly how many licenses of which type we have and come up with a conservative production metric for production across the board. Where I landed was that an easy number to use was 400 pounds a year. And one thing to note related to the way that the tax measure is constructed is that it's a biannual reporting period. And so that, to give an example, product that is grown in the fall of 2023, for example, until it is sold, they're not required to pay tax for it. So if what is grown in 2023 isn't sold until, let's say, the first quarter of 2024, then they wouldn't be required to pay tax for that production until the mid-year reporting period in 24. So this last slide is showing 281 active cultivation licenses at the end of this fiscal year. That number was generated essentially, as I kind of mentioned in my director report out earlier, that, we've been seeing the trend of where we started the beginning of this year with roughly a 50% conversion from notice CEQA documents to actual licenses that have been picked up and paid for. And so, we're right now at roughly 64%. And my hope is that we'll see that increase as we get closer to the growing season. And so this 281 is assuming that 70% of the projects that are in the queue will have become active by by June 31st. And then 1 to 2 approved active retail licenses and, roughly 100 additional applications between cultivation licenses and additional non-cultivation license types. And then these are just basically, given a little more refined detail in terms of what's presented for the projections, excuse me, throughout the spreadsheet. 407 active licenses by the end of 23-24, 5 approved or active retails, and just assuming the potential of roughly 50 active applications again, for non-cultivation license types. And so we sort of show the trend going upwards with essentially 530 being, reaching that cap by the beginning of 26, 27. I would assume that, there's probably going to be at least a 10% turnover rate year to year. I wasn't able to, base that in any historical numbers, but I think that's probably a fair assumption, if not a little bit low. Some of the other key assumptions, that were created and identified for the preparation of this spreadsheet is that I think the hope is that legal fees will be reduced as we get through licensing the majority of these program participants. And I think the hope is that, there will be less lawsuits against the County of Trinity as it relates to, issues with the program going forward. Code enforcement costs could have been offset by code enforcement fine revenue received. This, I think historically was at the direction of the board, and these fees were established in the way that they are currently, and the spreadsheet doesn't reflect any changes to that. Also important to note that the licensing fees and the projections do not reflect updated costs based on the results of our time study and upcoming fee study. Getting into the departmental revenue, we've based the revenue projections on the average cost of $5,000 per small cultivation license. That is the majority of our program. And then that last assumption just being, as I've already stated, that we expect to see, the program capped out at the very latest by 26, 27. So diving into a little more detail on departmental expenses, Susie was kind enough to break this down for me, and she was a great help throughout this process. I certainly couldn't have achieved this level of information without her help. So here we're just kind of talking about, salaries and benefits for division staff and, calling out the fact that we split our accountant with environmental health and building. We also split the cost of interim deputy director Presley's time, and that we have, a code compliance lead, and then code compliance specialist and 3 environmental compliance specialists. As far as the cost increase to staff, we ran a 6.5% increase for each fiscal year going forward. Moving on to code enforcement, the original budgeted expenses for fiscal year 22-23 were $677,490, and that was based in, I believe, the historical trends up to that point. The information that we had available to us shows that potentially that is trending down, and therefore the amount was reduced to $554,490. But if you look at the spreadsheet again, the way we're projecting these costs for fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26 assumes that we will continue the same level of expenditures going forward. We sort of got into breaking down the difference between code enforcement costs, code enforcement related legal costs, and then litigation related legal costs. All of these are reflected in account number 2399 in our budget. And, it's a bit difficult to break out exactly what is what. So Susie went through and refined this information so that we could sort of separate those costs and have more clear insight into where those costs come from. According to the information that we had available to us, these expenses have been trending down over the last couple of years, and the estimated amount for this year is $85,000. For the projection into the future, we've rounded it up to an even $100,000. So here we're kind of diving into a little bit more, the breakout of code enforcement related legal costs and litigation related legal costs. So we are projecting $90,000 for this fiscal year. Again, that's being rounded up to $100,000 and projected through till fiscal year 25-26. The additional licensing related costs that are also all included in account 2399 are utility. Okay, yep. So not all of them are included in 2399. Some of them are included in 2399 and lumped together with code enforcement, legal, and all the rest of the interfund transfers. The other related costs are utility bills, office expenses, the professional services for the environmental consultants, publications in the Trinity Journal, trainings, refunds, charges, and the rest of the interfund transfers to other county departments.
Can I pause you for 1 second?
Yes.
What should I be looking at in order to distinguish what you're telling us department-wise? 2399 versus other things. trying to follow that? Am I supposed to just follow in concept, or am I supposed to look for something specific?
Well, I think the more specific breakdown would be available to you in the main spreadsheet.
It's coming. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank
So
you.
we'll pull that back up, and then we can go through with specific questions on the spreadsheet if that works.
Jill, you think you have a copy of it on in front of you probably?
Mhm.
So in the Excel spreadsheet, there's the section that says departmental expenses.
Mhm.
So then each one of those categories that we talked about in the PowerPoint presentation has its own little heading there. So it's the bottom, the last row in departmental expenses is what we're talking about as far as other, everything else. And that includes the account number 2399 that Drew's giving you isn't really relevant necessarily to the discussion that we're having today. That is more, that's the account number that we use in our general ledger, in our budgeting for how we categorize those ones. For example, office expenses get categorized under account number 2260. That's irrelevant to the discussion that you guys are going to have where we account for them.
Okay.
You just need to know kind of what they are.
Okay. Fair. Thanks.
Consultant fees, did you comment on that? I think that's what you're about to cover when we got the question.
I think we cover that more specifically later on in the slides and key assumptions. Give us a sec to get back up to the right slide. So it should be 10. All right, so go back. No, go back. So looking at sort of total revenues that are generated as a result of the department, as I've kind of mentioned, our projection for tax revenue for next year, because of the sunset or the reduction to cultivation taxes that the board authorized, we're basically seeing a 50% reduction. Something that's important to note is that because it's a biennial reporting period, the way that the tiered tax rates were approved in Measure G essentially means that for someone that, let's say, produces 400 pounds per year, it may be that likely they aren't going to pay, well, unless they sell all 400 pounds during one reporting period. And in fact, it would need to be 401 pounds, I believe, for them to pay 100%. So what ends up happening is that if there's 400 pounds produced and it's split up over 2 reporting periods, they would only be required to pay at that tiered level, which is 50% of the total tax rate. And so because the tax, no?
Want to clarify?
Yeah, just for clarification. So we have gone rounds and rounds on this, and I've been given guidance from council. So in a particular period, so they would need to do an adjustment form. So let's say that 400 pounds and they only sold 200 of those pounds. So during that period, they transferred 400 pounds. So they are going to be in that tier, or more than likely they'll be in that last tier. So they were going to pay for that tier. They would do an adjustment, but at that time, they're only going to pay for what they actually sold and have been paid for. And so then in the following period, then they would pay what it was, because crossing periods and all of that. So we're accounting for it with adjustments, but they are not, we're not doing it that way.
So let me clarify my terminology, and then we'll see if we agree. When I'm saying sold the product, I'm referring to transferred. So if they only transfer 200 of the 400 during a reporting period, then am I correct that they're only required to pay
that
That is
amount that was
correct.
transferred. Okay, so
Mhm.
that's what I'm trying to say. I apologize for
When you're saying periods,
misrepresenting
I'm
it.
like, no, 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 we've gone over all this.
So good? Okay. So the result of the 50% reduction basically means that for people that are, using this 400-pound example, they're paying half of the total tax rate. And then that's being cut in half again because of the 50% reduction. So that's why in fiscal year 23-24, we really still don't see tax revenues ramp up, because for the majority of program participants, my expectation is that they're going to be paying 25% of the tax rate. Does that make sense to you, Terry?
Well, if they're paying, the bar is we've reduced it by 50%.
Right.
And then what I'm hearing is the staggering of sales allows potentially for that to be reduced by another 50%, because each time you're selling, you're under a threshold that if you went over that, you'd pay more, but if you're under that threshold, you pay half.
And it's the tiering of the tax rate that creates that.
Right. So
Does that make sense to everyone? Okay.
of the board's decision to reduce that over the sun, to reduce for a period of time, and then the way that the code is written for those that staggering to be able to lower the impact of the taxes.
Right. Okay. So we're basically just showing a trend, moving upwards towards, a fully functioning program, business is active, and the projection is that in 25-26, we may see 1.4 million in tax revenue collected. I know Terry doesn't think that that's possible, but I'm going to go with an optimistic look at it and assume that, people have now been out of business for 18 months. I think most people have invested their life savings to get to this point. And my expectation is that they will continue to, proceed in their current endeavors and business operations. So, and then, now we have retail storefront. And so I threw some numbers at that based on some discussions that I had with some of the applicants for retail licenses. And we're looking at, very conservatively, those retails might do roughly $50,000 a month, which is $600,000 per fiscal year. And at a tax rate of 2.5%, that's how we've arrived at these numbers, along with, the assumptions as to how many retails we will have in the county. Fine revenue. This revenue has decreased significantly. We brought in 1.1 million in fiscal years 1920, 748 in 2021, 326,000 in fiscal year 21-22, and only 101 at the time that these numbers were entered, 101,000 so far in 22-23. The projection of the amount that will be collected based on fines, code enforcement fines, going into the future is essentially a rough calculation of the 3.7 million that we have outstanding, assuming that we will only collect from half of those people, and that we will see a 30% reduction in that dollar amount that gets paid out to the collections agency to pursue collections on behalf of the county. I guess we can go to the next slide. So more other revenues generated as a result of the cannabis division and licensing program. The majority of license types have paid and are paying $1,000 per license per year general plan update fee. And as I stated, I think earlier, we've received roughly 1.6 million to date. I think I've sort of covered these next set of numbers in terms of how we're projecting how many small cultivation, medium cultivation, nursery, distribution, and manufacturing going into the future. It's anyone's guess at this point who will continue forward with old applications that have been stagnant. But I think we do expect to see those 15 medium cultivation licenses become active at some point in the future. Nursery
remains to be seen. Distro and manufacturing, one thing I'll point out as it relates to manufacturing, we still do not have a county approved fire plan reviewer. And so I will likely bring that agenda item forward specifically for us to discuss in the near future. And then, I think I've run through all the rest of these. So if we can jump back to the findings. These are presented in no particular order, or certainly not in the order of importance. General funds required to offset the cannabis program's revenue shortfall this fiscal year could have been offset by previous year's fines that were collected, and or in a number of different mechanisms. There could have been different financial planning to arrive us at a place where we weren't asking for the better part of $1 million, but that's where we are presently. As I understand it, the majority of these code enforcement fines and the code enforcement program, if that's the correct term, as it relates to pursuing action against illicit cultivation, was created and adopted sort of along with the cannabis ordinance. So that's something that was sort of created as a beneficial side effect to the cannabis ordinance itself. One of the other key findings is that we don't expect to need any additional general funds, for this coming fiscal year. And I think that trend is reflected sufficiently in the historical data in terms of, how much money the program has generated with license fees over the past several years. It was nice to see that through this process, I think, at least on our staff committee, we came to the conclusion that the net financial impact of the cannabis program has been positive to date, and that there's been a significant contribution, both to county coffers, programs, and the broad economic benefit that cannabis cultivation has to Trinity County. And then obviously, something that's pretty significant for our general plan update is that cannabis fee payers have paid in $1.6 million so far for that general plan update. And I think that's probably a pretty significant help to get that done finally. And then we'll jump down to the recommendations. So, or would you guys like to talk through questions from the spreadsheet first before I present these recommendations? Any particular?
Amiable to whatever anybody wants. Other
I had-
questions already? Go on.
One small question. Do you know what we refunded the cultivators for that portion of the season they weren't able to grow?
Yes, so that is what the credit refund worksheet created. And so to give an example, if someone got a license that became active on, let's say, October 1st, 2020, their license period would have extended through October 1st, 2021. And so all of the participants that were in good standing during the beginning of the 21 season received an urgency ordinance extension letter that in most cases cut off people's license prior to, with the October 1st example, they would have lost a month. And so the refund was calculated based on the number of days that they lost and what they had paid for, from 20 to 21. And so that's the way that it works, if that helps to answer your question.
Yeah, do we have amount on that? Dollar amount, do we know?
How much it is per day?
No, how much?
How much total?
Total refund.
I do not have that information in front of me. I apologize.
No worries. Oh, sorry. So it says here that the general plan has received $1.6 million from the cannabis industry. As a general question, I guess, what other departments people have put into the general plan? Do we know?
I believe that it's any license or permit that the county issues. And so I can say that I have seen some planning permits, and I believe that fee is $75.
One more time, Susie.
You need to use your mic, Susie.
Building permits. Yeah.
Building department permits also have a general plan update fee component associated with them. And they pay into that. And I apologize, I don't have that number broken down, but that all of those general plan update fees go into the general plan update fund, regardless of their source.
Is that fee anywhere near $1.6 million? Do you think? I'm not asking you for hard numbers, just roundabout.
No, I don't think so. I believe. I don't. I know I looked at those numbers a while ago, but I've looked at a bunch of other numbers and I'm not sure which ones are jumping out at me. So I don't want to report those. I can look them up and get that back to you at a later date, but I don't have that right now. But I would say it's not.
Even close.
I can't say that either because I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that the cannabis program funds the majority of the general plan?
Likely, yes.
And one other question I have, just general, seeing the slight uptick in cost per unit, we'll say, of cannabis. Sorry, seeing the slight uptick. We should probably see, not in this copy here, but reflected over time, perhaps some general tax increase to go along with that.
No, because the tax rate is based on a price per pound and doesn't have anything to do with market value.
Might be more grown because it's more valuable to sell, but the tax rate is per pound, not per revenue.
Right, not a percentage of the revenue.
Right.
I would just, I guess some comments. Properly, for many people, this is more than you ever wanted to know about the cannabis financials, but the hard work that these folks did was to help not only the board, but the public understand fairly clearly what has gone on financially, where are we financially, why are we where we financially, what do we expect in the future, with documented assumptions that people can hopefully have some kind of confidence in to say, okay, these weren't just made up numbers. These were made up, we were developed through these carefully thought out assumptions. We can have the debates about whether the assumptions are right or wrong. We had them ourselves working on the program. But that was the intent of trying to do this. And I think the biggest part of it was when this first came to the board, there was the question that if nobody else I asked was, well, if you're asking for $1 million now, are you going to be asking for $1 million next year, or $1.5 million, or 500,000, or what? And so this process, as painful as it may have been to get here, gave us so much better information about what really drives the revenues, the expenses of this program. And besides what happens within the department, which is all we're deciding about, we're deciding about what goes into this department to help fund the operations. All this information about tax revenues, general plan fund income, fine revenues that go into the general fund, those are all to the county outside of that division, but they only exist because of the division. And so without this cannabis program, those funds wouldn't have existed to this point, and they wouldn't be coming into the county going forward. And so that, I think, was a key part of trying to get what is the full picture. Because it isn't just what happens within the cannabis division financials, it's what happens as a whole to our various funds and financial. And then, as Drew said, we don't even know, and I mentioned to Alec, the economic development guy today, I would love to know, have an economic impact study on having a viable, thriving program in the county, because that then goes to everything we read in the paper about, stores struggling because money's not flowing through the community as much as it used to, all those sorts of things. But that right now is still that, well, you make up your mind, because we don't have an economic impact study. But here at least we have, I think, some very well developed and thought out and supported projections.
I would say this isn't more than I ever wanted to know. I would say it's everything I ever wanted to know.
Good.
And I really appreciate the time and labor that it has been to spend through this. Susie, thank you. And Drew and your team, Ed, Rick, don't want to leave anybody out. Thank you. This is huge, and it really does bring the clarity that we need to make a well-informed decision. So,
And thanks for establishing the staff committee so that we could have a collaborative effort to do this, because it would have been quite daunting for me to try and
oh,
do
for
this all
sure.
by myself.
Yep, absolutely.
So back to recommendations. Final slide. So we've identified a $971,772 shortfall for this fiscal year. We've presented 4 options for your consideration. Option 1 is transfer approximately $450,000 in exchange for the cannabis building asset, and then transfer the remainder, $521,772, as an advance from general fund to be repaid over the next 5 fiscal years. Option 2 is essentially the same, except that the transfer of the $521,772 is in the form of a contribution instead of an advance. Option 3 is just to transfer the total number, $971,772, as an advance. And option 4 is to do that same transfer in the form of a contribution. I think we can stop there. If you guys want to look through the spreadsheet, ask any specific questions about that, or have any other questions, at your pleasure.
Okay, are there questions of board members at this time? Or what are you feeling? You need time to look at something, or? Okay, then if that's the case, then I think go ahead.
I just one question, not for Drew, but for Terry. I saw the head nodding and shaking and so forth when we're talking about the tax revenues. So, and again, we have assumptions, they've been debated, but if you would like to weigh in as the person who, has a piece of authority about what actually does and doesn't come in tax revenues, I think if nothing else, if you could give the board some sense of, I feel like that tax revenue number is maybe inflated by 50% or something like that, so that in general terms, we understand, because right now it's all just, again, based on some hard work, but not your input necessarily.
So one thing that I have privy to that's not shared with everyone else is I do see the reports that we get from the state. So we have over 355 state licenses that are doing business, that are making transfers, but we are not able to actually tax those because they do not have a county license. So, but even with those numbers, so I don't feel that the numbers are accurate. And so if you're assuming that everyone's going to sell over that amount, the folks that we had when everyone did have licenses, we were not in that ballpark. They were not selling over 400 pounds.
Okay, the ballpark is the 400 pounds?
Well, that's, I was going off of what he had in there. That's not what I used, but that's what Drew had. And so they were not in that 4th tier. The majority of the everyone that was reporting when we initially started this, when everything was rolled out, they remained in the first 3 tiers. There was only a literal handful that I could probably count on one hand that were in that last tier. So I don't feel that that's an appropriate number to use. But the other piece of it is, and I need to touch base with him, is on how many licenses are we actually basing these numbers on? So
that's in here.
And that's all been covered in key assumptions, but I'm happy to go back through it. And then I want to clarify that this 400 number is an annual production metric. And so the way the calculations have been established is that everyone would fall into that 2nd tier of producing 200, because likely they would break it out between 2 reporting periods. So the assumption is not that they're going to be paying the full tax rate being 400 plus. The assumption is that they're paying the tax rate at the production of 200 pounds or less for each of the biannual reporting periods.
400 total, but at the tier 2 because of how that's staggered.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
But it's helpful to understand. So, but if you had to ballpark and say, so I would cut it in half, what would you, any ballpark you want to say for
When
us?
he's saying $1 million, unless, I mean, it's very rarely that you're going to have any sort of program that's going to max out ever. We've had these discussions repeatedly, but so I'm assuming that when you're basing those numbers and in government, I never base it on the max. That's just not good business practice. So that's my opinion. So, so I think that's highly inflated. And so I think if we're basing numbers off of that and that's general fund revenue that's going back, I'm concerned
Okay.
is
thanks.
kind of where I'm coming from. So. But
Do you have
and-
a, go ahead.
I just say, and again, if people want to look at it again, we can, but the Drew's assumptions are documented to show how many licenses of which types each year it's based on.
at the end of each year?
At the end of each year, and which I understand how, before, after, during, all that makes a difference, but this is a broad brush look. But it is in there, and it actually never shows it maxed out. It's never 530. Most years are in the 300s, 400s. In fact, nobody goes over 400, 407, 460. So again, could still be hopeful. We don't know, but I guess if 300 and some are operating within the state rules right now, we don't have very far to go to get to 400.
That are active, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, but thank you. I just want to make sure we heard your thoughts on it too.
So I just want to clarify for you, Terry, and everyone else, because perhaps, there's a lot of information presented. So I just want to go back over those numbers. For 22-23, we're saying that we're going to ideally end with 281 active cultivation licenses, which, as I said earlier, is 70% of the applications received. And with the expectation that we will have gone through the environmental review of everything in the queue by the end of this fiscal year. The assumptions for 23-24 as it relates to tax revenue is that we will have 407 active cultivation licenses, 24-25 that we will have 457, and then that maximum tax revenue that you see in 25-26 assumes 461 active cultivation licenses and an additional 5 approved active retail licenses.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Drew, just a quick question. I don't see any storefront retail tax in here as the general fund.
So storefront retail it was covered in these key assumptions, and it is also a separate line item in the spreadsheet. And it's assumed a $50,000 per month revenue, so $600,000 per year for each of those storefront retails, and the tax rate being 2.5%. And so I'll give you some numbers, Liam.
While he's looking for that, when I was looking up information on this, if you look at a county number, a state number, the average cannabis retail had revenues in the $3 to $5 million a year range. And so this 600,000 seems to be a conservative number, but we don't know yet. We'll have to see as we get experience.
So in 23-24, we're estimating 45,000 comes in from retail revenue at that 2.5% tax rate. In 24-25, we're saying 75,000. And in 25-26, we're saying 125,000. And that's based on, I believe, an assumed 6 cultivation licenses storefront retail licenses by 25-26.
Seems light to me. I think that they would generate more than that, much more than that.
I agree.
I think that's an underestimation, in my opinion. But estimations are what we have to go on. I just think that one of what I'm seeing seems to be on the lighter side. Seems to be on the lighter side of things.
And I would agree with Rick that I think the data from the state at large indicates that retails do a much higher gross revenue per year. That being said, there's never been a licensed retail in Trinity County before, and we really have no historical data to base an assumption on. So I went with a conservative number, and we can of course always update this going forward once we do have historical trends to reference.
Question for the sheriff, if I could. When I know that seems a little bit odd, but when we're looking at, I mean, we're banking on a code enforcement projection. Do you have staff to support this work to be done?
Good morning. I'm not quite sure I understand the question when you're talking about staffing. I currently staff 3 positions within the code enforcement unit. So I don't understand the question with regard to the existing budget at 670,000.
And maybe my question's totally off base, but
So let's
to
try.
what I'm looking at, I'll try again. There's projected revenue that will come in if code enforcement activities take place. Correct?
Yeah.
I don't make any assumptions on revenue. I have nothing to do with revenue on code enforcement.
I
So-
can.
I think I can help the sheriff answer that question. The revenue that's projected to come in, the fine-based revenue that's projected to come in has increased significantly, but that's based on their past activities and that outstanding amount that we have due. We have only estimated to receive $100,000 in current collections. So we are expecting that their code enforcement activities are going to stay status quo, which is why the budgeted expenses for code enforcement have stayed status quo and that revenue amount has stayed status quo. The additional $431,000 that's showing in that line item is an anticipated collection on the outstanding $3.7 million from their prior year's activity.
You're right. And Drew said that. So thank you. Got it.
And the funding part too, I think to clarify, Sheriff, as I understand it, is you have code enforcement personnel. When they do illicit cannabis related code enforcement, that then is charged back to the cannabis division. That's how they pay for a portion of those code enforcement pieces. And then the fees, as you said, I think it's a pretty conservative view that even though there'll be a fair amount of continuous expenses into the department because of code enforcement, we're not counting on a lot of income from it. But we want to have a number there for both. And as Susie said, the biggest number that we show in there is that we actually have issued almost $7 million in fines, collected about 3, and 3.7 we haven't been able to. So we're getting a collection agency. They're going to hopefully be able to get, again, conservatively 50% of that money. We'll have to give them 30% for getting us the 50. And that's the number you see there.
Thanks.
I think that's all correct. Yeah. But there is a separation though, as far as the sheriff's office, the code enforcement is strictly that is code enforcement. We go out there, we take care of the violations. The violations are then cited. They have a period of time in which to take care of that citation. If they don't do it within that period of time, then it is forwarded to county council. At that point in time, we are done with it as far as the sheriff's office. Then if at a certain point in time that is not taken care of, then it goes on to the point where the individual or the entity then is required to pay the fine. Those fines then that are generated is what is going off on the other side of the house. I have nothing to do with that. So.
Okay, fair.
And I'm happy to provide some numbers on that just so we can understand. So the cannabis program in 2022, there was 170 parcels that were cited. Of those, 150 came into compliance within the 7 days, meaning we would not be charging them. So we were looking at approximately 20 citation or fines and fees that we were receiving from that program in 2022.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Okay.
Other questions? All right. With that, we will open up for public comment. Anybody in the room wishing to comment?
There's not going to be any public comment on this.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm happy to get this going. I would strongly suggest choosing the alternative 4. I think that the cannabis program, well, I know that the cannabis program has paid its way wholly up until the TAA lawsuit. TAA lawsuit largely caused by mismanagement of the program at a county level. I don't think that at any point, any program participant like contributed to the shortcoming in our program. We've paid our bills, we paid for the EIR, all of our ordinances. And the projections also clearly make it, or make it quite clear that the program is beneficial to the county. I could certainly go on for a long time on this one, but I will try and keep it concise. I'm certain other people want to comment. One of the key findings I'm not entirely sure about is the reduced legal costs. There are some endemic issues in the way the finances have been managed that I think are questionable and could be called to light relative to Proposition 26, which doesn't seem to be very well known in Trinity County. From reading through that, it would appear that some of the interfund transfers are not legitimately part of a fee structure, but would be considered a tax underneath Proposition 26. And I'm a little fearful that that legal cost wouldn't come down as much as it is stated in there. As far as the rest of the assumptions go, they are assumptions. No one can ever know for certain. You know, we had a lot of people lose products to fires last couple of years. Those are real hits to real businesses that are owned by real people. I believe that there is no way to quantify how much an individual should owe any governmental body in the form of tax before they've ever created a dime off of that. And in fact, they've invested everything that they have in it into that product, and then they're just lost. There are so many other key elements to this conversation about how the funds are used, what the cost will look like in the future when we get to this point where most farms have been through environmental review, and then we're going to be looking at an hourly, essentially fee-for-service permit in the future. I just hope that the county isn't over-allocating and overestimating what their funds will be and causing a budgetary shortfall and possibly loss of staff. I actually wanted to begin this with thanking Skylar for her efforts here. I'm actually really saddened to hear that she's leaving. She's been really beautiful to work with. So thank you, Skylar. And I think I'll just turn it over to the rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room wanting to comment?
Hello, Chair and Board. Dana from Hayfork. I would like to echo Adrian's comments about thanking Skylar. It's a real shame to see her go. Yeah. As far as options, option 4, it would be my marble. I have spent a number of years speaking and asking questions in public forums, trying to neutralize the misinformation about the money and dollars that our cannabis program have provided to the county, and clarified misinformation about the cost that cannabis, the cost incurred on the county, but it's like flipped. Our program has provided money to the county and funded code enforcement, not cost the county money. I've heard multiple times that explained in the reverse, and I've done as good of a job as I could possibly do to try to correct that. One time at candidate Rick Lutweiler's public forum. Thank you for listening. I hope that with this information and this hard work that many people put the effort in that spreadsheet, I hope it's clear now at how much money the program has brought into the county, how much money it will continue to bring into the program, into the county. And I'm really excited that my individual license will be issued soon, so I can start giving money back to the county with my licensing fees, and then in the future, my taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Grossman Christ, Hayfork, afternoon, maybe. Chair, members of the board. first of all, I would just like to say, I've been sitting in this room, standing at this podium, I think since 2016 or 17. And although I don't agree with everything in that presentation, I will openly say that is hands down the most comprehensive presentation, document, facts, findings, assumptions, whatever you want to call it, that has ever, and I mean this, ever to date come out of the cannabis department. So it'll never be perfect. Nobody will ever be totally happy. I just found out that evidently I'm one of the literal handful that pay the maximum tax in cannabis, which sucks. Thanks for, for that. I think it's a great opportunity that we all got to learn so much about code enforcement budget. I mean, the cannabis budget. I think that there's a lot of room to grow anywhere in this program, but no matter how strong a fighter you put in a ring, if they're wearing a straitjacket, they're still going to get the hell beat out of them. From somebody that has been inside of this program for a long time, I think financially, get this program what it needs to let it continue building a viable economy in Trinity County. And I think as equally important to it is to take that straitjacket off. I think some of the biggest financial burdens on this program are the processes it's taking to run this program. A lot of other businesses with same environmental requirements, same CUPs, stuff like that, that are operated county-wise at a fraction of the cost of say a 1 acre grow with a CUP and a CEQA document. That's not a conversation for today, but when everybody's looking at the budget and numbers, just know that if anybody outside of government was putting together that process, it would cost a fraction of it. If somebody came to me and said, my resume piece is that I have put together the cannabis licensing program and the budget for it and stuff for Trinity County, the interview would end there. I think that's probably common with most government programs, but this one exasperates that sentiment. Get this program what it needs. I think this presentation probably even suggested that illicit cannabis on a broad scale has pumped Trinity County's economy in a way that no other business short of logging has here. So let's get back to business. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, board. I'm Carl Wampler from Hayfork. And I think it was very ironic that we started this meeting off with community economic development. And the way we could do that the best is to prop us small farmers up, not put these fees on us. We've paid enough into the county that we're due. We need your help now. Don't put any of these fees on us. And we'll hopefully have an attempt to prosper, hire more employees, and keep some of these other businesses afloat. So thank you very much for your time. Please process 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. First off, I'd like to thank Drew and Rick and everybody else that put together all this supporting material. I also agree that it was very unbiased, and it's really been a long road. So it's good to look back, to look at all the money that's come into the department, money that's gone out of the department, and where it's went. I think today, first and foremost, the most important thing, the cannabis department really needs this funding. There's still, hundreds of businesses that had their feet, pulled out from them, about 18 months ago from the court order, from the TAA lawsuit, still trying to get operational to this day. And any reduction in the budget of the cannabis department right at this point would make these businesses suffer, and many of them, probably wouldn't get their license back this year. So first and foremost, provide this funding. how you provide this funding. You know, I really strongly believe that the cannabis program has contributed a lot to the county since its inception, you know, roughly $500,000 a year through code enforcement, and generated a lot of fines that have come back into the general fund. I don't think it was really clearly stated today, but you know, code enforcement just isn't for unlicensed cannabis cultivation. It's for all county health and safety code violations. So the cannabis program has really contributed to the health and safety of the county, you know, on all fronts, not just cannabis. And then those code enforcement fines coming back into the general fund have had great impacts. $1.1 million of those fines went to the jail. It's bought vehicles, you know, the general plan to update. So I think the benefits are significant. The cannabis program, you know, has provided a lot of money to the general fund over the years. And, you know, I think it's important, you know, for the county to see goodwill for the program and contribute that money back today so that we can give money back to the county in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to add a few things from the treasurer's perspective. While the cultivators, I 100% agree this program needs to be supported. I agree that they have had to literally jump through hoops. I understand all of that. I commiserate with them. I completely do. Also, though, as a treasurer, we don't have that extra $1 million. And so the way I feel as a department head, whenever we are given, we're presented with that budget, we're given a budget and we need to work within that budget. So that's my first ask, is that whenever, I'm with the exception of when something drastic happens, but we're over $1 million for this. And so I would ask that they are, just like the rest of us, have to work within those, what we're provided, what we're allotted. The other part of that is there are so many different general funds that we're suffering. We don't have that. And so this money has to come from somewhere else. And so meanwhile, these general funds, we can't have the ask that we want, and they're much smaller. And none of us are coming up with, hey, we need $1 million. We can't get the things that we need because if you've got somebody, I'm sorry, but if to stay within those means, you have to stay within what you're given. You can't just keep moving forward. And when you realize that you have a problem, you have a leak, you have a hole, you need to do something to stop that, and not continually hiring and doing all these extra things that are putting us that much further into the hole. So just thought I would share. So I would ask that you not choose number 4, because I do not think that's in the benefit of everyone. The other piece of that is I also think that this is supporting just one industry. And while the cannabis, they do need that assistance, there's other, we've got fishermen and ranchers and teachers, and there's a lot of other industries that were also hit. And so depending on where those funds come from, this is not the only industry that is suffering. So I'd share.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Okay, we'll close the room, and anyone on Zoom? All right.
Tyler Thompson.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the board. I would just like to ask that you provide the funding that is needed to have a functioning cannabis department, have a functioning form of government, for somebody who has written checks to this program since 2016 and hopes to continue in the future. I really believe that it's necessary to continue forward in a rather expedited form at the moment. So if one way or another, it's up to you, obviously, to choose which form of funding you provide, but I would just first and foremost ask to provide the funding in some way, shape, or form. If you should choose an option to
what I say? Noodle soup.
Sorry, there were several people unmuted.
Got it?
Tyler, did you want to continue? I think we're under control now.
Tyler?
Did we mute you?
Oh, yeah. Now I'm unmuted. All right,
Okay,
there we go.
she paused your time, so you're good.
Okay. So yeah, my I guess first and foremost ask is to just fund the department so we have a functioning form of government, one way, shape, or form. I understand with budgetary requirements, departments do have to make do with what they are allocated. So I don't know what the previous allocations were, but to defund something to a point where it's not functioning is effectually just not having a government. So I would first and foremost ask to fund the department in some way, shape, or form. If you should choose to loan the money, so to speak, I don't know if it's directly called that, but I would, I guess, ask for the discussion to go towards having the funds be completely separate from this moment forward for cannabis, to have that money be repaid in amount of time, but then to no longer commingle and cross general cannabis funds into general funds, to have it be its own separate standalone functioning department moving forward. And the benefits from having the program would then unfortunately not be able to go back into the county's general fund. I would prefer to see some goodwill and have the county fund when needed, and then hopefully reap the benefits of that funding through taxes and license fees later on. But one way, shape, or form, please fund it, and consider if you do separate it now to keep it separated going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen Hill?
Hello, good afternoon, board. Can you hear me? Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello, welcome to the new board members. My name is Jennifer Hill from Douglas City. I'm the owner and operator of Liebolt Family Farm with farms in Hayfork and Wildwood. Want to take this moment of your time to comment on this agenda item. I appreciate Director Plabani's thorough presentation, a very in-depth analysis of the cannabis department's financials, as well as the many pitfalls this program has been through regarding the TCAA lawsuit, and the halt of licensing, as well as just the constant turnover of directors within the department. It's been quite the ever-changing history with new compliance measures being thrown at farmers every year. TAA lawsuit, I apologize. I appreciate Supervisor Gogan pointing out that the cannabis program fees do in fact contribute majorly to the general fund over the years. So maybe it's time to give back to a program that has been so greatly contributing to our community. As Mr. Tarbell pointed out, all the wonderful things that have come from it. At this time, approving the increase in budget is your best investment for this county's future. Let's try to license all these people in the queue. Some have been in for years, and then you'll create even more tax revenue, not to mention property tax revenue. Right now, the cannabis market is taking an upswing. We're on an uptick, and in the next couple of years, things are going to get better and better. And you're going to want to have put this time and energy into these finances, upholding, maintaining, and if even at this point, growing the cannabis department. The staff is doing a wonderful job, and it's really echoing through. You can get a hold of people in a timely manner, which has never happened before. So I just want to say kudos to the staff. I really appreciate you and your enthusiasm. And at this point, you should even think of raises within the department to keep these individuals who are working so hard and clearly care so much about this program's success. At the very least, please don't take this money that you're allotting to the cannabis department and go and label it funds for enforcement at a later time. No more funds for enforcement. Let's focus on growing the program. We want to have it. We want it so badly to flourish. Please approve this funding we greatly need your help in this pivotal time. You're in a unique position where you can help us. Let's not be Mendocino here and have 8 licenses. They're clearly on an upswing. I urge you to choose alternative 4, contribute these funds without requirement to be repaid. It's up to you to approve this, the board. You see the projections here. You see where a flourishing and up to capacity program could take us. Please invest in my family's future as well as every other business in this county since logging's shut down and it's extremely hard to thrive here. Again, I want to thank you for your time and happy spring.
Thank you. Keith Groves.
I got 2 texts. Great job. You did what? I got 2 texts from friends. Great job. They heard me.
All right. Good job. This is Keith Groves, East Fork. Drew, one thing that you missed is the added sales tax on top of the added cannabis tax and retail. So that's a small number, but it still is a valuable number. And I think there's one issue here that I know we focused on revenue, but there's an upcoming review and revision of the ordinance where, in my estimations, we could easily cut $200,000 or $300,000 a year out of how we do this process by streamlining this process, by giving multi-year licenses. And the other huge benefit that for the success of this program that needs to happen is that stacking becomes part of that ordinance, because you're probably not going to have 530 independent businesses to get to that number. So with this revitalization that you're trying to put back into the program, I think it's highly important that the ordinance revision take higher priority than it seems to. It doesn't seem like it's going to meet its initial time date of having an ordinance by June 1st. Maybe it will. But I would also recommend whatever form that you choose is to fund this program to move forward, because there has been economic studies done before, and probably easily $100 million worth of economic revenue into the county on a historical basis. So with that, thank you for your time, Drew. Good job. Skylar, we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve L.
Hi, this is Steve Lyon from Junction City. I'm going to encourage the board to choose option 4. I think this cannabis cultivators and the cannabis program has been a cash cow for the county, has been looked at as a cash cow for the county, and has been milked pretty thoroughly. I know I've put in over $40,000 personally since 2017. I think that the program has been a net positive financially every year, except for this year when we're all suffering under the ridiculous lawsuit by the TAA that was handled poorly all the way around. So there's 1 year that revenues are falling short. I think the county should prop up the program during this shortfall, get the program returning to positive finances, choose option 4, and support the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Avila.
Hello, this is Carla Avila from High and Palm. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I just also want to thank the staff and Supervisor Lutweiler for all the committee for their great work on all of this background. I think it's just testament to the fact that the program is viable, that it can hold itself up. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to build a time machine, go back in time, not take the money out in the first place, and then it would be there. But obviously, we don't have time for that. So I'm hoping alternative 4 is viable, because I don't know why it would be an alternative if it's not a viable alternative, I think it should come from the general fund, not as a loan, just as money that needs to be put somewhere. I understand that departments have to work within their budgets. Again, building a time machine would make perfect sense because then we could go back and have never used it as a bank in the first place. But this bank, you know, we can't put a run on our bank. We got to put the money back in the bank. And then the bank will be there for the future. I think we just learned this lesson in Silicon Valley recently. You know, this, if we're going to look at this as a revenue source, then it needs its budget. If the budget needs $1 million more to function, then that's the actual correct budget. In the future, like any other year besides this year, it probably wouldn't be an issue and it would probably be there. I don't think that we need to base this on whether we're having conservative or not conservative opinions on how much tax revenue will come in or will not come in the future. There's, you know, we don't have a crystal ball, but it is totally true that if our hands aren't tied behind our back, there's room to grow. And I don't think that any of our businesses have hit their max. We certainly would love to be operating again and paying fees and taxes. I just think we need to look at this as pragmatically as possible. If another department was falling short on their budget for their department, and there was some good reason they needed the money out of the general fund, would we be saying, well, prove to us you deserve it, well, or else you're not creating benefit for the rest of the county? I just think that's an unfair way to look at this. We can't keep separating cannabis into its own special category that has its own special set of circumstances and gets shaken down for more because we think that we deserve to treat these people this way. Let's try and go back in time and pretend we didn't make the mistakes we made before and just start here with not making those mistakes into the future. So fund the program, preferably not with a loan, because once it's functioning, get the budget back on track, we get all the rest of it back on track, we don't have this problem in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Veronica.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I want to start by commending Director Pavani and staff and Susie for all the hard work that went into this breakdown. I had the opportunity to kind of take a quick look as I could. I wanted to delve a little deeper, time permitting, of course. But I think Terry McBrayer is on point with her assessment. Do we have this money that we could move to another division? I think they do need help, and we do want to keep this program moving forward. I think these numbers are a bit bloated for projected revenues. And in terms of the general plan and the monies that have come into general fund, everybody in Trinity County was promised some deliverables on how this was going to work. The cannabis industry as a whole is the one that benefits most from the update of the general plan. And we appreciate that support, that we can have that and create a plan that will support the industry within Trinity County. In terms of other general fund money coming in, I'm looking at the numbers, you know, in 2021, they were pretty healthy. And of course, they've gone down a bit, but to be projected for $20,000 on tax revenue to general fund, it's concerning. And I understand the hits that the industry has taken, and I commend the board for giving them for finding ways to help them be more sustainable. My recommendation would be that option one, to transfer the cannabis building assets. My question on that would be, then would they start paying rent again like they did at their old location? How would that work? Does that also benefit the general fund and overall all residents of Trinity County? And then have them have a repayment plan over the next 5 years. You want to support them, but make it doable, because what other programs within Trinity County would have to be cut in order to move this money over? Your treasurer stood before you and said, we don't have the money, you know, but there's always a way to find something that will work. And I encourage you to do that. I think option one is the best that's being presented today. But if there are other options, I think you need to support the program, but you have to remember that the residents, the whole of Trinity County, works with that general fund and the services that you provide, and all the departments within Trinity County who put in their efforts as well to support everybody in Trinity County. So there's some weird numbers on here for me, but I know Susie's on top of it all. The revised budget amounts, there were some things like communications year to date is a little higher than the budget they're requesting. I don't know if that is just something I'm looking at. But yeah, do we have the money? We need to find a creative way to support them, but option one would be my recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Daryl Davis.
Hi there, this is Daryl Davis from Junction City. I think this might be a case of following the money. They always say if you want to find the truth, follow the money. And as Drew has just pointed out, the money was there in the past. The money's definitely going to be in there in the future. It also might be a case of not biting the hand that feeds you. Like, we know there's money in the general fund because we put it there. So as a farmer, I would assume that this would, like, accepting option 4 would be just automatic. Like, the fact that we can even debate about this right now is great, but I think it's truly, we know there's money there. So to try to pretend like this program, oh, it could just fold, no problem. No, it can't fold. This has to go forward. Almost any county programs, most county programs aren't equipped with making the kind of money that this is. So I do agree with Carla. And the last speaker mentioned that there is no money there. Like I just said, I think we just need to do the right thing here. $900,000 really isn't that kind of big capital concerning what we're really working with. So can I really get an automatic on the number 4 and not kind of slight this program any further? Thank you.
Jeff.
Thank you for.
Hi, Jeff Goodell, Xenia. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm for alternative 4. I don't think this money should be a loan. I think the program's been used as a plug to fill all those leaky holes in the county for too long. The money's been horribly mismanaged. The program has been horribly mismanaged up to a point, and now we're at a point where the cannabis department is functioning and functioning well, and I can only guess is going to function even better in the future because the staff has some stability. The staff are doing a great job now. We've gotten rid of the problems out of from the missteps from earlier last year of terrible hiring of a cannabis director who wanted to not run a program. Missteps like that, missteps with the TAA lawsuit have really hurt the program and got us to this position where we're needing some assistance from the general fund. In the past, it's been the cannabis department who's helping out the general fund when it needs it, and a little bit too much. And I'm sure some of those things weren't legal. Still haven't seen a cannabis fee study. I've been in the program since the very beginning. I've been speaking at planning commission meetings since the beginning. I'm license number 9. I've watched this all happen, and this is the first time I can say we have a department that actually functions well. The people are learning their jobs. They're getting better at it. They're doing a good job right now as it is. And they need to be supported. These are people that came here to get this job and work in this industry. And they're just one part of the whole ecosystem that is cannabis in Trinity County. And they need to be supported. It should not be a loan. The cannabis department has already given up too much over the years. And it's time for this new board to show some support for it so that, as a larger part of the economy in Trinity County, it can be stabilized and start contributing as it has in the past. Thanks. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Catherine.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I
First of all, I just want to say how impressed I am. Every member of Trinity County staff that's spoken today about this item, and as well as the other items on the agenda, have been so impressive and are so dedicated. And I'm really thankful that we're able to attract and maintain that level of staff. It's really impressive. Over the last years of the program, it's been kind of a mad scramble to get it implemented, and then lots of response to the nuisance lawsuits and NIMBYism and activism that we've seen have terrible effects on our county coffers. So TAA is to thank for all of this. And let's not forget that like the county, the farmers have become victims of this short-minded nuisance lawsuits that have taken place. And we're finally able to come out of that. And what I would ask is that, a lot like Carla said, we start today. We start today with optimism about the market. We start today with optimism about this industry. And we know that this industry is the closest thing that we have to economic development in any other. We're right there on the precipice of something that could really benefit multiple aspects of life in Trinity County in a very positive way. And we have to do that with a stable program. This isn't a green rush. This isn't an economic bubble. This is a program that's now a permanent department of the county and needs to be treated like any other department. Our treasurer didn't say we didn't have the money. Our treasurer said it wasn't in your budget, so you shouldn't be able to have it until next year. That's a paperwork issue. The reason that the budget wasn't accurate is because of all of the reasons that Director Poblani said so well, and that presentation was just excellent. So clearly, there needs to be an investment from the county. Option 4 is the way to go. There shouldn't be a loan. There's no other situation that I know of, and I'm happy to be corrected, where departments are looking for loans from the county just to maintain operational. I don't think we should be treating cannabis so differently from the other departments that we have. It really reflects a closed-minded, just a bigoted view that I think is not attractive for anyone to maintain moving forward. So it's 2023. Let's start this year with some optimism and an investment in the closest thing we have to significant economic drivers in the county right now.
Thank you.
Chris Williams.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So this is Chris Williams from Weaverville. First, excellent job on presenting this item. I know a lot of work went into it, and I really, really appreciate it. The funding request should be a contribution from the county. The program stimulates our economy in a desperately needed way, and this funding gives it a boost that is sorely needed. Regarding not having the money, could we consider using the $4.8 million in PILT funds, as I think they're unrestricted? I could be wrong on that. We finally have some sound leadership in the cannabis division and a robust staff. And if you're serious about economic development, then please vote to contribute to the stability of this department and this program and this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands, no chats.
Good day, supervisors and staff. And I too want to thank everybody that had a hand in putting together this the budget document and doing that research and forecasting. It's obviously the best job that's ever been attempted, on this in the county. A couple things that I think should be taken into consideration here is that the cannabis program has contributed mightily to the county since its inception. And I have a few examples that haven't been cited yet. One is the first year of big code enforcement fines. There was a BOS meeting where at that meeting it was shared that there was about $1.1 million in code enforcement fines collected and put into the general fund. At the very next meeting, Director Tippett requested $1.1 million for an emergency backfill to the jail program before the county lost their matching funds. 2 years ago, there was a meeting where it was shared that the first round of cannabis tax that came into the county was about $130,000. At the following meeting, Sheriff Saxon came before you and requested about $130,000 to for an emergency position to be allocated for admin staff because his existing staff was literally stretched to the breaking point. There's plenty of other small examples like that, and this is an opportunity to do the right thing. Cannabis has contributed and contributed mightily most years, all except one. And through no fault of their own, these applicants continue to pay, and should receive some credit for this contribution to the county generally. The statement of overriding considerations in the programmatic EIR for our cannabis program cites that one of the overriding considerations is that it stabilizes property values in Trinity County, a healthy cannabis program. Another is that it would create 945 new permanent jobs in Trinity County. I can't think of a single other industry, no matter how big we think recreation might be someday, that might contribute 945 new permanent jobs here. So the next two agenda items are the County Board of Supervisors possibly waiving the fees for the Trinity Trail Alliance and the Lewiston Sparkies. It's a contribution to a greater good for the entire county, all the citizens of Trinity County. I'm in support of that contribution too. This is an opportunity to do the right thing. And option number 4 before you lets the cannabis division retain their own building that they had to pay for. Before they could staff up, they had to come up with $400 grand to pay for that building, cash. They should keep the building. And I encourage you to choose option number 4. Continue trying to do the right thing here, please.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I have no other raised hands, no chats.
Okay. With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I have a couple of clarifications to do. Susie, I think I'll need you for most of this. So I just want to clarify my understanding on something, see if I'm in the right part. So one, on the building issue that was mentioned, I gather some buildings that are, I'll say in general, county property are owned by departments or divisions, and some are owned by the county. Do we have a clear guidance on how that is supposed to happen, or is it variable?
This is the first building that has been purchased since my employment in Trinity County. Most of the buildings, other than the ones that are general purpose and house multiple departments or provide, like the parks provide public access, I believe are owned and shown on the department's fixed assets listing. Those that the courthouse, the parks, the fairgrounds, those are owned and shown on general services fixed asset list and owned by the county as a whole. Now, with that being said, anything that's owned by a specific department is owned by the county as a whole. It just determines where that funding source for the purchase of that property, that asset came from, and where any proceeds would go to if that asset were to be disposed of or sold. I can relate it back more easily to vehicles because that's what we purchase more of within the county. And typically the departments purchase their own vehicles. And then when those vehicles are no longer useful for their department and they sell them, that any proceeds from the sale of that vehicle go back into their departmental funds. unless they go through the motor pool, and then there's a separate process for that.
Okay. And so costs of, I'll say, owning that building, insurance, anything else that has to do with it, improvements, all that kind of stuff, right now would be with the cannabis division. If it was purchased back through this transfer by the county, then the county would own those responsibilities. Is that accurate?
No, that wouldn't be accurate. So it would still be occupied by the cannabis department. So there would have to be a rental agreement put in place in order to cover those costs and compensate the county back for those.
Well, I'm getting there, but I'm just
Okay.
saying it would start with the county owning that and then charging users of the building both for rent and their portion of insurance and everything else.
Correct. That would
Okay.
function the same as it does for every other county building, regardless of whose departmental fixed asset list it falls on.
Right.
They're all encompassed under our general county insurance policies. And then those policy premiums are spread out to the various departments based on, depending on the type of insurance, there's different allocation bases that are used. So as far as property, I believe it's spread based on square footage.
And today the cannabis division receives a small amount of money because planning has some of the space. Is that correct?
Correct. The planning department pays rent to the cannabis division for the space that they occupy in that building.
So if the county took that over through this transfer, then both planning and cannabis would pay into the county. for their
Likely,
portion.
since planning is a general fund department, we would have planning purchase the asset and own it. And so then cannabis would pay rent to planning instead of planning paying rent to cannabis.
Okay. And now over onto the contribution or advance to be repaid. So my understanding is if it is a contribution, then it's, I don't know, a little bit like a subsidy. It just says, here's the money. This does not then get calculated in your cost of doing business. Whereas if it's a transfer paid back over, in this example, option 1, 5 years, well, in this sample, that'd be about 100,000 a year would be being paid back, and that would then be included in the fee calculations going forward. So that's the difference that would happen for, on the other side that we've been hearing from cultivators is, if you just give that money, then we don't bear the burden of it in our ongoing costs of permit fees. If you transfer it, then we do.
Correct.
And then the other side of that is, if it's transferred, then the general fund with an advance, then the general fund gets it back over time, and can be used for any sort of program or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think I see here on the slide that we didn't actually cover, I mean, we covered the slide, but not that bottom point is, this says that the funds would come out of the 4.8 million, because that's really the only place we have funds sitting around, right?
That is correct. That is the only funding stream at this point in time that we have that has the amount that they're asking for. Our contingency only has $530,000 in it. And we don't have additional excess general funds to recognize for this fiscal year. So if we were not to take them from our local agency tribal consistency funds, then we would have to go through and cut general fund contributions to other departments to find that difference.
Right.
And what is the amount in our general fund as of today? Do you happen to know a ballpark on that?
I mean, the contingency.
What do you mean in our general fund?
Well, and maybe that was a poor way to ask it. And there have been a lot of public comments that there must be plenty of money in our general fund because we've watched money go into it, therefore it must be there. And so to take it out must be an easy thing to just go get it and just use that. So can you speak to that a little bit?
So I don't know what our current cash balance in our general fund is. I haven't ran that. What I can tell you is we budget every dollar of general fund that we have in any given budget year. So in the fiscal year 22-23, every dollar that we had in anticipated revenue plus anything that was remaining as carryover from last year was used to balance the 22-23 budget. And that includes the $530,000 contingency that we currently have. So there are no excess funds sitting in our general fund that could be used to to cover this costs.
What would it mean if the board were to say, okay, we're going to take this amount, 971,000 out of the general fund as a blanket statement? What does that mean on a spreadsheet or in your, as you go to work the magic, what does that mean?
That means Susie pulls out all of her hair and goes home and cries. Because that means we have so we can cover 530 of it with contingency.
Okay.
And the remaining would have to be cut from other general fund contributions to departments' budgets that have already been balanced. So we would have to go through every single county departmental budget and see what was their general fund contribution, how much have they already used, because we can't take that back from them, and see what was left to cut from them for the last quarter of the fiscal year, and what would that do to their services. Likely, it would mean shutting down services and staff layoffs or furloughs for the remainder of the fiscal year. It would not be a fun or pretty task.
And thus the option of coming out of the 4.8 million.
Thus, my recommendation being that that is the only place that whatever portion of funds you choose to provide to them come from that funding source, regardless of whether you provide it to them as an advance or as a direct contribution, regardless of whether we choose to buy the building back from them and provide a advance or contribution for the difference. All of those dollars, the full 971,772 has to come from our local area tribal consistency fund, because that is the only funding source that we have without decimating our contingency, which then leaves every other county department in hardship throughout for the rest of the fiscal year, because we don't know what additional unforeseen things are going to come up.
And so out of that, we've received the 4.8. We had hoped that we would get a second payment of 4.8. We don't know if that's going to show up, right, until it does or doesn't.
Everything I read has indicated that we will get it in fiscal year 23.
Okay.
That being federal fiscal year 23. So I don't know. I did just receive an email. I have to do my first reporting on this first 4.8 that we've received. I'm assuming that that first reporting will be part of the trigger for allocation of the second installment.
And then can we just review things that we already know are going to have to be covered in some fashion? Not even touching on requests that have been made, but we know that Canyon Creek is going to cost us $1 million. What other things can we talk about that are out there as have-tos?
I don't know if Panos is really good about talking to you guys, but I'm not sure if the community is aware of that. But due to the new air restrictions that they have, he's limited on how long he can operate a piece of equipment. And so what they're having to do, this is for snow plows, because everybody's so upset because their roads aren't plowed. Well, he has a limited amount of time he can use for that equipment. And when that equipment's done, then he has to rent equipment from somewhere. And when they reach that threshold, it has a counter on there, they're done. And so that's one thing we need a roof on the courthouse. I can't even get the software for equipment, for equipment for the cannabis. I wasn't even granted that. We are told status quo. And that was just my whole point. And it was because that's, and I think there's a precedent with this money that the part of the restrictions, if you read what they say, what the allowable uses are for that funds, it is for hard hit industries that were in that time, but that's not the only industry that was hit. Cannabis was hit, but you have a lot of other industries as well. So that's just something to be fully aware of.
And Liz or Susie, I don't know which one of you could answer this better. And I know it's an on the spot, you'll have to do ballpark, but we also talked about supporting this division, which I believe we should. But there are a lot of other departments and divisions that have approved positions that aren't funded, including, we mentioned earlier when we were praising Skylar and wishing she wasn't leaving. And in my heart, I believe that part of the reason that she's leaving is because that department was defunded in part to balance the budget this year. And so therefore we left a few people trying to do the job of many without the support they needed. And I'm sure that story gets told over and over again. So I'm just wondering, how many approved positions do we have, again, ballpark, that are unfunded because we can't afford it?
I don't know that we could provide that level of detail on the spot. There are several, but I want to provide two different answers. When we have done a survey to department heads about needs, our responses collected total roughly about $12.8 million in identified need for the county, which Terry was speaking to. The second part, when we're talking about staffing, I would be remiss to ever recommend to the board using one-time fund to pay for ongoing cost, which staffing is. And so, Susie and I have had several conversations about that. That would, in my opinion, not be wisdom to spend money in that fashion. And that 12.8 million does not include the 25% of emergency cost to natural disaster that we are responsible for. Best case scenario that we have CDA or FEMA reimbursement to said emergencies. So, there are many costs in the county. Of that 12.8, I would say there are a lot of costs that DOT could benefit from in equipment. I mean, it is quite a comprehensive list. I hope that just provides some information on where we sit. And I know staff work very hard to balance the budget every year, given all these needs.
I think you referenced in a previous meeting that we started at a $6 million problem when you were balancing the budget last year.
I feel like this last year was 6 and the year before was 4, but I might be wrong. It's correct.
Yeah, we were about $6 million out there. The general fund asks to start fiscal year 22, 23, already jumping into budget development, came in about $6 million over our projected general fund revenues. And
I wonder if it's probably easy for you. Can you just quickly give us a list of the departments that are general fund departments? Is that easy?
it might not be all inclusive. I might forget one or two.
Sure.
We've got your general fund departments include Board of Supervisors, admin, assessor, auditor, clerk recorder, treasurer, tax collector, general services, building, planning, environmental health, the sheriff's office, jail health, district attorney, thank you, HR, public defender, risk management, animal control, search and rescue, probation. I know I'm forgetting a handful of them.
You did well.
Yeah, that was good.
Ag, yep, ag department, cooperative extension, library. I think I got them.
that one.
I think that might be it.
Okay, you did well. Thank you. Okay. So a stress I'm having is in addition to emergency, the 25% that's our responsibility for emergency things like Canyon Creek, and not knowing what other emergencies. I mean, we wouldn't have guessed that the Canyon Creek slide was going to happen and be as extensive as it is. And then that isn't even beginning to talk about other emergencies that you're looking at and dealing with. The one that just weighs heavily on my heart is the planning department, because I don't understand how we're going to ever have any kind of, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't talk too much without emotion on the table. Well, let's throw emotion on the table then. Anybody want to make a motion?
I just have a couple questions.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, 1:19. Nope, you're right.
Push it.
There is some margin there. Though.
Yeah, there is. I think we're gonna have to have some debate.
Judge, do you want me to answer that?
I feel I'm curious. No, I know.
Oh, sorry. I just talked to my house. Oh, no, it's ridiculous.
I was about to say.
Yeah, no. Susan and I were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Smells me. We're in for some debate here.
Probably so.
Ready to make a motion?
I just make a motion, just to get things going.
You make the motion. I'm ready to second it. Ma'am?
Okay, it is 1:20 and we are back at it.
Government is the most inefficient thing.
No,
Oh,
we're
no,
part of
she
that.
means because it's a federal funding and campuses. Well, then the option would be to use
Mhm.
funds to fund other.
Nope, that's right.
Expenses. And then
Get your hammer, Jill.
and open up three departments and
I'll
transfer these funds to them and. Yeah, and open it up. That's a good answer. Essentially, right.
I have two questions.
But we should double check
and
that because
a-
sometimes they have a specific, offset.
Just kind of
provision.
a personal concern.
Okay.
But I think that's.
At our 5 minutes, I don't remember.
We're past it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes over.
Okay, we are 2 minutes past, my apologies. And we are at the point where I'm going to ask if there is a board member who would care to put a motion on the table.
And I think when we broke, Supervisor Carpenter Harris said she still had a couple of questions, if that was.
Oh, I'm sorry, prior to the, oh, my.
I do.
Mhm.
Okay, so I pulled up the list of utilization opportunities for this local assistance and tribal contingency funds, and I'm assuming that that the assumption would be that it would go in the let me find it.
Look at like the category that would allow it to be used. that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
long-term economic, well, no, that's not. In provision of health services, education services, court service policy, fire, emergency, medical, and other public safety services, utilities, sanitations. I'm just trying to read through economic development, general government operations, I guess is the one. So with that being said, I have a question to I guess the reason this money came to the county, my assumption is that it says tribal contingency fund. So with that being in the title, I have a curiosity to know whether or not when we spend these funds or look for ways to spend these funds, although Trinity County has no federally recognized tribes, we do have some state and locally recognized tribes. Do we consult with any of those tribal leaders in the expenditure of these funds? Do we? No. Do we know? Okay. And then that's just was a curiosity. And then secondly, as brought up by the UC Extension fellow this morning, when Supervisor Lettweiler asked him if there was any way that his organization could help support economic development, he said he had to check because a good percentage of their funding comes from the federal government, and there may be a conflict in the utilization of those federal funds in a cannabis related development. So these funds are also federal funds. And so I'm just curious to know if there would be some type of a conflict because these are federal funds. If they were utilized for the cannabis division, that may be for county council to help me understand that. And with that said, I also have some, I personally feel, as we were given information today, both from the auditor and from our taxes and everyone, we looked at the departments that were in the general fund. I feel like in order to make an informed decision, I need to know more about how this decision would impact all of the other departments as a whole. So I don't know if I hold in front of me strong enough information to be able to really make a choice today. Can you answer the federal funding question, or is that for later?
No, I would love to answer that. I was not given the heads up that that was the plan, but
I was just,
but it's a great question and it triggered my thoughts. So if you would mind giving me a moment to research it. My
Okay.
understanding from the guidance we were given and in consultation with Susie is that the guidance we're given is that there's no restrictions on the use of funds and they can be used in the same method as PILT money can. And we have confirmed that PILT money can be used on programs such as cannabis programs, but I would like to double check it. So if you wouldn't mind giving me a moment, I'll do a little research on that.
Perfect, yeah.
While you're doing that, just a kind of a brief history for myself. When the cannabis department bought the planning building on Main Street there, I thought that there was going to be at least 2 or 3 other renters in there. I think that's the way Richard sold it to us, was that the cannabis department would buy it, then the planning commission or the planning department would pay a certain amount, and maybe 1 or 2 other departments would pay into that fee. What does the planning department pay the cannabis department now? Am I incorrect when I thought that there was supposed to be maybe 1 or 2 other departments in that building when we purchased it?
When we originally purchased the building, my recollection is that it was for planning and cannabis.
That's it, just.
Those were the departments that were going to move down there. Planning was going to pay rent to cannabis. And the reason being is because there was no cannabis needed to expand and there was no space for them to expand in the current building that they were occupying, renting from building and planning up on Airport Road. The current budget for rent from planning to cannabis is roughly $5,600 a year.
A year?
Mhm.
That seems cheap.
Because it's rent based on cost, because we're as a county department and a county agency, we're not able to make money. We only recover our costs for the space. I believe that planning also pays a portion of the utility bills for the building because they occupy that space as well. But I don't handle their individual day-to-day finances, so I can't say that with 100% certainty. And if the building were to transfer from the cannabis department, then and it didn't transfer to a general fund department for whatever reason, then both departments would pay rent.
And are there special logistics of if option 1 was chosen or whichever one involved the exchange of the asset? Logistics associated with that transfer of the asset that we need to think about?
Yes, there are. I'll defer to Margaret on if there's any more specifics, but I put an approximate number in there because we would need to figure out the fair market value of the asset and not transfer just the asset at our current book value.
She summarized it well. There are processes for public property and the exchange of it. They're different if we're selling it to the public, if we're transferring it internally, but we would have to follow those processes. And one of them is getting an appraisal to determine the fair market value at the time of sale versus the time of purchase. So we would have to do that. And I do have an answer to Supervisor Carpenter Harris as well. I was able to look at the restricted uses on these funds, and there is only one restricted use as designated by the federal government, and that is this money cannot be used for lobbying, any lobbying purposes.
Okay, thank you.
And Margaret, while you're at it there, because you referenced something about that, trying to streamline processes here, which I know is not what we usually think about, or we try to, but it's not usually the outcome. Rather than getting caught up in some process that might take weeks and months to evaluate the value of a building and so forth, if the decision involved the building transfer, could we make it that it was all shifted over as funding, but the plan is once the building value is assessed, it will be transferred and then the balance will be adjusted. And so we do that without it holding us up. Is that, yes?
Yes, that can be
Okay.
contemplated in the motion.
Okay. It's
And-
it's just a more laborious process to do the transfer, but it doesn't slow us down necessarily. Okay, thank you.
And if we did that and there needed to be this appraisal to find the fair market value of those assets, there's a cost involved with that. And so do we have a ballpark of what that might be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What do we pay for the building, Susie? 300?
350. And then improvements.
The purchase price of the building was 300,000 plus closing costs. And then we have to add on top of that, the remodel costs.
450?
I believe it's roughly around there. I think we had a $500,000 budget total for purchase and all of the remodels. And I think we were in that $450,000 to $500,000 range. I didn't have a chance to look that number up and pull the exact dollar amount for you.
That's
I had
fine.
hoped to this morning, but
So that was $500,000. That came out of the cannabis budget?
yes, cannabis department purchased the building. They paid for all of the remodels.
All the
It's
upgrades.
their building, and that's why they get to charge rent to any non-cannabis division that works out of their building.
Okay, it just seems to me, and I understand the government can't make money on the rent and all. It just seems to me that at $5,000 a month to the other department, it's gonna be forever till they get paid back. To make that whole, it would seem like it'd be what, 25 years? Yeah, that's assuming just half and cannabis absorbs the other half. Seems like a large burden for the cannabis department to pay up front for that to get paid back in such a small incremental way, although I know it's what you have to do governmentally. You know, that it's the cannabis budget quite a bit. And repays very little out of, annually. Just something I was thinking about.
And if we were to choose an option that included the transfer of the building, where does, like, technically, where does that money come out that you make that transfer from? Where are you going to take the 450,000?
It's still going to come from the local agency and tribal consistency funds. The
Okay.
full total sum of the $971,000 is going to come from the local agency and tribal
Just how we're
consistency
handling
funds.
it.
It's just how do we account for it?
Mhm.
Do we, as general fund county, get an asset in exchange for a portion of that amount?
If we're rounding up and using $1 million instead of the 971, if it's treated as an advance to be repaid, then if it's all just done as an advance, then that's $1 million that has to be repaid over whatever the time period is. Versus if it's the building and advance, then it's about
Whatever the-
half that has to be repaid.
Correct.
And then, of course, the option that we heard a lot from people today was, but if it's just a contribution, then of course they don't have to repay anything and they get to hold onto the building and they get to make a tiny bit of money off of the planning department, things like that. Is that fair?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thanks.
Understood.
Understood. Anybody want to put a motion on the table?
When are we expecting the second half of our tribal fund? Is there any set date perhaps?
Susie spoke earlier to federal fiscal year 23, but no, there's not a firm known date.
Is there any information that any of the tribes have any request or utilization for these funds?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not sure.
So I'll just throw this out there for food for thought. At 4.8 million twice, you got almost $10 million, we'll say. cannabis department is looking for about 10% of that, which still leaves 90% of that figure to be used throughout the county for all the other things that we talked about, which are very important things for this county.
We need a motion.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to use the, what do they call it there? The local agency travel consistency funds, 10% out of the, I would say 20% out of the initial 4.8 million, which would give them their $900,000 upfront. And if there is a way bookkeeping wise to spread that out 10%, 10%, I'm not sure how you do that. So I would make the motion to take 20%, approximately $971,000 and some change out of the local agency travel consistency fund, which would basically be about 20% of that fund. And we would still have 80% of that fund left for the rest of the county to move forward and do the things they need to do with that money.
And Liam, are you suggesting is option 4 where it's just given?
Yes.
Okay, wanted to make sure I understood.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Part of our agenda item is to authorize the CAO and the auditor to sign the budget adjustment to make all of the necessary requests. Is that included in your motion?
Sure.
And your second, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Well, so in terms of discussion, I mean, I think we heard a lot of opinions and a lot of facts along the way to help us shape our views on this. You could certainly come up with a justification to say if somewhere in the $3 to $5 million has been contributed in some fashion to general fund over the program's life, couldn't a million of it be given back? I think that's kind of what we were hearing, and I can understand where people come from. The trade-off to that is that $1 million is obviously desperately needed when we had to cut $6 million out of what people said they needed to run the county well. And I know that there's already a long list that exceeds the use of the $4.8 million with options between roofs and upgrades to software that get us out of the dark ages and things like that. So it's just, to me, it's a matter of trade-off. To me, there is no question about whether we should fund or not fund. That, at least in my mind, is a given because of the positive impact it has as an overall. It's really just a matter of getting down to whether it should be just given kind of in the mind of paying back for what has been brought into the general fund, or if we just can't afford to do that because we need that money so badly in other ways. And this is a cost of running the program that needs to be repaid back. That's where I'm kind of stuck. And just to have the other motion on the table, I'll move that we use all the same wording that Susie did for option 1.
Yeah, option 1, and I would second that. I think that the piece that I fully agree that we can see the benefit, and I would just reiterate the gratitude for being able to look at hard numbers on spreadsheets and really be able to speak in a factual environment. But when we have to make decisions about all of these other departments, and it's not very many months away that they're going to come, and we went from 40 million deficit as a starting point 2 years ago to 6 million last year, and we've seen what increased costs have done over just this last year. And we see what's happening with what it does to, and I might speak kind of wonky, and Susie could speak more clearly, what that does when we raise the minimum wage, what that does to salaries and the compaction. And when you have to sit and pour over all of that and the ramifications for what are we going to tell staff if we have to furlough them in order to figure out how we're going to go forward, And to the point I was starting to make before, how are we ever going to have a county that moves forward with any kind of development? I mean, even folks in the cannabis world are going to need the planning department at some point to do something, I think, outside of the realm of what is offered within the cannabis division. When you need a lot line adjustment, don't you need to go through the planning department to do that? Is that not true? It is true. Okay. We have to have a staffed functioning planning department. And the fact that we defunded 3 positions in order to just balance a budget, and I will say in all honesty, I don't know where I missed that, and I feel terrible that I did. I heard the fact that we hadn't filled them up to a certain point in time meant that we had expenditures that weren't realized, and therefore there was this extra that we would have spent that we didn't spend on salaries. That's what I heard. I didn't hear we're planning to stay in that path all the way through this fiscal year. I just didn't hear that piece. That's really disheartening to me. And figuring out how to fund those and make our planning department whole is huge to me. Looking at staff who are already just so frustrated at the things that they need to do their job in a more streamlined fashion and feel good about coming to work, that they can actually get where they need to go and get some traction. And there just isn't money to give them what they need in that. It's just painful. And 4.8 million might look like a lot. It goes so fast.
One of the things I kind of want to address, because we did hear some public comment about, well, if this wasn't the cannabis department, we would give the money. And I'm nothing against Drew. This was not Drew's fault, but the problem is that when we did budget development, the cannabis budget came in and said, oh, we're going to have $2.4 million in revenue. And all those other departments came in and said, we're going to have this much revenue. And we balanced those budgets according to what they said. Theirs was more realistic, and the cannabis budget was astronomically off. And so all those other departments did have to eat a lot of money. I've had the pleasure of being involved in telling people you don't get this money and we're not going to allocate that position. And there was a lot that went into that budget development, because as fast as it is to spend $4 million, it's really not that easy to find $4 million. So I do understand where this ask comes from. And I know that my biggest concern is it would have been a lot easier to deal with this if it would have been there in the budget, because then we could have taken that money from some of those other departments. We would have known what we had to work with, and it wouldn't be, okay, we're in the 4th quarter and now we're laying off people. It would have been, you have to figure out how to cut $100,000 over the entirety of a fiscal year, not $100,000 in 3 months. So that's where I struggle with it. It would have been nice if it wouldn't have been missed in the budget development. That's not Drew's fault. He wasn't involved in that. So, and I want to make that perfectly clear that wasn't the shortfall of Drew. That was previous administration. But at the same time, I get where people want this to be a contribution and not be included in that fee study, but part of this would kind of be, I think, included in the fee study. Some of this is operating costs. Some of the contributions that cannabis has made to our general fund, that's great, and I can see where this money should come from there. But there's so many different levels of separation between dollars here and dollars here that it's not as simple and straightforward as it looks. So I would actually, I'm not going to offer a third motion. I would consider it, but I won't go there. If we can have some more discussion and get rid of one or other, and maybe we would
move from there.
Well, go ahead, Susie.
Can I ask for some clarification on your motion real quick? Just want to make sure that it includes transferring the full 971,000 rounded. But when we transfer the asset, that's at the fair market value, not the approximated number that's put there. And there's the direction to staff to go through and do that, and authorization to sign all the documents necessary to make those transfers happen at the appropriate values.
Yes.
Okay.
And by the time we get ready to vote, I'm sure you'll have that perfectly worded.
It'll be something just like that.
Okay.
And yes, thank you.
And I'll just say, Dan, to your point, I think when I look at this is, the operating costs are what they are. They're spending the money. That's why they're in trouble, because the revenue wasn't there. So this is almost like becoming the revenue. And so, but if it is given as an advance and paid back in this example, option 1, 5 years, 500,000 rough numbers, that's 100,000 a year is going to be added to the cost because you're paying it back. It's going to be added to the cost when they do their fee schedules. And above all the rest of their stuff, it's going to say, oh, and we're also carrying this burden of 100,000 this year that we have to pay back. So that gets built into my fee schedule divided by 500 permits and everything else. What does that equal? Right? So that's kind of how it ends up impacting and falling back on the cultivation world versus if the general fund just eats it and then we just don't have that money to use in any other way. Did you have something to say?
I just wanted to agree with you and also point out, it's not something that we touched on in the numbers, but if you look at the budget projections going forward, we do show a net positive and essentially, an overage, and that's not actually accounted for in cash carryover into the next fiscal year. So at least looking at the numbers that we've presented, it seems very achievable to include that additional $100,000 per year.
Okay.
Regards to the money being carried on to the fees for the folks who use this, we just heard solid waste say that that's how they balance their needs, is they increase their tipping fees, correct? For your trash dump. So I think that's kind of a traditional way to recover money, is to we just charge more. In my mind, it doesn't seem like any one person's being asked to do something more just because of what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just thinking out loud, I guess.
Yeah.
In terms of discussion.
If I tried to give voice to what I've been hearing from the cultivation side is, whether right or wrong, we did what we were asked to by the county for this number of years.
Absolutely, yes.
Then suddenly the world around us collapsed.
Yes.
And we've been without the ability to do business for a year, which has cost some of our properties, our businesses, family relationships, all kinds of other burdens.
Yes.
And now we're at a point where, not because of us, this division needs more money. We would be happy to be paying you the money if we only could have been growing and operating this last year. But we couldn't, and it wasn't our fault. So now, not only fund the division, but don't make us bear the burden of a problem that we didn't cause. That's my voice to what I heard, whether it's well stated or not. And I get it and I understand it. And then I jump over to the other side and I balance that with watching people leave the county because they're overwhelmed because we're understaffed, and a list that is 5 times longer than we have money to fund for desperate needs for the county as a whole. And so that's where I'm trying to find the right balance. And to me, the option 4 is obviously the way that really speaks to the voice I was trying to convey on behalf of the cultivation world. And option 1, to me, is the best option to try to be on that other side, to say, well, at least if you're going to charge back half and just take the building back, and that's a lesser burden. That's kind of how I get to the option 1. And I'll try to be quiet because I talk too much.
So yeah, I guess there's a lot of options here. So that option that you're throwing out there, Rick, would be to have the that $100,000 over 5 years to be repaid by the cultivators in a fee.
Well, that's what option one would in effect too, yes.
So is it possible for me to throw out a hybrid of these things here? So here's my hybrid. Exchange the building for what you can, we'll say $450,000 here. Out of the local agency travel consistency fund, take the remaining 521,000, which is about 6 or 7% of that 4.8. If you get twice that, it's about 3 or 4% of that 9.6, which still leaves the county with a substantial amount of that local agency travel consistency fund for the rest of the county. And we all know that the rest of the county could use, a great portion of that. So with my hybrid motion, we're not using more than 5% of that local agency travel consistency fund to make this a workable.
That sounds like option
So-
two.
It's option 2 that you're presenting, but the entire $971,772 has to come out of somewhere, regardless of whether we transfer that building or not. They need that. So it's just dependent upon, does the general fund exchange funds for an asset, or does the general fund give a contribution or an advance in total?
Question of some of you, I guess. My question would be, is it possible for the general fund to give cannabis a loan using their building as collateral? So basically it would be like, okay, we're going to say, we're going to give you a contribution of this much, and we're going to buy your building for market value, and you have 5 years to pay that back, and then you can have your building back. Or would that make any?
So as treasurer, I've done this for the school district before. So, but the way it works, we've done like a temporary loan. But the thing is you have to have a finite date, and then they'd have to pay, would have to pay interest back because it's for the pool participants. So it wouldn't be something they could just, it would have to have interest.
Okay, so if it was a loan, it would have interest. But if what I'm questioning is, can we, like it, setting with option 1, if we buy the building for fair market value, rather than making them pay back the 521,000, can we make them pay back the building cost and buy their building back from us in 5 years?
I think I'll defer to Margaret on that one.
So from a legal perspective, yes, we can structure it in that mechanism. Typically, we don't get collateral on on ourselves. So I think I wouldn't refer to it that way, but we can have a temporary transfer of assets upon repayment. We can structure that in the form of a contract.
Susie, do you have a way of ballparking if the county does the building transfer, what will the cannabis division pay the county? Planning is paying $5,000 a year.
Likely it would be approximately the same dollar amount, because that's based on the cost of maintaining the building, not the cost of purchasing the building.
But isn't planning is only paying $5,000 because they only have this big of a
Well,
piece, and cannabis has this big of a piece?
That's true. I would defer to Drew on what's the space?
Like, are they
distribution there?
10,
Is it-
you're 10 times as much, and
Is
so
it
you
50/50 or?
My recollection in going through these numbers was that the rent would be like 15,000.
15?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah. I don't know that there's
That
any real value to
seems
the
really
cannabis
high.
division.
Is that,
How much space does cannabis occupy versus planning?
we're about a 3 to 1.
Would be about right. 15 and 5?
70-30.
Yeah, okay. I mean, to me, I don't see a super value to the cannabis division owning that. And frankly, I don't see a super value to the county owning it either. It's got to be owned somewhere. The building transfer to me is just a way of some of the money getting into the cannabis division without it having to be paid back. And the county then owns the building that can be used for whatever it wants to use it with over time. So it's a flexibility thing from a county standpoint. But to pay, I mean, $15,000 in a multi-million-dollar budget a year is no big shakes for you to pay out. And losing the whole $5,000 that you get a year from planning is no big shakes. So to me, that's part of why I was landing there.
Sorry, Supervisor Gogan, I asked that question in the middle of your motion before it was seconded, so.
Oh, so we haven't seconded?
Apologize, I didn't hear that as a finished motion.
So his
My apologies.
Option 2.
His option 2, yeah,
So,
basically.
yeah, except I guess the only differentiation I make here between the general fund, which seems to be thrown together with the local agency tribal consistency fund, is this would not come out of a deficit for the general fund. It would come out of the $4.8 million, which to me is this, and the general fund is that. So my hybrid, although it does sound similar to option 2 says as a contribution from the general fund. I would like to change contribution from what it says general fund right there to local agency tribal consistency fund instead of the general fund.
Which is the same we've done with the other 2 motions, right?
The same thing, yeah.
Because the local agency and tribal consistency funds are discretionary funds that can be used for any general fund purpose. They are general fund dollars because the guidance states that we use them just like our PILT money, which is general fund dollars. It's just a different funding stream. Essentially, this distinction you're making is the difference between saying property taxes or general fund.
Well,
They're all general fund dollars. It's just the funding stream that's funding the general fund for that transfer.
Well, it sounds like what Supervisor Gogan is catching on is when you made the comment, if you tell me to take it out of general funds, I'm going to go home and cry because I have to cut budgets and cut people. And so I think he's trying to avoid that, which I think all the motions are, right?
Fair, yes, that's essentially how I'm interpreting all of your motions, is that it's coming from the local area tribal consistency fund.
And included with your motion, would it be all of the provisions that Susie needs for transfers and
Thank you.
such?
Yes.
And is there a second for his motion?
I have a question.
We need to decide if there's a second on the motion first.
I'll second it for discussion purposes anyway. So
Okay.
now we have 3. We're done with motions.
All right, you can ask your question. Yeah.
When looking at the tribal consistency funds, and you say that they're considered within the general fund, are those dollars that came in from this somewhat allocated by request yet, or are they just sitting there and we're waiting for those requests to come in, or what has this been tagged for?
They are currently sitting in our treasury pool, waiting for spending plans to be developed and presented and allocated and approved by the 5 of you.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Canyon Creek is the only earmarked piece for that portion, or it's not going to be covered in.
And what was that for, just to help me remember? Do you remember?
It's
I
around
don't-
1 million.
It's about $1 million, and I don't remember
And when we say earmarked,
formal action on that.
I don't think there was formal action. That's the only discussion towards that money.
So take
Right,
$1
so-
million off of that total when we're talking about it roughly ish.
right. But if we're going to, and I hear you totally, and if we're going to go down that path, I think we may need to broaden our minds, because if we're saying Canyon Creek has a problem, we're required to fix it, and it's going to cost us $1 million and there's no way out, then what do we say when all of our snowplow equipment is out of hours and we have to plow snow and there's no way out? And how many other things can we say that? No, we haven't had these formal discussions. We haven't made a board action to say that. But if we took those kinds of things and said, then what are we going to do? And we total it out, my fear is we're going to be past 4.8 before we blink twice.
Well, even when Director Kokas was presenting the last time, that really nice comprehensive presentation, I believe he said, like Canyon Creek, we have actually $20 million worth of those. So that was one, but we had a number of others that totaled to 20 million. So if we have to pony up a quarter of each of those, there's 4 million already. So yeah, the money will be gone before we know it. And my conversations with Letty before she left was she had been gathering from staff all the ideas, if you will, the needs, and we were trying to look at it from what are have to do's, that we by law are going to have to do, or we'll have to stop providing services if we don't do, or something like that. And so she had a pretty good list. And at least my conversation with her the last time was, let's wait for our new CAO, because he's the one who's going to have to help us live through what our decisions. And so let's give him that chance to get here, provide input of his own, filter what he's hearing from his team, and then come to the board with his recommendations so we could make those decisions.
Right.
That's where I understood it got left off.
So I wonder if there's a possibility, another question for Susie. I think I know the answer. There was a dollar figure that you had kind of figured that the cannabis department was like, what's the monthly overhead? That the longer we don't make our decision and decide formally what it's going to be, there is a cost involved. And do we recall what that kind of per month roughly is?
It's like 150,000 a month, I think.
So Jill, can I respond? I
Please.
think that in that meeting that you're referring to, from my perspective, that was a misconception
Okay.
that was conveyed. What we're asking for is what was currently budgeted for this fiscal year. Exception of the increase to environmental consultant costs, which was cut, and some very other small increases. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think it was really, the number was what is not covered.
There's
You
actually,
weren't spending anymore, but what's not covered.
what's not covered because of the revenue shortfalls that are coming in. And that's the number that Jill is talking about, the cost that the department incurs regardless of what we do, because it's in your budget to have those expenditure appropriations, but your revenue's not coming in. So every month that we delayed in making a decision, we forced the board's hand in saying that you are guaranteed to have to provide another approximately $100,000 to $150,000 to the department, because those costs have already gone out the door. And so
that number kind of started accumulating, I think, in January.
Yeah.
yes,
Wouldn't those costs have all been allocated for our current fiscal year budget? So it's not an increase per 100,000.
correct, but the expenditures are allocated, but your revenues are not coming in. Your budget was balanced at the beginning of the year based on the expenditure level that is there and projected revenues to offset that. So the fact that your revenues are not coming in, then the cost that the cost that the board's hand is being forced to by every month that it's delayed is approximately $150,000 in mandatory contribution back to the department to cover costs that have already gone out the door, that we cannot stop. We cannot not pay those consultants. We cannot not pay those employees. Those costs are there. Yes, they're in your budget. They're in the expenditure piece of your budget that was approved. And nobody, I don't think, is trying to state that the department is overspending their budget allocation.
No.
The issue is that the department is not receiving their projected revenues, which causes a shortfall. And so the two options for any department facing that same scenario is to cut expenditures by the amount of revenue shortfall, which there's no feasible way to do that in this department's budget, or to get a contribution of some sort, whether it be a general fund contribution as just a contribution, whether it be a loan from the general fund, whether it be a loan from an outside entity, whether it be a loan from the treasury pool as a whole. Those are the options that the department, and that's the same for any department, has to meet a revenue shortfall. And every month that we push this decision out and every month that we delay, we are forcing the board's hand in. It's that much more contribution because those expenditures could not be cut, whereas potential future expenditures could be cut based on the board's decision.
Right.
And another way, if I think about it, Susie, is if we'd been making a decision in January, $500,000 that we have spent since then wouldn't have been spent, and we could have had discretion. Right now, we really don't even have discretion over about 500,000. It's gone.
Potentially, yeah.
It's really the 150 a month for the balance of the year that we're really talking about. It's just that we have to talk about the total.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So the reason I asked the question is because it definitely feels like, I mean, we're not voting. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It feels like the consensus of the board that we certainly don't want to see a department dissolved. Therefore, this expense is before us. It's how do we want to deal with it? But there's also, how do we have to deal with it based on everything else? And because we had kind of said, and this was casual conversation, I know I had this conversation with Letty before she left. I don't know if any of the rest of you did or not. But I think Supervisor Lutweiler, you just alluded to your interpretation of the same, that it would be really nice to wait for a new CAO to come on board where we've got a strategic plan in place, where we're saying these are the things that are important to us as a county, things we want to do. Here's a list of things that are breaking or broken. Here's the list of things that we are committed to because we have no other option, Canyon Creek and so forth. If we allowed, the fresh person in the seat to say, it's my responsibility coming in to look at all of these things, weigh them in the balance, and give my recommendation to the board, wouldn't it be fair to let that person have that opportunity? And so the reason I asked the question about the per month thing is the part that we have, there's no going back. There's somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000 that there is no going back. It's got to come from somewhere. Is there a possibility that today we could figure that out? 5 months would take us all the way through May, which would give our new CAO 5 weeks. You're welcome. To kind of look at all of that and think about it. So Susie's shaking her head no, you don't like the thinking. And that's fair. No, I want to hear you.
It's not that I don't like your thinking.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is that I don't know that that's a fair thing to saddle a brand new CAO with when they're having to come in and learn everything else that's going to be thrown at them. And there's a bunch of projects that are being thrown at them that are that they're going to need to devote a bunch of time to. When we have spent months working through this project and have a final solution for this fiscal year presented to you, that my personal opinion is I don't know that that's something that's overly fair to do to them.
Okay, I appreciate your perspective because I was coming at it trying to be fair. And you're seeing it from the other side and going, no, that's not fair. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Chair, I would say the closest thing to get to what I hear you saying would actually be the option 3, which we didn't get in any of our motions.
And somebody would have to
Because
withdraw
that
a
would
motion.
basically be saying, here's the money, but you owe it all back. And we could always come in later and say, oh, never mind, you don't have to give this much back. But we don't have any more motions to put on the table, so.
Unless somebody is, if you made a
you wanted to
motion and
withdraw
you're
it,
rethinking
Colin.
it, you can do what you want with your placeholder.
That would give them the money, give the flexibility to pull it back. Whereas these other ones are already saying, oh, well, no, we already transferred the building. We already decided that, or we just gave it. We can't now ask for it back. So that's the only way I think we get to what I think you're trying to get at.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
Could I be reminded who made and seconded option 4 as the first motion on the table?
Liam
Liam made the motion, Lutweiler second.
Oh, Rick, you seconded it.
and then I made the option 1 and
I
Jill
seconded,
seconded.
and then option 2, Liam, and,
And I believe I seconded that one. for
all right,
discussion.
all right.
So if I understand, Jill and Rick, what you're saying is that option 3 has the flexibility in it to come back around after things settle out a little bit and say, no, we're not going to require a full payback. Is that kind of how you, okay.
Mhm.
I mean, and am I right that if we just make it a contribution from general fund, I suppose we could come back and say, never mind, we changed our mind, you owe it back. But if we say it's a transfer, we can easily come back and say, never mind, you don't have to pay that or a portion of it back.
Well, just to correct you, if it is a payment from general fund to cannabis and it is utilized, you can't then ask cannabis money to contribute to general fund, because cannabis money is, especially the money that is received off of fees and fines and licensing, has to be specifically used to that purpose. So your proposal is actually giving that option that wouldn't be there otherwise, meaning the opportunity to retrieve it back.
Which one is?
Your proposal of the
3.
specific, yes.
Yeah, okay.
You're saying,
Option 3 does provide the flexibility.
Correct.
The others don't.
Does not guarantee it, no.
Guarantee that it would be brought back. It wouldn't guarantee that it could be voted on and not revisited.
Mhm.
So.
Right.
So I'm going to try to clarify again. If we make it a contribution, it's gone. If we make it a transfer to be paid back, we can come back later and say, never mind, you don't have to pay back some portion of it. So,
You could, but that's not guaranteed.
no, not guaranteed. I'm just saying it provides that flexibility if it's wanted. If that's a goal.
So legally, yes, you are correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, the options now are we can have some more discussion. I can call for a vote, in which case we go in the reverse order, or somebody can use your motion that's on the table if you wish to do something different with it. That's what we have.
I have one more question, I guess, for
Or another question.
county council. Yeah, was just, so you have this limit of 3 motions. If you vote on one and it doesn't pass, does that mean you can put a third back on?
No,
No.
you have 3 total motions before you
to-
commence
We have
voting.
to do it now.
Or voting would be the only time when somebody could pull one back to make room for 3 if that's was their inclination.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I will withdraw my second from the third and final motion. So it's
Which
the
was
option 2.
Option 2.
Two.
Okay.
Okay, so that one is open.
Unless someone else wants to second it.
Okay, hearing none, I'm going to put option 3 on the table. Does anyone care to second option 3?
I'll second option 3.
Okay,
Just for clarification, your option includes that authorization to
includes
sign the
all of the ancillary pieces that are critical to the process. My motion does. Heidi, does your second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion?
With option 3, the one issue I'd have with that is now we're talking $200,000 a year the cannabis budget has to come up with.
Well, this does
To
say
pay
5
back.
to 10 years, and we
So
didn't specify
you
that.
need to clarify that in your motion, whether that be 5 years or 10 years, because a $200,000 a year hit to your budget's a lot harder to absorb than a $100,000.
And Rick, did you also say there was a contingency in there to not?
Well, that would be something we'd have to bring back later.
Yeah, so Liam, what I was just saying is if we went with option 3, then it would be set up for them to repay. At any time, the board could put back on the agenda, we want to revisit that, or we want to actually not even revisit so much as we want a motion to say, we want to waive some of that and just make it a contribution. But if we make it a contribution, we can't come back later and say, never mind, we want you to pay it back. So, but we're not putting anything in the motion that says we'll come back and reconsider. We're just saying that that's the flexibility it allows us.
And so is that why on the options, when these were created, the first option 1 specifies it's going to be 5 years, but option 3 leaves it up to us to kind of put some flexibility, 5 to 10 years for us to decide. Is it because it was just so onerous, it's such a large amount over?
It's the recommendation essentially was intended to be at your discretion for that time period regardless. But yes, it was to break it down to that more manageable dollar amount over the length of whatever time period the 5 of you felt was most appropriate to finance that contribution over.
And then the other question I would have for you, Supervisor Cox, is what do you see as the difference? Oh, sorry. And option 3 and option 1, how do you differentiate between those two? What's the benefit of the cannabis department keeping the building and having the loan for $971,772? What's the benefit there?
Okay, well, let me ask one more question. The answer is, I don't like interest. And I would think that others wouldn't like interest either. I don't see what a value a building is to a department. So that's why I thought option one was really helpful. That would almost be kind of like a gift in a certain sense. But if we're talking about paying it back, Terry, is there interest involved when they're paying back the 971, 772?
Well, technically, depends on how you guys do that, but any other, like right now, if they were in the deficit, they should be paying the pullback negative interest. They should not be, no one should be allowed to go into the negative with the exception of grant funds because we know they're getting redeemed. But this is a little bit different, but I would say you shouldn't, they should be paying.
That should be interest also.
The way this is structured, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the way this is structured is it's an advance, which means we're just transferring the cash and we did not.
It's not a loan.
Prepare it. It's not a loan, it's an advance. So we didn't prepare it to be set up to charge them interest on those funds, but
That's because, and there's no impact to the pool because we're
Correct.
not, so if he currently is in the negative, he should be paying negative interest. But as far as this is concerned, it's not the same thing. So it wouldn't be required for that.
So what Terry's saying is we're not actually taking money from pool participants to where interest needs to be paid back to those pool participants.
Where did it come from?
We're just taking money from the general fund and putting it over here temporarily and letting them use that. So the general fund is losing interest on those funds that are sitting over there. We could
There's that.
calculate that amount and transfer that, but the way that the advance is set up, we're just transferring those funds over there, and then we're going to ask them to transfer them back over a period of whatever time frame the five of you deem to be most appropriate.
If I could just summarize it from a legal perspective, if it was any other budget source other than general fund, the answer would be yes, you're required to pay interest at the fair rate. With general fund, because essentially you'd be charging interest on ourselves, it's an optional for the board to make that determination.
Okay, that's understood. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I still, I'm just struggling to understand if they transfer the building to the county, which would end up being planning undoubtedly, and then we give them an advance of 521,000 rather than an advance of 971, and they keep the building. I don't understand what how cannabis benefits or how the county benefits. I think it's
agree. I just like I liked there being an option there, but would the same option with the 521 portion of option one exist? That they could not pay that? We could say, okay, you don't have to pay it back anymore.
Yes.
That portion.
Any amount that you provide as a contribution, I'm sorry, as an advance, not as a contribution, you could at a later date and time come back and waive the requirement for them to return that advanced funding.
Okay.
With the appropriate findings. And what I mean by that is you would have to make a finding of public purpose, which is a very broad finding to make. And typically it can be done just by talking about the goals of the county. But I just want to make sure whoever's sitting in the seat, make sure you do that. Just make sure you make the right findings.
Okay.
Can I say
Yes.
something, please?
Please.
Ed Presley, Interim Deputy Director of Building and Planning. I do not want to belabor this process like for the next 3 or 4 days, but I just want to point something out. Everything that we're talking about are just recommendations that were put down on paper. The board is at your pleasure to decide and come up with anything that you would like to do to face this. So we're going back and forth and arguing about different aspects of different things, but these were just recommendations that were put on paper. It's really your discretion. So that's
Thank
all I
you.
wanted to say.
Okay, thanks.
Well, as we get ready to call the vote, I would love to be in a position where I felt like it was the right fiscal thing to do to make it a contribution. I think there are many reasons to be able to do that and to be able to justify that. Personally, I'm not in the place where I feel like that's the fiscally responsible thing for us to do with our responsibilities for $20 million worth of road damage and equipment that's failing and buildings that are leaking roofs and everything else. And the need that we're going to have for that money outweighs in my value the thing that I think will be a nice thing to do in return for everything that the cultivation group has been put through.
One of the questions I would have, and it's something that we haven't considered, is what's stopping us from saying we're going to give you so much as a contribution, and then we are going to give you so much as an advance. We don't even have to put the building into that picture, but we could make a general fund contribution of $450,000, and we could give them an advance of $521,000, and we would have both. We'd both be giving them a contribution saying, hey, we appreciate the fact that you guys are benefiting the county and the cannabis department's finally working. We think that that's a worthy cause to contribute to, but at the same time, the county's strapped for cash, and this portion we would like to get back.
And I think that what you're saying has total weight and merit. I think we just aren't sitting in the crystal ball position to be able to do that today. And that's why the option to let the, I don't want to call it a loan because that sounds wrong, the advance to not have to be paid back because again, these are thoughtful projections, but they are projections. Nobody has a crystal ball on what is going to happen tomorrow, next month, next year. And so structuring my motion to add the 10-year payback, I would be great with that, to drop that down to make it be as less burdensome as possible. Is there a second to Heidi? Would you, I have to specify some sort of time frame. No, this is my motion where I have option number 3 on the table as the third motion.
And have it be repaid over.
And I didn't realize I had to choose in there because
10 years.
Yes, let it be 10 years to be as least onerous as it can be right now. And so if what we see, because what we might see is, I've heard in public comment today, hey, cultivation's on an uptick. If that continues that way and the money starts flowing and we get Canyon Creek and trucks and all of these other things that we don't know how we're going to take care of those. And we can say, okay, great, end the payments. Then we have the opportunity to do that. But we don't know what that's going to be right now. So to me, it's the same thing. It's, and I agree with Supervisor Lutweiler's comments. I too feel terrible for what people have been through. Terrible for what you've,
Continue. I was just thinking, is there any way we can put in, or you can put in your motion, a time frame when we would revisit this and see if we want to turn it into a contribution? Because I know the way things go, this is something that would fall through the cracks and we wouldn't revisit it.
5 years.
So it's like there needs to be if you can put that in your motion where at this date, we're going to look at this and see if we can make findings that the rest of what is owed and from the advance be deemed a contribution, and go with that.
so it looks like a turning point, if I'm reading your spreadsheet correct. It looks like there's a significant turning point in 23, 24. Is this the bottom line? I'm
Drew's
checking out?
shaking his head. Yes, that's the turning point.
Okay.
Which is next year. Can I just point out that, sort of related to what Liam's trying to work through, that it would be helpful, whatever you decide, that you give Cannabis Division a clear directive in terms of whether we're going to revisit it and or whether we should proceed in preparing our time study and fee study with X number of dollars contributed and the repayment terms. So if you don't decide, I will certainly be bringing it back for your attention prior to establishing the updated fees.
We have option 3, which is all of it as a transfer to be paid back over 10 years.
Mhm.
We have option 1, which is transfer the building and then transfer whatever's left, 500 and some thousand as a advance to be repaid. Or we have transfer all of the money as a contribution from general fund. Those are the 3 that we're going to end up voting on. In that order, as I recall.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
What was the order? I'm sorry, option 1 and then
No,
option,
option 3, 1, 4.
option 3, 1, and 4. Okay.
Oh,
Change the language and
yes, Craig. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Craig Goodman, consultant for the county. I just want to caution you on the transferring of the building that probably what's not in Drew's numbers is the increase in the rent and utilities that he would be charged by not owning the building. So
We did talk about that, Craig. We estimated it at $15,000 a year.
that would be the rent, right? He also has the utilities and all of that, but is that in your, that's not in his $971,000 number?
It would be pretty small this year. He could,
Well, we said that planning is paying 5 to him. He has 3 times as much space or people as they do, so he would pay 3 times as much, which got us to the 15,000. We're assuming that everything's inclusive of both numbers. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think what Craig is talking about is so if the building were to transfer for this in this fiscal year, and maybe we would want to specify that the building transfer happen effective July 1st of 23. Then
So he doesn't.
so that way that their budget for 22, 23 does not include any rent that would need to be paid. And it currently includes rent from the planning department. So those numbers are not accounted in there. The other thing that I think Craig is trying to touch on is that the budget projections moving forward don't take into consideration a loss of $5,500 in rent from planning and an increase in $15,000 in expenditure for rent that they would pay in those projections.
Yeah. And my only comment is, we're talking about a total of 20,000 between what they would pay and what they would receive. And that's well within the margin of error of our projections. That, to me, but I think the point is well taken about make the transfer at the beginning of the next fiscal year, so you don't have to worry about burdening them with, oh, you just got an extra $7,000 added to your expenses. Okay.
So I have one more small piece. And that is, I don't want to disagree with anything that you've said. I've just heard another perspective from another public servant source who said that that the general fund owns property that departments don't. I think you've shown that in our county situation, we do have departments that own their building, but I've been kind of motivated to get that, to clean it up, because I just look at what happens to a department that owns real estate. What do you do with, if it increases in value or if it doesn't, or at the end of what does it become what to that department that it seems safer, if you would, or if it's just covered in the general fund. Is there any validity to that thinking, or?
I can provide, you want to do it? So the money that was used to purchase the cannabis building was designated cannabis funding. So we have to make sure that it is being used for cannabis purposes. And so as a result, that is a asset of that department. Similarly, like HHS at times will use some designated funds for purchases of property. And again, that's designated to them. It is owned under the name of the county. It's not on any lease or any document filed saying that it is owned by the department. It is owned by the county in general. But because of the funding sources and the designated use of it, it has to be allocated and tracked through our system as being owned by that department.
Okay. And that's where we show them on the departmental fixed asset listing. Similar, so Department of Transportation, they own their buildings. The county owns all of the assets.
Okay.
Department of Transportation paid for their buildings, they show up on the Department of Transportation's fixed asset list. The sheriff's office, the jail, that shows up on the sheriff's office departmental fixed asset listing, even though he's a general fund department. So it's the way, we're probably both saying same things. We're just talking about them in different ways. It's the way that we track them and account for them.
Still,
When I say
though,
that they're
if-
owned by the department.
If that's owned by the department, then the department is kind of like playing the real estate market, just like we do when we own our homes. My home could appreciate in value, and any given year, my home could depreciate in value. And so if that building appreciates, there's a little more value to the cannabis department. If it depreciates, they take a loss. So there's a risk game going on with that department. Kind of. So would it be a benefit to the cannabis department to take that risk from them, or is that something that is appreciated? And I don't mean increase in value.
To me, the way it was just explained to us, if we took that asset from cannabis's fixed assets, it's going to go into planning's fixed assets. So then the planning department has that risk or reward. It doesn't matter if it's in a general fund.
And it can't be owned
Department.
just by the general fund generally, and both departments pay the general fund. It has to be under the guise of some. Oh.
But I think, Chair, to your point, my thinking, whether it's right or wrong, is that if the building is transferred and the division gets that $500,000 without any responsibility to pay it back, that's a benefit to the department, to me.
Right.
And it's a greater benefit. It's $100,000 a year for the next 5 years benefit compared to paying $15,000 a year in rent.
Yeah.
So it's a net $85,000 less expensive to the division to give up the building. That why do they care if they owned it or not? If it's,
Right.
if it's money in, money out,
Right.
it's less money out in option one, which is why I leaned there in the first place.
Mhm. And with your option one motion, would the opportunity to revisit that repayment also, is it already included in your motion?
Yeah, because it's an advance.
It's just, because it's an advance, it would be there.
Okay.
By doing it as an advance, that leaves us that flexibility to revisit.
Okay. With that understanding, I'm going to remove my option 3 third motion from the table. So there's now a slot open if somebody has another idea.
Should I do it?
I don't have any more hair to turn gray, so.
Well, no. I still am considering what I talked about before, where what would we be out if we just take the building out of it, make a contribution of $450,000, and we have option one, except they still own the building. And then
Leave the building in place. I'm sorry, leave the building in place, give them the approximate same value in a contribution and make the rest in a
yes,
transfer.
so, and I will, I'll make the motion to make a general fund contribution of $450,000 and to transfer approximately it would be exactly $521,772 as a advance from the general fund, and along with all the other stuff that Susie needs in order to make that work.
Your time frame is 5 years.
I'll second that for discussion. I would say that the net impact is that is more financially favorable to the department division because now they're not paying rent. The county is out as in terms of money given the same. It's just that the county, well, it's just that an asset doesn't transfer between departments.
And
Because
we
the
don't
county
have,
still owns the building no matter what, is what we clarified in this process.
and we don't have to pay somebody to assess the building and go through all the paperwork of paying a fair market value. We just say, we're gonna make a contribution of this much, and then we're gonna give an advance of this much. Take some of the out of the county away.
And the option to revisit within 5.
It's still there. It's built into the fact that
In
it's a,
advance, yeah,
it's
that
in
makes
advance.
Would you be willing to go to 10 years on that?
I don't think we need to. Drew already made it clear that wouldn't be a financial hardship to come up with that 100,000 a year if you're budgeting it going forward.
Yeah, I mean,
And I just want to clarify that it, from my perspective, it's not so much whether the transfer of the asset is of benefit to the division or not. It's really about what we're going to require fee payers to pay.
Mhm.
So this is, whatever options you're considering, the advance or the contribution option obviously makes the county take on that cost, and it doesn't go back on the backs of the fee payers. So that's the main significant difference from my perspective.
There's really truly a $20,000 difference between giving the money or transferring the building. Because the money gets given either way. It's just a matter of whether you pay rent or you don't pay rent a year from now.
And we don't have to make Susie go through all the nonsense of getting those fair market value and all that.
Did someone second Dan's?
I did.
Did.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote.
Okay, so we have Supervisor Frazier's motion to make a general fund transfer of 450,000 and an advance of $521,772 to be paid back with 5 years, and approve the CAO and auditor to sign any budget adjustments. Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Thank God.
I should have said that.
Okay, we're going to take does anybody want lunch? Do you want a break that actually gives you a break? We're going to take an hour. We'll be back almost an hour. We'll be back at 3:30.
Good job.
I should have made it round number.
Yeah.
Would be fair and safe for everyone.
Well, actually, I feel like we
The only thing I
so stuffy before Trent started showing up. I don't know. Yeah, jeez.
Oh,
I was gonna try to save it for.
Well, that's a new one. Well, probably not for her, it's not a new one.
Okay, we need to start.
Okay.
yeah. Let's try not to do anything stupid while we don't have representation.
How will we know the difference?
Well, that's the thing. County council's job is to get us out of trouble.
Ah,
So if we get in trouble, she
Are
can
we
figure
on?
out how to get us out, right?
Okay, all right, so it is 3:31 and we are back in session. We are on County Matters, item 5.2. Adopt a resolution which adopts an amended fee waiver policy. And CAO Hamilton.
Okay, thank you. I'm bringing this item back to the board, I think from a February meeting date, which is familiar to you. The content was updated based on board's comments at that meeting. When we're looking at the policy in and of itself, I added a more detailed procedure process to this. But essentially it takes the current fee waiver policy and gives discretion to the CAO for approving waivers under $1,000. That is the primary change. We also updated the application just to reflect a county use for routing so that we know that department heads have seen this, made a recommendation before it goes to the CAO for final recommendation. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. I know that from Friday's board meeting, this is was quite the discussion on the provision for waivers, given our financial status. So I guess we can just go from there.
and so you didn't change any of the criteria or qualifying, you just made it so that you could, the CAO could approve some and pass on the rest.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Great, so questions of board members?
I guess I would like an interpretation as you understand it, I guess, from your seat is, I see information in there about cannot be for the purpose of fundraising. And then I see things that say they meet all the criteria and it's for a fundraiser or a fundraising event. So I'm trying to understand, what do we mean then when we say it can't be for the purposes of fundraising?
There are nuance. I'm going to make an assumption that there are going to be nuance to each request that is submitted. And I know, for example, some of the items even on today's agenda, their Trinity Trail Alliance, they do fundraising, which then is reinvested back into the community. And so I think it's been precedent that has been in there, how that's been interpreted by boards in the past. I think that they're able to waive that provision when they were making their decision. I think that we could dive further into the language that we need for that to say that there's discretion in that depending on the community event. Again, it's going to be the nuance of every application. In that, I think to Supervisor Carpenter Harris' comment, even on Friday, would this project not be completed in the absence of the waiver? Well, yes or no? How do you really whittle that down each and every time? So I would recommend that we stay at kind of the large 30,000 view because you could get weighted in the details or just allow that discretion.
Well, I don't want to get into the conversation yet, which I think there will be a bit of, but I just wanted to make sure it was as clear at least as it could get, but it sounds like it's just as confusing as I thought it was.
I think it's difficult to make it incredibly black and white in that regard because of nuance for every project.
Right. Okay. Thanks. That's my only question.
So one of the questions I had here is, it seems like we've never had a fee request that actually would shut down, that they actually could not afford. So one of the criteria was that they could not afford to do it by themselves if we didn't give the fee waiver. their project would not go forward. I'm pretty certain I've never seen anybody that didn't get a waiver not be able to move forward.
I would not have knowledge of that in past applications for the specifics. I think that there could, I mean, I think it's reasonable to assume that there's other alternate funding sources, but I wouldn't speak to that as fact.
Any questions?
It's not necessarily well, I don't know if it's a question. It's just a comment, I guess. Supervisor Cox, last time we had the discussion about this, brought forward the concern that, due to our county's current financial situation, that fee waivers do take money away from departments, and they do take the actual funds necessary to provide the service that the fees are supposed to be rendering. And so I'm curious to know, has there ever been a time historically when the county has said we are going to suspend our fee waiver opportunity for 6 months or a rest of a fiscal year just because we don't have any money? Do you guys ever recall that? I'm just curious to know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, not in the 10 years since I've been working for the
Okay.
admin office. We have not suspended our receipt of requests for waiver of county fees.
Okay, I was just curious to know that. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions of board members, then I will open the item to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom?
Have Keith Groves.
Okay.
Hi again. This is Keith Groves in East Fork. I'm kind of looking at you and wondering who's the Grinch here today. But if I don't see anybody being able to qualify for this because nobody, how do you prove that the project would die if you didn't, to Supervisors Gogan's point? How do you prove that? You bring in the, your spreadsheets and all that time is kind of a waste. So if you're going to just say, no, we don't want to do this and ban it, then just say that instead of going through this, putting qualifications that are impossible to meet. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands, no chats.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. I think it would be interesting to entertain an idea of not having it. When we look at the item that you have here, where'd it go? Where's the piece about the fire departments and such emergency services? Do you see that?
As an agenda item?
No, as a
No.
part of the policy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the applicant. provides
Item number
emergency and
6.
First responder services, because to Supervisor Brazier's point, on Friday, fire departments provide a service the county would otherwise be required to provide, which we don't, and our volunteer departments do. And so when an emergency service needs something, it seems like it's in our, doesn't seem like that's optional to provide that. But I'm going to put a motion on the table and then we can talk about it. And I don't know if I can, the way the item is stated, I don't know if I can do this or not. Support. Oops, 5-2.
Adopt a resolution which adopts an amended fee waiver policy.
I would need council to know if I can do it, but I was going to put a motion on the table to just not have a fee waiver policy other than for emergency services. Um, as a discussion item.
Well, it would seem like you could at least say, this is saying an amended fee waiver policy, so it can
would
be
be
amended to say there
amended.
isn't one, or it's only for volunteer. So I think we might have to come back for a second reading because it's not the same details as we have here.
Mhm.
This isn't an ordinance, so.
It's a resolution, true, so just once.
Or to deny the item with further direction to staff.
Okay, maybe that's the better way to say it.
I'm not counsel. I'm not.
I'll give it a try.
But I think if you wanted to deny it as currently written, or maybe not even deny it, just give direction to staff to bring back a second revised attempt at it that removes the option for any agency unless they are whatever it is that you're looking for, those emergency services, I think would probably be the cleanest way, as opposed to trying to wordsmith it up
Yeah.
there into your
Yeah,
motion.
no, I don't want to do that.
I
So,
would support that.
okay.
I'll second that.
And the reason is this, I'm so weighted by it's so easy to be torn by the wonderful things that are coming forward, and people are doing great things and needing things that are, substantial and, but you can't give money if you don't have it. And you can't give money to other places when you haven't first taken care of your own home. You have a responsibility to provide. And right now, our general fund dollars do not well provide. So to be giving money away and to sit here and have conversations about, well, who will we, approve and who will we deny? To me, it's just untold pain that could so easily be avoided by having a higher level view of what our fiscal responsibility is as a board with the money that we are supposed to govern. And that's just my feeling, emergency services aside, because that is a total responsibility.
And so given the motion that's before us, we would have some discussion just to frame what direction we're giving to staff to come back with something, right? Okay. Okay. Well, I agree with what Supervisor Frazier said last Friday and what you said today, that to me, the volunteer fire departments, for a number of reasons, including they are providing a service that is required to be delivered in the county, and we don't provide it. So to provide some level of funding to help them along the way in the form of waivers meets a bar that I can live with. Another piece that I would put on there is if it got broader than just them, then I would say any entity that has an income source beyond fundraising and grants is disqualified. So like what we approved Friday, school system, 60% of the property tax goes to them. That's a big source of revenue. That would disqualify them. The Montessori school, they have a source of revenue. That would disqualify them. A fire department has no source of revenue, at least I shouldn't say that. My volunteer fire department doesn't. We only have grants and fundraising. I understand some are in special districts and they do have funding. So that might, but
Water
that
tenders
would be,
go
a-
on fires, don't, does it, but
Yeah.
if their water tenders were assigned to fires and they gained a source of revenue by that. would
well,
that
that's true.
disqualify them?
That's true. Okay.
Yeah. I,
Okay,
Right.
thank you. Got something?
yeah, I just have a slight, I don't know, it would be. I would have an issue, personally, just saying only for volunteer fire departments. Mainly because I spent years as the chairman of a volunteer fire department board. I'm still on the volunteer fire department. So it's different if I'm speaking about the entirety of all nonprofits or whatnot, but if I'm talking only volunteer fire departments, there's some bias there, and I would have a hard time with that personally.
So what would you,
I think that well, at the same time, I mean, we have later on the agenda, the Sparkies. Are they a fire department? Or are they just a fundraising arm of a fire department? I mean, I think we have to be really careful just saying fire departments. I can see the concern with our fee waiver policy as it is. The biggest concern I have with it is that first line where it says that the project would not go forward without this fee waiver. To me, I would strike that and just say it's an economic hardship. If we wanted to go deeper than that, I think that the thing to do would be to not give the CAO the authority to sign these and bring all of them to the board, and everybody has their own chance to present their case. They can tell us what their economic hardship is, why they think they deserve to have their fees waived, and we can make a decision at that time. If we're going to give the CAO the authority to waive fees up to $1,000 like this was saying, then I think we have to use a more broad brush. And the main thing to me is that they need to be able to check that box that it's going to provide a benefit to the county at the end as a whole. And so I don't know how we do that.
And so it's not that you disagree with the volunteer fire departments, you don't want it limited to that.
I don't want to vote to limit it to that because I would feel that I was conflicted because I am tied in with volunteer fire department.
Gotcha.
Would I make a competing motion to let the county administrative officer shall have the discretion to and authority to waive all or portion of the fees for projects that meet the criteria up to $1,000.
So you're making a motion to approve as presented?
Yeah. We don't need to go through every single one of these and spend time with the CAO, who's our financial kind of backbone here. If they think it's good under $1,000, let's just go with it. If there's anything over that that needs to be discussed, they can bring it to the board. Make it simple. There's no bias with fire, non-fire, ambulance, and nothing. Leave it up to the CAO. It's under $1,000. Leave it with that and make it simple for all of us. That's my motion.
I'll second it for discussion purposes. I don't really have a problem with that idea in theory. I do understand where Supervisor Cox is coming from, where it's hard to give away money you don't have. But at the same time, this is something that's happened in Trinity County for ever. And it's not like we're creating a new policy. I don't think that it breaks the bank even. I mean, the biggest I've seen, Liz had that spreadsheet for us. The last board meeting showed, yeah, this one. Where we did waive $17,000 in fees in 2022, but 10,000 of that was one project. That would have came before the board anyway. Actually, looking at it, there was only 3 projects in that $17,000 that would have been eligible for the CAO to sign off on. So I don't think we're going to damage our general fund too terribly by, I mean, we're looking at $1,136.15 that could have been fees waived by the CAO in 2022 out of $17,361.
If I may make a comment on under procedure, under B3, it is requiring that the CAO is monitoring per fiscal year with county operations, just their approval and denial process, right? How much money is available, and maybe that is a part of the discussion during the budget development, is what is a dollar amount that everyone is okay with being waived up to, and it's kind of budgeted and considered in that way. I think that there's mechanisms to make sure that there's financial integrity, that we can afford, what's being recommended in this policy as presented today. The CAO can deny. There is room for that if there's not a budget available.
Okay.
And to Supervisor Fraser point, any of those over $1,000 requests would come to you.
Would it be wise to say an amount per quarter was available rather than in 1 year? Because then all of the stuff that came in at the first of the year would be the ones that got, like if we put a cap on a dollar amount that said, okay, we have a fee waiver capacity of $10,000 or something. Then all of the ones that came in at the beginning of the year would get those potentially. But if we broke it up and said we can waive fees up to so much, maybe per half a year or biannually or something, and then it would kind of reset the ability for people to ask for.
I think you'll see, I would be leery of getting into the detail that
Okay.
much. I think you would see actually from that spreadsheet that you were provided Friday that, most of the requests come in advance of summer activity. And so you would see in third and fourth quarter, and, a CAO and our budget officer would know at mid-year how we're doing. I think that there's already systems in place to monitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll make a third motion that we provide the CAO authority up to $2,500 and a requirement to report to the board quarterly with what has been approved and rejected.
So I'll second for discussion, but
Okay.
I guess you're saying that $2,500 per incident?
Yes.
So you're,
Increasing it.
Increasing the authority.
oh,
I'm saying, well, we just
Mhm.
signed off on letting the CAOs sign $25,000 checks. We're saying in this discussion, the CAO is managing our funds on our behalf. Give a little more, if we're giving leeway, give a little more leeway so less has to come to us. He's in a position to make informed decisions, but on a quarterly basis, come tell us how it's going. So that if we need to revisit it, we can revisit it. But otherwise, we're trusting him to make the right decisions and not wasting his and everybody else's time preparing agenda items, everything else, when if we can trust him with $1,000 decision on a fee waiver, why not?
Yeah.
More.
Yep. I like it.
And I'll say at the same time, I think we need to do less of them.
Yeah, no, actually, I love that. That's where I think it should rest anyway.
Is that a second?
It
It was already
before.
seconded.
Okay, yeah, I didn't say it very loud. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I'm super comfortable with that. And then if there really is something, it's over $2,500 and he really wants it, well, then that should be a board discussion and
Yeah.
then it's something significant and unique.
And 2,500 isn't a magic number to me. It's just, it seemed 1,000 was too low.
Well, I'm just looking at this spreadsheet and that would make all but 2 in the last 2 years would have been within the wheelhouse of the CAO rather than coming to the board, which, I mean, if you really think about it, the time and effort involved in putting these on the agenda is probably costing the county as much as the
giving the money back,
waiving a
yes.
lot of times.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, good. Is there any further discussion? All right, well, we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, seconded by myself. We'll call for the vote.
Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
No.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye. And
All right.
it was in the motion that that'll be reported quarterly, so.
So is that something that just became policy? So the next two items are
So would we remove the
CAO
next
decisions?
items?
Well, no, except for that will become policy. Probably not retroactively before this agenda went out, would it?
Men that we wait for council
Yeah.
on, and if we can Chair consider out reading other items out of order?
Sure. Certainly. I can't hear everything you're saying.
They're just trying to.
Thinking out
they're-
loud.
they're-
Sure. That's fine. You know, what, I'll just take another item out of order and then we'll see what Margaret has to say. Okay. So that would be the next three. So CAO item 5.6, approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for Animal Control Department 2284, increasing transfers in by $79,783, salaries and benefits by $78,783, and services and supplies by $1,000. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for contributions to other funds, Department 1990, increasing transfers out by $79,783, and approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for general fund contingency, Department 9901, decreasing provisions for contingency by $79,783. Increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $79,783. Current cash balance in general fund, Sheriff Fund 110 is $347. I'm sorry. That would be scary. $347,311.97. And current balance in the general fund contingency is $531,833. Refer to CO Hamilton, but I'm kind of thinking Susie is the one with the numbers. Okay.
Okay. So what happened when we were doing budget development, there was some additional funds being provided by public health to the sheriff's office for animal control. And there was some miscommunication between the sheriff's office, public health, and county administration in developing that budget on the funds that were being provided for the animal control officer. County administration, when developing the budget, thought that those funds were available to cover costs of the current animal control officer, not fund the additional requested animal control officer that the sheriff's office was asking for. So we left the full revenue in the department's budget, but we cut the expenditures for that additional animal control officer from their budget unit. After budget hearings, or right around the same time as budget hearings, we found out that that was a mistake and that those funds were there to cover a second animal control officer. However, those expenditures had been cut from their budget. So this item reinstates those expenditures that we cut related to that second animal control officer and leaves their revenues alone and transfers the general fund contribution amount that essentially, if we weren't going to allow them to have that second second animal control officer, and wanting to cut that amount, we should have cut their revenues. So it was an accounting error that we made. And so this makes the sheriff's office animal control budget whole, and provides those funds out of contingency.
And supports what the board intended at the time. It just.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Is this what Marcy brought forward?
Yeah, Marcy touched on it a little bit a couple meetings ago.
Right. Okay. Questions? Thank you. Questions of board members? Okay. We will open the item for public comment. Any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom?
I see no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. Close public comment, bring it back to the board, entertain a motion.
I move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, seconded by Supervisor Frazier.
I was waiting for discussion, sorry.
No, we're good.
Yes,
Supervisor
sir.
Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right, Item 5.7, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 2.64.050 regarding various county fees, potential increase in revenues in an unknown amount to various county departments. CAO Hamilton.
I'll also hand this to Susie.
Or
Mhm.
Senior Financial Advisor Susie Hawkins.
So this is just the second reading of the fee ordinance to update the fees that have been brought before you for that first part of county departments that we've been able to get through. There's a second part that will come through, but ordinances require that first reading and the second reading. So this is more of just a procedural item for you.
Okay, perfect. Questions of board members? All right, open to public comment. Any in the room? Any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt as presented.
I second.
Right, we have a motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, seconded by Supervisor Lutwiler.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right, Health and Human Services, item 5.8. Take the following actions regarding the transit driver and transit coordinator classifications. Number 1, approve a side letter agreement with the general unit modifying spreadsheet A of the MOU regarding the transit driver and transit coordinator classification. And number 2, authorize the Director of Human Resources to modify the alphabetical listing of classification, changing the ranges for transit driver to G182 and transit coordinator to G205 retroactively effective March 1, 2023. No impact to the general fund. Approximate cost in salary and benefits per month for a transit driver at A step was $5,013 and is now $5,678. Approximate cost in salary and benefits per month for a transit coordinator was $6,340 and is now $6,910. CAO Hamilton with perhaps her Director of Health and Human Services hat on.
Actually, it should be the human resources.
Okay.
Title.
Oh, sure.
We have worked with staff and the union to update these classifications via a side letter to increase the salaries and, competing with minimum wage and wanting to be above that and be able to tend to their recruitment ability. And I don't know how much more I have to add, Susie.
The other thing to add is that the increase takes into consideration some of this certifications that they're required to have. And the driver's license, the more than a Class C driver's license that they're required to hold in order to have this position.
Okay. All right. Any questions of supervisors? Okay, open it to public comment. Seeing none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
Okay, closing public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. To entertain a motion.
I move that we approve as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Lutwiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris, Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Item 5.9, Treasure Tax Collector. Adopt a resolution authorizing and approving the use and promotion of Easy Smart Pay, a third-party service providing taxpayers with the option to pay secured property taxes in monthly installments. No fiscal impact. Terry, hello.
So, in our office, in the property tax world, most everything we have is governed by some sort of code that dictates how and when, why we do things. So currently, and I included in the item that you have, that we can only at this point collect property taxes in 2 installments. but it is a frequent conversation I have with taxpayers that, those that are on fixed incomes or that are, just, there's a lot of reasons. But anyhow, so they've expressed the need. And so this is, we don't want to get into being someone's personal bankers per se, but this is an option for them. And this company is a company that is through CSEC Finance Board, kind of oversees this. And so they are offering something that would serve a need that we have within our county, and there's not a cost to us. The majority of the people that I would see that would probably take this option up would be ones that you already don't have an in-town account. So that's what that would be for. So because currently we'll talk to people about, Christmas accounts and things like that, so that if they have trouble with budgeting, that's another way for them to do this. And they are keeping the costs really competitive. So it's like less than 2%, which is it's a cost, but it's not something, again, that the county would bear.
Okay. All right, nice questions.
Yes. So I have a couple questions. So just so that I understand this correctly, the taxpayer can enter into the smart pay system and the county does the county get the whole sum that's due, and then the landowner is paying back the smart pay at a 2% interest, and then
It would not be like a loan. So what they would have to do, what I'm trying to do, I was looking at timing as well. So right now, if we have the second installment still due.
Okay.
So it wouldn't benefit anyone for me to go ahead to set them up right now, because they wouldn't have an opportunity. They'd have to pay the whole amount.
Right.
By starting this program up, and more than likely it'll be like after April.
Okay.
Sorry. So it would be after April, and with it being after April, that would give them the potential to have all that time so that they could be contributing to that. And it would
Oh,
be
they're like paying it forward.
forward. Yes.
Okay, cool.
So,
I get
and then it would, and our systems won't allow for us to apply partial payments.
Okay. And then what if they have back taxes?
They have a couple options. It depends on where they are in their delinquency, but there's installment plans available. But an impound account, more than likely, they're going to have everything paid up in order to pay that off. But they could, from what I
Like
understand.
if an impound account with the bank, I understand that, but with this smart pay, can they say somebody owes $16,000, if you will, on back taxes, and they can't come up with that chunk of change, but they can come up with an additional $350 a month to put towards that? Is this going to help solve that problem as well, or no?
Not in its entirety, because we have to have a certain percentage. So in order for us to be able to accept anything on delinquent taxes, it's 20%. So 20% of whatever it is delinquent. And then there's a few, they have to keep their currents current, and they make a once a year payment. So as long as they're not power to sell, that changes the rules entirely.
Right.
But as long as they're not, then there is an option that they could do that. But they would have to pre-fund that so that they could make those payments.
Okay.
And Terry, would you qualify the 20% is a year?
It is, yes.
So if I owed the 15,000 or what, 16,000 in that example, 3,200 a year is a minimum that you would be accepting under a payment plan.
And that
if you
is
will.
by code, yes.
Okay.
So, and it's
Thank
off of the defaulted base tax. So
Thank
it's
you.
at 20% of that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions? All right, open this to public comment. None in the room.
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right, closing public comment. We'll bring this back to the board.
I move that we approve as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by
you.
Supervisor
Thank you for
Lutweiler,
finding it.
second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes. 409. I think we'll take a 5-minute break and check on our county council, and we'll be back at 4:15. A whole 6 minutes. Enjoy yourselves. That's right.
That's a compliment to me, actually. If she ate
Down
fine
to
cookies. Right.
To make it.
Oh, okay. Are we back? Oh, we gotta.
Okay, it is 4:15 and now we are back in session. We would be on item 5.3, but we had a question of council to find out what happens with the next three items, considering what we did with item 5.2.
Thank you, and I apologize for having to step out. I had a quick court call. The answer to that is because this was, the prior item was adopted via a resolution, it goes into effect immediately. Policies, resolutions, minute orders, they go into effect immediately, as opposed to an ordinance which would require a second reading and then 30 days. As a result, the policy in effect at the time the decision is made is the binding one. And in this case, because the policy that is in effect is the one that you just passed, these fall under that policy, which means it's appropriate to remove them and process them under the policy.
Okay, well then these will go to the CAO directly. Great, okay.
We need to have a motion that states that.
You can, or they can just be pulled by the department head over them, which would be your CAO. And
Recommendation?
I apologize, I'm just noticing there's a raised hand. It just popped up.
Okay, do I have to deal with the raised hand?
No, so
Okay.
the recommendation is do a motion on them to make it official.
Okay, very good.
But you do have to open up to public comment.
All right, very good. So I'm going to assume we don't have questions, or do we? Questions of council?
I was gonna raise a question with that because these were agendized and noticed. Do we have to open public comment on each one of these, even if we are going to send them back to the CAO to make a determination?
Yes, we do.
Each, okay.
So we're gonna have to take each of these items separately in order to do this and make a motion to, well, we're gonna have to go through the
Follow our
public.
policy and send it through in public comment.
Okay.
Okay, we can do it.
I have a comment.
Yes.
On 5.3, there's also a support letter.
Just right. So
Okay,
So you'd still need to vote on whether you're gonna sign the support letter or not.
oh, it's two separate components to it. Thank you for that. All right, so I am going to, 5.3, authorize the chairman to sign a letter supporting the Trinity Trail Alliance's LaGrange Classic Mountain Bike Race to be held, that date is incorrect, it's June 3rd, 2023. And waive provision 2C of the county fee waiver policy, find that the Trinity Trail Alliance's LaGrange Classic Mountain Bike Race provides a public benefit, and approve their application for a waiver of county fees, waiving general services. And this also had a mistake on it. So it's actually, they were asking to waive general services Loudon Park rental fee in the amount of $462, Loudon Park camping fee in an unknown amount. But they did not intend to ask for a fee waiver for the solid waste dumpster fee in the amount of the $736. So just to read that into the record the way they had intended, potential loss of revenue of an unknown amount for the general services. And it wouldn't be $736 for solid waste. So this being a two-part item, we would need a motion regarding the letter and also regarding our updated fee waiver policy. Any questions on this item of board members? Okay, we'll open public comment.
I have Alan with Trinity Trail Alliance.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. This is Alan Sigmund of Weaverville, Chair of Trinity Trail Alliance Board and Co-Race Director for LaGrange Classic. And I would just ask that you approve our letter of support so that we can move forward in our planning of the event for this June. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other raised hands. No.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I will make a motion to authorize the chairman to sign a letter supporting the Trinity Trail Alliance's LaGrange Classic mountain bike race, and also move forward with the newly adopted policy regarding waiving of county fees.
All right. Motion.
second that.
Second. All right. So we have a motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Item 5.4, waive provision 2C of the county fee waiver policy. Find that the Lewiston Sparkies Old Lewiston Peddlers Fair provides a public benefit and approve their application for a waiver of county fees, waiving solid waste fees in the amount of $1,104, loss of revenue in the amount of $1,104 to the solid waste department. CAO Hamilton, did you have anything to present about this item? We can just move forward. Okay. Questions of board members? All right, we will open this to public comment.
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, closing public comment, bring it back to the board, entertain a motion. I will move that we observe our newly adopted fee waiver policy with regard to this item.
I'll second that.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Right, item 5.5, pursuant to Trinity County fee waiver policy, find that the North Folk Granges project to install a backup generator provides a benefit to the county, that this project is not for the purpose of fundraising, and approve the North Folk Granges application for waiver of county fees, waiving building department fees in the amount of $180, potential loss in revenue to the building department in the amount of $180. Okay, thank you. Any questions of board members? All right, open for public comment.
I have no raised hands, no chats.
Okay, closing public comment, entertain a motion.
That we accept the fee waiver. Do I have to say according to the new,
So we're referring this to our new policy.
that we're referring this to our new policy?
I will second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right. Moving on to closed session items, item 6.1. Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation County Council. Item 6.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. Number of cases, 1. Hogreef et al. Versus Trinity County et al., Trinity County Superior Court Case, number 20CB058. And item 6.3, Government Code Section 54954.5F, Conference with Labor Negotiators, County's designated representatives. I think it's going to be Margaret Long and Susie Hawkins. All right, thank you.
Get too retired. people.
And
They've been retired for like months now.
employee organizations will be all bargaining units. Is there any public comment on closed session items?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, we'll close public comment and adjourn the open session portion of today's meeting. Thank you.